virtual music event. Catch up with talented creators, gain insights from special guests, learn from industry leaders, and get ready to turn up your skills. Now playing by Fiverr.
Hey, what's up everyone? My name is Adam Fine. I'm the head of music and audio here at Fiverr. I'm beyond excited to welcome you all to Now Playing, Fiverr's first ever music and music industry specific event. We've worked really hard to ensure that no matter where you are in your music journey, whether you've been in the industry for 20 years or have just started songwriting or are just a music lover, we've worked really hard to make sure that there's something here for all of you to walk away with. These 2 days are going to include workshops, demos, interesting discussions featuring music industry professionals, chart-topping artists, and our talented musicians from our Fiverr music community. We have some amazing speakers, and everyone will walk away from these 2 days with at least 1 or 2 things to take home and improve your skills and expand your knowledge. For those that don't know, Fiverr is the largest platform for digital services. What that means is we have freelancers from all over the world offering more than 550 services. In music and audio specifically, there's everything that you can think of. Producers, singers, podcast editors, audio engineers, voiceover artists, songwriters, beat makers, sound designers, and so much more. Outside of the music vertical, you can find freelancers to make your album design or Spotify canvas, plan your marketing strategy, or even build your website. We decided to put on this event for a few reasons. First of all, there are hundreds of thousands of musicians here on Fiverr that consider Fiverr Music their homepage. We've recently expanded to do more and more music-specific activities, whether it's remix contests, one with T-Pain who's here with us, and music forums where you can talk with like-minded people about problems or things that are on your mind in music. We feel that this event is a combination of all of that, really giving this vibrant community tools and resources to succeed. Second of all, we decided to open this up and allow this information to be visible to any musician out there trying to level up. Even if this is your first time on Fiverr, we hope that this can point you in the right direction and set you up for success. I want to take a step back and give some context about me and the role music plays in my life. I started playing music when I was really young on piano and then added drums and guitar. I quickly moved to production when my drum teacher introduced me to music production. And before I knew it, Pro Tools and my laptop were my main instruments. I felt that production really let me have a good seat in the middle of everything going on and work with a lot of different people to really figure out my niche and what interests me. Since then, I studied audio engineering and have been producing and honing on my craft ever since. I've been lucky enough to work on hundreds of projects with artists from around the world, and my music has done over 30 million streams combined. So it's been really interesting to see the evolving strategies of getting your music out there and getting it heard by people as it's changed every year in music. I've been fortunate to be leading music and audio at Fiverr for 2 years, and have been able to get a deep dive look into the crazy talent we have on the platform. Like I said, you can find anything here. But really anything, any genre from any country, focusing on any specific task or skill. My Fiverr journey started a bit before that though, when I first placed an order about 5 or 6 years ago to get a trumpet player to play something on a chorus of one of my songs. Since then, it's evolved and really taken off and has become a key part in my production toolkit. I now have been lucky to work with hundreds of musicians from around the world, whether it's a vibraphone player from Argentina, which is something recent, or an engineer from LA. Fiverr has been a cheat code of sorts in my production in recent years. Instead of digging through the same sample packs as everyone else, I get the most talented session musicians in the world making me something custom on my track, usually within a day or so. And instead of struggling for days on things that I don't do too well or that I don't want to spend my time on, I outsource all those things to amazing engineers and producers and whoever can help that specialize in exactly those things in exactly the genre I'm working on. Outside of production, as I mentioned, as an artist, I know the struggle of finding different strategies, different ways to monetize and make income, and making sure I'm staying on top of trends, whether it's social media or different ways to get my music out there. I really think that this event, with the amazing sessions that we have lined up over the next 2 days, will give you action items and strategies to help tackle that next challenge in your career, whatever it may be. So on that note, I invite you to sit back, relax, but maybe take some notes, talk in the chat with like-minded people, and enjoy. With that being said, let's get this show on the road.
Hey everyone, my name is Brent Messenger, and I'm in charge of Community and Public Policy here at Fiverr. I know most of you came to this event today to learn and to be inspired by incredible artists and musicians and industry leaders, and I don't want to get in the way of that, but it is important to recognize that music and art don't exist in a vacuum. They're shaped by the world we live in, and today there's a terrible war going on in Ukraine. At Fiverr, we definitely believe in the healing power of music, but we also believe in the healing power of community. And that's why we're asking everyone in attendance today to stop by our donation page and donate to the Ukrainian Red Cross. When you contribute, 100% of your donation will be used to help people inside Ukraine. The donations will be used to help provide food, first aid, clean water, shelter, support, warm clothing, medicine. They'll help repair hospitals and healthcare facilities. The money will support firefighters and help train people in life-saving first aid. They'll help families stay in contact with each other, and they'll make vital repairs to infrastructure, homes, healthcare centers, and schools. So please, as you're going from session to session today, enjoying the incredible talent, please stop by our fundraising page and help us provide vital aid to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Thanks. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, my name is Mac and I'm the Commercial Director at Musiio. I'm going to be speaking to you today about artificial intelligence and how music businesses around the world are using this really exciting technology to help musicians have their music found and to help users find that music. So we're going to start with a couple of demos. So first I'm going to give you a demo of our tagging technology. So this is the ability to completely automate music tagging so you don't have to get into the nitty-gritty. And the second demo I'm going to show you is audio reference search. So the ability to use an audio file to search music in a catalog, which is completely revolutionary and absolutely mind-blowing. So I'm going to jump into those demos, and then after that I wanted to give you some practical ways in which you can utilize our technology to think about things like maybe you've got a YouTube channel and you're looking to create a sonic identity, or maybe you're on the musician side and you're just looking to sell more music. There's going to be a lot of tips in here, so do hang on, and thanks very much for listening. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is our tag demo. So if you go to our homepage, it's musio.com. These demos are available for you guys to try, so do try it out for yourself. But if you come to the homepage, you'll see try tag demo. So we're just going to go there first, and I'm going to drop in a track from one of my favorite videos. I don't know if you've seen this before. I won't play the sound, but this is got by a film creator slash YouTuber called Sam Calder. He does these amazing transitions, really cool travel videos, and yeah, he's very well known for his FPV work as well. But he's got a track that's on this video, which actually is kindly listed below here. So if we wanted to actually go in and we wanted to understand what's going on in that music and why it sounds so good, then we can just literally take the link. We can drop it into the demo here, press go, and then essentially what happens is our AI scans the audio file itself, and it creates a series of mathematical transformations or spectrograms. And from these spectrograms, it essentially runs it through our neural networks does a comparative analysis between that track and everything the AI has been taught in the past, and then it's able to make some predictions based on what it thinks that music might be. So this tune, which is called Makeba, it's saying content type, it's music, 89%. So the 89% is the predicted probability in that tag. So the AI is 89% confident it's music. I'm sure Jane would be very happy to hear that. In terms of genre, it's saying that it's electronic music, it's house music, and it's got elements of indie in there. So you get like a genre mix here. The energy, it's saying it's medium on the energy spectrum with a small variance. So the energy doesn't change too much throughout the lifetime of the track. It's saying the mood is quirky and happy, which probably adds to that real sort of individual sort of sound that Sam Calder has used here. The emotion, it's slightly positive on the emotional spectrum. It's pulled out an instrument of percussion, and then it says it sounds like a high presence of female vocal. The track is of medium quality. It's in G minor. It's 117 beats per minute with a small variance, and the use case or context is retro or party. So all of this information here you can get just from that actual one audio file. So if you're looking to understand a little bit more about creators and you're looking to create your own sound, then this can be a really good place to start, because it gives you a really good indication about searchable keywords that you can use to search for this sort of sound and this type of music. Also, if you're asking for a musician to create a piece of work for you, you could send this as part of the email. You send them the reference track and you say, I really like the quirky nature. Could we get something that's more positive sounding or a little bit more electronic sounding? Or perhaps you don't want a vocal in there. It just gives you the ability to start a conversation about the musical elements beyond just, I just want something that sounds like this. So I hope that's helpful for you. So things get really interesting from a creator perspective when we do a little bit of a side-by-side between the best creators on the platform. So for Sam Calder, we know that it's electronic music, it's a little bit of house, it's quirky, it's quite positive on the emotion spectrum. But then if we look in comparison, we've got Peter McKinnon here, who actually uses a lot of rock music. It's more powerful, it's more negative on the emotion spectrum. And then Casey Neistat on the end that uses like a lot of down tempo, a lot of sort of hip hoppy sort of sounds. It's more energetic. He uses sounds with a presence of female and male vocals, almost in those sort of like sample style hooks that he uses. So it's interesting to see how these have developed an identity by going quite different. But then there are similarities which sort of point to almost things that you should be aware of when you're creating. So if you look at the energy, they're all pretty much exactly the same. It's a medium energy spectrum. On the one end, you don't want to lull people to sleep with too low an energy, but you don't want to go in super intense and really high energy while people are watching at home or on their daily commute. So energy is probably something that you want to like sort of follow as a guide here, but then use moods and use the emotion and use the genres to develop your own personal identity. So use our tagging tool, go to our website, drop in some music, and find out what's going on with some of your favorite creators, and then use this as a way in order to develop your own sonic brand and identity. Okay, so I think I'd be pretty remiss if I came and did a talk about music and video and didn't actually mention TikTok. So although this initially looks overwhelming, it does give you a good insight into the music that's popping on the platform and the music that's having real like viral success. So essentially what we've done is we've taken the top 20 tracks from TikTok and then we've analyzed them and created these tables to give you an insight into the music that's performing really well. So from a genre perspective, hip hop is coming out far and away above every other genre. We've also got trap, pop, electronic and R&B coming out pretty high. From a mood perspective, the tracks tend to be powerful, energetic, quirky, sometimes relaxed. And then from an energy perspective, interestingly, again, we're seeing that medium energy, the same as what we do see on YouTube. But we do see here that in terms of tempo, that there's a grouping from sort of 120 BPM to about 149 BPM that seem to have been a little bit more successful. Obviously, that's not really surprising. On TikTok, there are a lot of dance trends which do particularly well. So this probably highlights this, and something that you should be aware of if you're creating videos for TikTok. And then if we look at these three pie charts on the right hand side, or donut charts, we've got quite a mix of male, female and mixed. From a vocal gender perspective is hardly surprising, as it's such a mix on the platform. The interesting thing is when we look at both mood valence and key, so we have a strong positive mood valence, so the emotion is really positive, but then the key is 90% minor across all of these tracks. So we're seeing strong positivity, but in a minor key. So that's something to be aware of if you're selecting music on the platform. I think one of the things to be aware of here is if you are a creator, you've got a YouTube channel, you're looking at launching on TikTok, we hear that all the time, your music should probably differ according to the platform. So on YouTube, you probably want to be thinking about, okay, what's my like sonic identity, thinking about that medium energy, but then thinking about maybe a bit of a slower tempo as you meet people in a slightly different state. They want to watch your videos for maybe up to about 10 minutes. Whereas TikTok, it's attention grabbing, it's like higher tempos, it's maybe a little bit higher energy, even this though is saying medium. And this sort of like mood valence and key thing is something that you should be aware of from a trend perspective. So really interesting. If you have any alternative takes on this, I'd love to hear them, but I hope you've taken a lot from this. Okay, so the final thing I wanted to show you is our search tech. Part of the reason I want to show you this is because we've started integrating with some clients around the world, and you should see this technology appear more and more on some of the services that you do use. So we essentially collaborate with music catalogs, they integrate our technology, and then they'll make this technology available to you. So in the past, when you want something, say, let's just say Jane Makeba, you want something that sounds similar to that track, you have to kind of just search tags on the platform. You might search house, you might search female vocal, but it's very difficult to search using just those keywords. So essentially what we've done is we've created a technology which will enable you to be able to search with a YouTube link. So I'm going to do that now. I'm just going to put the mic down one sec. So I'm just going to type in here Jane Makeba, and it's going to search for the link on YouTube. Let's select this one. And then essentially what the AI does is it takes that audio file, it scans it, turns it into fingerprints, almost like Shazam style. But then instead of like returning the track as Shazam would, essentially we search any catalog and we surface the closest audio matches in order in that catalog. So here we've actually searched the Hypnosis catalog, they're one of our clients, and everything below here is essentially a music suggestion that sounds like this track, and it's based on 1,500 data points per track, so it's really detailed search, especially when you think there's only 20 pieces of metadata usually that are searchable. And then say you like this track, so I like this one by Telepop Music, you can hit find similar, and you can reorder the catalog in terms of audio similarity with that track. So it's going to make search a lot faster, it's going to make finding the correct piece of music that you're looking for a lot less time consuming, so that you as creators can just focus on making your video. Then on the musician side, what's quite cool is that you have as much chance of your music being searched for as any musician in the world. So it's not just going to search and surface musicians based on popularity or things like that. It's going to actually return results based on audio similarity. So if your track is similar to the track that's being searched for, you're going to appear first. So it's going to level the playing fields, and it's going to make sure that musicians have as much opportunity as being found as anyone else. So as I said, my name is Mac, and I'm the commercial director at Musiio. You can connect with me at mac@musio.com. If you have any AI related questions, you want to ask more information about the technologies, about tagging or search products, or some of our other really exciting products. But we'd like to thank Fiverr for inviting us to this event. It's a very exciting event. I hope you enjoy the rest of it, and we'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Ori Winokur. I'm the head of music at Artlist. I'm very, very happy to be here and present to this incredible community of musicians. And I want to thank Fiverr for inviting me. So today I'm going to explain a little bit about Artlist, which is a pretty revolutionary music licensing platform that's kind of changing the game in our little industry, or pretty big industry called music. So we're also going to dive back a little bit into music licensing history, past to present, to understand how we came to where we are today. And finally, of course, I'll introduce a more in-depth view of Artlist music. First, a few short words about myself. I've been an independent musician all my life. I had a recording studio in Tel Aviv and produced some of the most, I guess, prominent artists here in the local indie scene. And I joined Artlist 3 years ago to establish Artlist Original, that became our in-house music team. And a year ago I was promoted to head of music. So today I'm in charge of everything that has to do with music in Artlist, which you'll soon see is a very, very dominant part of what we do. So let's dive right in. So first, Artlist is a provider of cutting-edge creative tool and assets for all creators around the world. And our mission is to empower creators to create without limits, wherever they are, whatever they want to do. And I think soon you'll understand how we achieve this. But before I go on, I want you to see this short video, which I think gives a great presentation.
We're the creators. This is our choice. We wake up for this.
There's dirt on my hands.
We barely sleep for this.
Strong like a tree.
We fight for our vision.
That's where I stand. Oh, I've been running.
We laugh, hate, love, forgive.
Hope they won't shoot.
We change and then change again.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
This is us. Free to create anything. Artlist, made for creators. Start now and find the perfect song for your next video.
So this is us, as you see. We're part of this amazing thing called the creator economy, which is up and coming, and I guess you're all also part of it. Just to give you a short overview on Artlist history, and then we'll start the presentation. So Artlist was founded in 2016, and it all started from a music catalog, which we'll soon expand on. 2 years later, we raised our first funds from Elephant Capital. In 2019, we established and launched a footage catalog with a very similar model to how we do music licensing. We also do footage licensing called ArtGrid. And 2 years ago, we acquired Motion Array, which is an incredible marketplace for video creators. And our latest acquisition is the UK-based FX Home, which is a great software company for video editors. So I think you can see we started from music and we're slowly becoming like a one-stop shop solution for all creators. But of course, we are here to discuss music, which is what I do and what you guys do. So first, to be able to discuss this and everything that we do in music licensing in 2022, let's just, roll back to make sure we're all on the same page. So copyrights, what is it all about? So copyright basically just means the right to copy. It actually took me 20 years of being in the music industry to understand that if you flip it, that's what it means. It's the right to copy. And it all started even in the days of sheet music, because in order to reproduce music, it had to be copied. So copyrights were established all the way back then, so original writers could maintain their ownership of the music they did. So every time a song is being placed in any kind of other art form, whether it's a movie soundtrack or TV soundtrack, social media soundtrack, commercial advertising, podcasts, video games, or theater, and of course you can keep on going. That's what's called music licensing, because we sync the song to a new art form. And in this situation, the owner of the music copyright needs to grant a license to use the music as a soundtrack for the new work. So, we are here to talk about music licensing, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, video without music is, well, pretty awkward. This is a great example of how a Mick Jagger and David Bowie song was stripped down from the music, and if you look on the video, it's kind of awkward, right? It just goes to prove a point that music is a very, very important part of video making in general, and soon we'll see why is this very, very important for the conclusions we're going to have in this discussion. So before we start about talking about today's age of music licensing, let's take a moment to review how it all started. So back in the 50s, the early days of recorded media, whether it was music or film, if you think about it, it was the first time things were ever recorded and reproduced to be consumed. So back then, both sides were controlled by three big companies. So in music, we had Sony, Warner, and Universal dominating the market. In many ways, they still do up to today. And if you were looking at the film industry, well, it's not a big surprise. It was Universal, Sony, and Warner that dominated the film industry. This is very important to understand because sync and music licensing basically started with big companies making movies, and when they needed a score or a soundtrack, they could use either their own catalog or they had their own production house to produce an original score, or in case they wanted a very specific song, it was normally something that had a big meaning to it. For example, this is one of the biggest sync deals ever made to that day. It was when Nike used Revolution by the Beatles for 30 seconds. You can see a bit of this commercial here.
Enjoy the show.
Do something. Anything.
You say you want a revolution. Well, you know, we all want to change the world.
As you can see, Nike paid $500,000 for these 30 seconds of this specific song. The important thing to note here is that, again, big companies either had their own kind of infrastructure to produce music or they wanted a very specific song. This is important to note because the sync and licensing industry started from very, very big amounts of money. It either costs a lot to produce a well-recorded soundtrack or it costs a lot to license a famous song. But with the digital revolution that we're all very, very happy about, I guess, smaller companies starting to make smaller content, right? So when that started happening, new companies came to the industry and offered licensing for down to $1 per song. But the problem was, it also sounded very cheap. Here is a good example of cheap music. So today we live in a world where anybody can make music and video anywhere, right? You can be on your laptop wherever you want to be and create, publish, distribute, monetize, do the whole thing from wherever you are. And we're living in a world where so much new content is being released every day. But let's take a second to compare what's happening in the audio streaming world to the video streaming world. So every day, between 40 to 60,000 new tracks are released to the streaming services such as Spotify and Apple Music. But over 700 hours of video are released to YouTube alone every minute. And I'm not even talking about TikTok or other platforms, which could be very, very dominant, of course. If you compare the runtime of these two aspects of our ecosystem, you can see the difference. It's an enormous difference. And if you remember what we just discussed, most videos have music as their soundtrack. So if you think about it, more music is being re-released on YouTube than in streaming platforms. And this is a major important thing to note for the next stages of our presentation, because soon you'll see how it takes action. So let's discuss YouTube. YouTube is basically the first ever social video platform. This is the first video ever uploaded to YouTube.
All right, so here we are in front of the
point here is that it just goes to show that YouTube was built as a social platform. It all started from the need of people to share videos which were too heavy to send over emails. And why is this so important? Because it started as social, so there was no money involved and people just uploaded any video they wanted, right? But what happened was, it very quickly, in a matter of a few years, it became the biggest broadcaster in the world. These numbers are actually even out of date, but you can see the amount of people watching and consuming YouTube on a daily basis is absolutely insane. There's no comparison to it. I think only TikTok today is starting to be as big, but definitely no TV or any kind of standard broadcaster reaches these numbers. And of course, where there are a lot of people, there's also a lot of ways to make money, right? So in 2007, YouTube decided to start advertising on YouTube. And of course, it's advertisement heaven because there's a lot of targeted audience. You know what people like, what they're looking for, and so on. So how much money is involved in this YouTube commercial and advertisement industry? So as you can see, it's a very fast growing, and the bottom line, it's a lot of money. If you notice here, you see this is in billion of US dollars, and it's only up to 2018. So this is over $100 billion market per year, and it's one of the biggest advertising markets in the world. And why is this so important to us musicians? Because when this happened, all the big labels in 2007 came and demanded their share, because up to that point when YouTube was just a social platform, nobody cared if you wanted to post yourself dancing with your cat with the Michael Jackson song in the background. But once somebody was making money off of it and YouTube was making money off of it, then the copyright owners, remember those copyright owners that needs to grant a license to use, then they came in and said, where is my money? And when this happened in 2007, this was a few years after the big Napster story, which is important for me to note here, and also give you a warm recommendation to watch this great film about Napster, because I think it tells a lot about where we are today in the music industry. And what happened with Napster is the big labels or copyright owners, when this new technology and new platform came, they didn't know how to handle it. So they basically tried to tear it down and break it apart. And unfortunately, it didn't work. Or maybe fortunately, it didn't work for them and they lost. And Napster was actually disbanded, but the actual fact of people downloading music on the internet or streaming music across the internet became a fact and a common sense for all the new generation of people or music lovers. So when YouTube came in 2007 with the advertising market, the labels were smarter and they didn't try to attack YouTube, but they said you have to find a solution to your copyright problem on your platform. And that's when YouTube launched Content ID, which I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with, but it's, I think, something every musician today needs to know about. So I please ask you to take 3 minutes to watch this great demonstration that YouTube made, because I think it explains the best what Content ID is. And after, of course, I'll connect it to why we're doing what we're doing.
At YouTube, our goal is to give everyone a voice and show them the world. Part of building a platform that works for everyone is making sure we have sophisticated content management tools that help content owners manage and protect their works. That's where Content ID comes in. Nearly all content claims on YouTube take place through Content ID. So, what is it? Content ID is YouTube's unique software system that was built to help content owners find copies of their work on YouTube. Content ID also gives them options beyond taking down copies, which in turn allows YouTube creators around the world to share creative ideas through fan videos that may include others' original content. Here's how Content ID works. First, content owners give us audio or visual reference files that identify their works. Our Content ID database creates what is known as a fingerprint from these files. We keep these fingerprints in a database of hundreds of years of audio and visual content. Content ID scans videos on YouTube against these fingerprints to see if there's a match. Thanks to these fingerprints, Content ID can recognize audio, video, and even melodies when they've been covered or imitated. When the system finds a match between the audio or visual reference files and a video on YouTube, the content owner has 3 options. They can block the video that matched their content, they can monetize the video, or they can track viewer data to get detailed analytics, such as countries where their content is popular. To date, content owners have claimed hundreds of millions of videos through Content ID. More often than not, content owners choose to earn revenue from the ads run against claimed videos. As a result, Content ID has paid out billions of dollars in revenue to content owners since it was first created in 2007. Making sure Content ID is working for everyone is really important to us. So we've invested over $100 million in building the system and are constantly improving it. We've also worked hard to make the system fair for creators. That's why we've made it easy for creators to dispute claims when they believe they're made in error. If the claim does turn out to be invalid, the creator won't lose out. Any revenue earned during the dispute process is held separately, then released to the appropriate party once the dispute is resolved. Plus, the Content ID system means that most content owners rely less on the notice and takedown process, although they may still choose to issue takedown notices to remove individual videos. With Content ID, YouTube gives content owners scalable tools that allow them to thrive from distributing their work online, while maintaining an open platform where all video creators can share their creativity.
Solution for copyright management in our age, which is an age of so much content being released that no human being could have processed or managed it. And to this day, YouTube is the only platform or digital video platform with this kind of system in full operational situation. And that's a big deal. And now you'll understand why is this part of the Artlist story. So when YouTube launched Content ID, millions of content makers that got used to share on this social video platform got stuck without a music license because Content ID blocked all their unlicensed music usage. And into this ecosystem came Artlist about 7 years ago. And let's see what was the big deal. So when Artlist came in, the old content licensing industry was built for an audience with access to capital and legal counsel. Remember Sony, Warner, Universal, so on. It was a big league game, right? So with tens of millions of new content creators creating more than ever, the industry needed to be democratized. So important to note that content creators is one of the biggest emerging new economies of our century, and there are every year millions of new content creators starting their journey. And so what Artlist brought to this new generation of creators, if you take a second to view this chart, so if in the old days, you could either have low quality music with a pretty simple and cheap license. You still had to buy it like per track, like direct license per track. So it was cheap, but it sounded cheap. And the license was also very simple and narrow, meaning you couldn't use it anywhere. Or you could have a higher quality license, but it would cost you a lot more. It would be much more complicated to license. You would need lawyers to do that. And also that was still per song, per license, per use, so it was direct licensing. If you take a look on what Artlist brought in, so it's high quality assets and music, which you'll soon hear and see for yourself. The license is very simple and broad. It's not expensive, as you'll see in a second. It's a yearly based subscription. We have a lot of curation that we do behind the scenes, so you'll see that as well, that we provide a great solution to find the music. And the subscription is unlimited, so people can just use the music in our catalog without worrying about where it's going to be broadcasted and if they pay the license for that kind of use or the other. So to sum it all up, our main strengths are that we have one license that covers everything. So once you're subscribed to Artlist, you can use any song in our catalog in any kind of video anywhere in the world. And if you think about it, all these video platforms changed everything, right? So everything is global. So this is also the first global license available for music. It's very affordable. Our standard plan is like $200 a year. We just launched a monthly plan, which is about $9 a month. So it's all a great price for what you get. The whole site is built, or platform is built like a tool for the content creators, and I urge you to take a second look for yourself. It's all free to view, Artlist. It's totally open. You can listen and see everything. We built everything as a tool to quickly find what you're looking for. And the quality of our music is very, very high. We source it all from real musicians just like yourself, and you'll see that in a second when we dial in to the music side of things. So today our offering, as we saw in the beginning, consists of 3 different asset platforms. On Artlist we have music and sound effects. On ArtGrid we have footage. On Motion Arrays, like an open marketplace for video template, plugins, and more. And now we're starting to integrate tools into our offering, which is slowly becoming an end-to-end platform for creators. Our users, we have over 17 million registered users across our platforms from across the world. It's really kind of fully global. We're serving all types of content creators, and this is also a very interesting part because Artlist was established for what you call the YouTube generation or the creator economy. But we are very proud and happy to say that most of the biggest brands and influencers in the world are using Artlist because they're attracted to the quality and the service. So our music is placed in some of the biggest commercials by the biggest brands. I think almost every big influencer on YouTube uses our music. Our music got to Netflix, to a lot of TV series, film, anything you can imagine on the more standard sync world. And we also have a lot of enterprise deals where we license for in-app use, such as Splice Video. So we have a very broad distribution. Here you can see a name drop of all the brands that are using Artlist as an example, or some of the brands. You can see it's the biggest names out there. And again, we're very proud because the service wasn't built for big brands, but they came because they liked it. And now we're of course here to talk about music, so let's deep dive into it. So Artlist Original, which I was very lucky and happy to establish about 3 years ago, is our own in-house music production team. We have a global community of producers, composers, performers, singers, and songwriters really from all over the world. Already over 300 different artists on Artlist Original. We're producing what I think is the highest quality of songs in the music licensing industry, and we are really working very hard to maintain a high production quality standard. We're creating over 1,000 songs a year today and keep growing, and we vary on all styles of music, so it could be anything from live big band recordings to trap tracks, and really it's, I think, the most eclectic music label you'll ever find, probably, because we're serving so many different customers from so many different places on earth, making so many different kinds of videos, so they all need different soundtracks, and anything goes. It's really an interesting point. And we also are very happy to say we built a fully operational record label for digital distribution and a publishing entity, very similar to the infrastructure major label has, for managing all the copyrights and publishing side of things. And today our artists community enjoys a pretty incredible service where we distribute everything, we collect all the royalties, we help them collect their share of the royalties as well. And we are also very artist focused, very trying to get the best term for our musicians. A little bit about our roster. Like I said, it really comes from really across the world. As you can see here, we have musicians from the US, from India, from Jamaica, from South Korea. It's like really incredible to see. And to kind of break down what the model looks like. So it's first of all a work for hire model, meaning every artist that works with us gets paid a fee for what they do. And that's like an upfront payment. It's not recoupable. We first believe that any musician is supposed to make a living for their art. So that's the first thing we do. Our commitment is only per track, so we never commit an artist to do anything beyond a specific project or song we decided to do together. So there's no like old school 360 commitment kind of thing. We take care of everything around the production side and the release side of things, but the artists still get 50% of distribution of streaming royalties, and they retain the writer's share and receive royalties that are distributed by their PRO. Our original team, as I said, provides the entire infrastructure for everything like you see here. So it's both on the release side at the end, which is distribution and publishing and copyright management, but we also take care of the entire production process. We're sending out briefs for every song we do. We have a dedicated content leader that acts as some sort of a co-advisor on the music production process. We have an audio team doing all the mix and mastering for everything, a design team doing the covers. We have a team devoted to do all the payments, contracts, metadata collection, and all these things. So everything is really, really well taken care of, and musicians are hired to make music, which is what they love doing. I guess the most interesting thing and the center of this discussion is something I discovered after we started doing what we do, which is a very interesting thing we see happening across our newly formed digital music ecosystem. So as we discussed before, our ecosystem consists of two sides. We have the digital streaming platforms, which for me is like the new age of record stores, is where people go to consume music. And on the other side, we have all the UGC platforms where people, independent video creators, upload videos every day, all the time, just like we saw. Like we said before, the amounts are incredible. Of the amounts of content being delivered every day or posted every day is almost hard to grasp, I guess. And Artlist is basically right there in between, because we source music from independent musicians. We also distribute the music to streaming platforms, but we license it for all these UGC users. The interesting thing we discovered is that this circle has a way to loop. And that loop is being done by Shazam, because what happens, and something that we see a lot of times happening, is that songs are getting placed on viral videos, and people Shazam the songs that they hear on the video, and they reach the artist profile on streaming service. So we call this the Artlist effect, because we're seeing this loop driving streams and followers for our entire roster of artists. To give you like a real life example of it, these guys that you see in these pictures are We Are The Good, an incredible artist signed to our label. The interesting thing about their story is when they started off, they had no release out. So their first release was with us, with Artlist Original, in the beginning of 2021. And the numbers you're going to see here are what happened to them in 1 year, in 2021 only, with no music promotion, no marketing efforts, not from our side or from their side, only from this loop, or magic loop as we call it, the Artlist effect. So We Are The Good had 150,000 downloads from Artlist in 2021, which resulted in at least 30,000 song placements on YouTube alone, which we know about. I think there's a lot more out there on other platforms, but that's what we know about. 30,000 placements is a lot, as you can understand. It resulted in an average of 40,000 Shazams per track, and they closed the year with over 3 million streams on Spotify alone, and were even selected to the best R&B playlist of 2021 by Spotify. And as I said, this is all absolutely organic. Their songs did very well on our platform, and the video uses kind of drove their streaming profile to a point that today they have tens of thousands of followers and a constantly growing profile in the music industry side of things. So that's a very interesting thing. And just, as we say in Hebrew, a picture is worth more than 1,000 words, and a video is probably worth more than 1,000,000. So I'm lucky enough to be able to show you this video we just released. And this is about Wes. He's part of We Are The Good, and also about how we found him on SoundBetter, which is a great marketplace platform for musicians, but also shows the Artlist effect in action. So enjoy.
I hear him chats in the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking, yeah. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve, one wrong move, I'ma let out the loud.
Hey Wes, I checked your profile on SoundBetter and absolutely loved what we heard, and I'd love to get you on board with Artlist.
Wow, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I'm familiar with Artlist. You guys are doing some crazy things.
So let's make it happen.
All right, let's do it. Let's get it.
Marker.
I became a full-time songwriter about 5 years ago. I got on SoundBetter, kind of just wanted to see what was gonna happen. When Artlist hit me up, they were just kind of looking for another like American kind of rapper. Didn't realize that Artlist was already kind of building this huge ecosystem and kind of platform that people were tapping into, and it just took off.
Stop that. Can't stop for the talking. I am chat with the boys. Nice keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let's all tell me I'm awesome, yeah.
It's like, imagine that your song is getting put in all of these videos, and then you look at the numbers and there's over 200 million views. So it's amazing to wake up one morning and you go from 0 monthly listeners on Spotify to over 70,000 in like a week. Like, who does that? It just feels exciting, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh,
man, we got this, bro. That's what we do, man. Come on. We are in a completely different game where there's all of these tools that are available to the indie artists now. Kids can be at home and literally create music, and with the right people involved, your song can end up on television. I can do this.
Sometimes the silver lining don't look quite silver.
What's so dope about platforms like SoundBetter and Artlist is now I can be a full-time musician, I can feed my family, I can do what I love, and I never have to leave my house. I can just focus on the music. Like, what's better than that?
Keep your head up, baby girl, it gets better. And even if it don't, I'll be right here telling you life goes on.
Artlist is here, and we're paying millions of dollars to artists worldwide. And we're empowering and hope to keep powering the future of content creation. And I hope this presentation was helpful for you, and I wish you the best of luck in your career. And if you want to approach us, you can always apply through our website, and you're welcome to do so. And all the best of luck and the best of music. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, my name is Caleb John Lawson. I am the frontman and primary instigator for Brother John and the Lonely Roads. I'm coming to you from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm a singer, songwriter, and amateur producer. The music that I make is sort of country, Americana, gospel music. My latest recording project, and my only recording project so far, is called A Different Gospel. This little guy right here. It's a 5-song EP, all original songs written from my life and my experiences coming out of a fundamentalist Christian background into the out and proud queer man that I am today. I like to say that these songs are for people like me and maybe like you who have had to go and write their own gospel. So where I needed support with this album was everything, honestly. I had the songs, I have the voice, I needed help with everything from there. All of the instrumentation, the illustration for the album cover, all of the audio engineering. I needed help every step of the way, and I was very, very grateful and happy to find Fiverr, where I could get that support and get the help I needed to make these songs what I always imagined them to be. I honestly don't remember where I first learned about Fiverr. I do know that I was on there a number of years ago, maybe 2015, 2016, made a failed attempt at selling my services as a graphic designer on the platform, but it had been in the back of my mind ever since. And when I decided to do this project, Fiverr immediately came to mind. The reason that I chose Fiverr and decided to source my talent from Fiverr is really because of the pandemic. You know, it was October 2020 that I started working on this. I needed something to do with my time and decided I was going to record some music. And when I decided to really produce these songs, really make something of them, full arrangements, the whole thing, Fiverr immediately came to mind as a source for talent, all the session players, audio engineering, because I knew that there was a lot of different services that are provided on Fiverr, a lot of different people, and it seemed like the perfect place to go. Finding the talent that I needed on Fiverr was super easy. I've actually got the app pulled up here, and I wanted to show you a couple of the features that were really helpful for me when I was working on a different gospel. So the first thing, we have these different lists that you can save. So when I was looking for the session musicians and audio engineers, I would save anyone that I was interested in one of my lists, made it easy to go back and do references and look at comparisons between different sellers. And then when you're actually searching, there is a whole bunch of different categories. Obviously, I was using it for music, but we have graphics and design, digital marketing, video animation, all that. So going into the music and audio, I was looking for a lot of session musicians. And you can search based on the rating, these easy buttons right here. If we go into the other search filters, you can show the pro gigs first, so looking at the professionals, way higher caliber than I was looking for when I was working on mine. Look at best-selling, new arrivals, and then there are all kinds of different filters like price range, instrument, the genre, all that kind of thing. And so searching for who you want to work with is really, really easy. And then in terms of communicating with the sellers after you've hired them, there is in the app and also on the website, of course, the built-in messaging platform so you can communicate back and forth. That's how the files are delivered as well. Some of the sellers that I worked with also put in links with WeTransfer just for the higher gigabyte deliveries, things like that. And then all the payment is handled through Fiverr as well. So everything is right there. Don't have to worry about going from this platform to that platform, doing Venmo, PayPal, this, that, and the other thing. Everything is just right there on Fiverr. Really easy to use and just really, really simple. My project, A Different Gospel, turned out better than I ever hoped that it could. I am just so happy with the music that we created and so happy with the talent that I found on Fiverr. Now, I like to say that Brother John and the Lonely Roads is less a band and more a musical gamble between me and whoever I can wrangle into playing with me. And sometimes when you gamble, you lose. Before I had really committed to using Fiverr to source my talent, I had a pretty bad experience with a local musician who ended up delivering tracks that were unusable, not only with the audio quality, but also in terms of the musicianship. Really phoned it in. I had given him very detailed arrangement notes, which is what I gave all of my folks on Fiverr. And when he gave these tracks back, I had said, thanks for getting these to me. I have some notes for revisions for the next takes. And he had responded, I have already gone out of my way for this. I am not interested in any revisions. And so I was out a significant chunk of my budget. And something that made me just very happy with using Fiverr and put me at ease were some of the buyer protections that you have. Not only do all of the musicians up front tell you things about how many revisions, how much additional revisions cost, all of that, there are also, customer service channels if you do end up working with talent that, doesn't deliver, like happened to me. And that's something that really, really put me at ease and something that I was very happy with when I did start using Fiverr for all of the other musicians and all the other tracks that I needed for this project. I would absolutely use Fiverr talent again. I'm actually in the process right now of recording a couple singles to be released later this year, and have already gotten in touch with some of the musicians that I worked with on A Different Gospel. The entire process of finding talent, communicating with them, getting your deliverables, Fiverr makes it so easy and so accessible, and I would absolutely recommend using Fiverr for anyone who needs help on their project. There's such a broad range of talent and a broad range of skill levels, so whether you are an emerging artist like me, who's never really done this before and kind of starting from the ground up, or if you are a professional, who just needs a little bit of help with this or that, there's someone on Fiverr who can help you. There's someone on Fiverr who has the talent that you need and has the drive and the ability to help you achieve the vision that you have for your project. Thanks so much for listening to my stories, just listening to my experience working with Fiverr. I really do believe in the Fiverr community, and A Different Gospel would not be what it is without the tremendous talent that I found on this platform. So as a thank you for tuning in with me today, I do have an exclusive coupon for my Bandcamp store. The coupon code is going to be Fiverr15, Fiverr15. You'll get 15% off of anything in the store. I have physical CDs, the digital download of the album, and also prints of the album cover artwork. But again, thank you for listening in. Really do appreciate the time that you've spent, and I hope that you get the chance to use Fiverr too, and that you can create things that you're proud of, just like I did.
Alright, hey guys, my name is Lionel Yu, and I'm the pianist behind the YouTube channel MusicalBasics. Okay, so when I was little, my number one dream was to be able to play piano on stage at a beautiful concert hall, my own music, for hundreds of fans who bought tickets just to listen to me, okay? And I think for musicians, this is a universal goal. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you're probably similar to me, which is you're not signed to a record label, right? And you've been doing music for 5, 10, or 15 years, maybe more. And you've put your music online at Spotify, YouTube, and all these sites. You've released a bunch of songs and albums, and you have fans. You have an audience that's not just local, but also around the world because of the internet. But unfortunately, no one's really knocking on your door asking you to perform at some shows. And even if you are getting some opportunities, they're not the ideal performances that you want. Maybe it's a poor sound system. Maybe it's not the best stage or setting. Maybe it's like a limited amount of time, or they have a requirement for the kind of music that you perform. Like, you can only perform like a cover song of some famous singer. You can't perform your own music, right? Or the worst. The worst is the audience that doesn't care about you or your music. I've done corporate gigs where I was paid a lot of money, but half the audience was checking their phone, waiting for me to finish, Or even worse, they were just talking to each other and not appreciating the music. So, what's the solution to all of this? Just rent out a concert hall and host your own concert. I've already done this 4 times myself at large concert halls such as Carnegie Hall and the Kennedy Center in DC. And so at my latest show at the Kennedy Center, we sold out to an audience of over 350 people. This may seem like a simple solution, but it's actually a lot of work, and there's a lot of traps and obstacles. So I'm gonna give you guys 10 tips so that you don't walk into your own concert as blindly as I did. And I'm pretty sure this is the only guide on the internet on how to host your own concert. Tip number 1 is, first you have to choose an appropriate hall or venue. If you're doing rock music or hip hop, Carnegie Hall is probably not the right place for you. But even in Carnegie Hall, there's 3 different halls. They have a 260-person Wild Recital Hall, the 600-person Zankel Hall, or the 2,800-person Stern Auditorium. I really recommend for your first show to do a hall that seats around 100 to 200 people, okay? So that you don't end up with a mostly empty audience. And it's gonna get pretty expensive. One rental is gonna cost around $3,000 to $10,000. Okay, and that's for a decent hall with really good acoustics. You could probably find a local bar or club that charges less for an evening concert, but just keep in mind that the bigger you go with regards to the hall, the more you can charge in terms of ticket price, okay? Okay, so you can make a lot of that money back with ticket sales. Tip number 2 is you want to choose a date and a time, okay? So it's not actually so simple to choose a good day for your first or second big concert, right? Weekdays are cheaper for rentals, but people are less willing to travel very far distances for weekdays. I once did a Monday concert and people had to take off work for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, to attend. So that's really bad. Weekends are generally the best, but you don't want to be too close to any major holidays, especially Christmas, where people already have a bunch of travel plans. You also don't want to be in the dead of winter when it's super cold and no one wants to go outside. You want to give yourself enough time to prepare, but not too much. So I generally say 3 months into the future is a good rule of thumb, especially if you're new to this whole process. I think if you're experienced, you could probably cut it down to 1 month lead time. Tip number 3 is you want to choose a good ticket price, okay? So a lot of people enter their first concert thinking, I just want people to come. Like, I don't care if I have to give out free tickets, right? But I don't think that's a good way of thinking, because if you devalue your work by offering it for free, then even people who get free tickets, they're not necessarily going to come. And if someone's not willing to commit even $30 to come to your show, they probably won't come if you give them like a free ticket or even $10 ticket. Or the worst thing is they will come and in the middle of your show, they will leave, like during intermission or during one of your performances. And that's the worst feeling ever, okay? So for my first show at Carnegie Hall, I charged $35. And then for my most recent one, I charged $55 at the Kennedy Center. So I think the sweet spot is around that range. You don't want to charge over that because then people are like, oh, like, what are you, some kind of like celebrity? But then under $35 is people are not really going to value your show. And a lot of them are not going to show up if they pay like really little for your ticket. There is one caveat, which is if your audience is mostly students, then you probably want to have a student discount, like promo code or something. But again, don't charge too little, like $10, because then people will just not show up, okay? I also don't believe in like early bird or last call tickets, like, you know, promotions, because if someone wants to come to your show, they're not going to care if there's like, you know, a $10 discount or something like that. And also, if your venue is standing room only, then you probably have to charge less ticket price. But for my kind of concerts, like classical music or instrumental performance music, I want my audience to be sitting. So tip number 4 is to plan out your marketing right away. As soon as you book the concert, you have to have your marketing idea. No, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be a plan. Of course, your friends and family are going to come. But if you can sell tickets and draw your fans to your shows, then you can perform anywhere you want in the world without having to worry about gatekeepers or sponsors or judges like Sam and Cowell, right? So you have to have a solid marketing plan. I'm not a marketing expert, but what's worked for me in the past is that you have to create really good trailers for your shows, like kind of like movie style, hype up 1 to 2 minute clips, just like making the audience feel like this is a big deal, right? I'm gonna show one right now. All my life, I've wanted to be a pianist. And now, it's happening. Kennedy Center, March 13th, 2 p.m. MusicalBasics, a transcendental experience. Limited tickets remaining. Live stream link below. And then number 2 is to have a solid content creation strategy for every week leading up to the concert. So every week you want to be putting out new content, and it doesn't just have to be content related to the concert, but it has to be content that mentions the concert. So it can be content that's like your typical viral content creation stuff, the stuff that trends on the algorithm, but then just for all of this content, you mention your concert. Like one of the first things, right? So that's really important. That's going to get a lot of people to know about your concert. In the end, organic traffic is the best. But then also you want to have like a lot of promotional posts on social media. So you can use Fiverr for this. You can hire graphic designers to create promotional posters. You can hire social media marketers who create like Instagram and Facebook posts. You can hire video editors to put together like promo reels and stuff. I mean, generally you want to do a lot of that yourself too, but you can definitely hire people out. That's my point. Tip number 5 is you want to figure out your team as soon as possible. So even though you as the main musician, you're going to do well over 95% of the work, but you're going to need some help on that last 5%. Just because, speaking from experience, it's really hard to do everything by yourself, okay? The first person that most people overlook is to have like a coordinator or a point of contact. So this is like someone who understands your vision and can help coordinate between you and the venue, like some rules and regulations that you have to deal with your contract, because, you know, every rental situation is different. Every venue has different rules, what you can or cannot do. How much merchandise can you sell? How much recording can you do? Like all of that is just depending on the venue. You know, the coordinator can also help you deal with the other performers who are performing at your show, right? Camera people, marketing people, audio people. So a lot of things like logistics, audio, and marketing become overwhelming. And it's better to have someone just kind of overlook all of that, even though you're going to be helping them out a lot, like doing a lot of the work for them. But just having another person watch out for that is really good. It's going to take off a lot of your stress. For marketing, you're going to want to find people right away. The thing is, I actually do all my own marketing now for my concerts because I find that I'm better at doing marketing than the marketing people that I hire. Because, you know, you're doing your concert for the first time, I do recommend hiring people for your first few concerts. What you want to find is you want to find specialists, okay? You want to find a social media specialist who specializes in Facebook and Instagram. You want to find a video ads specialist who can create video advertisement and run ad campaigns for you. And these will run on YouTube mostly, okay? Maybe Reddit or Instagram, but I find that YouTube is the best, okay? And then you're going to have to hire PR people to get the word out. One of the PR people I hired, they got me an interview with NPR, Alison Stewart from NPR. And that was a big deal in helping me sell a few more tickets to the NPR audience. You know, these marketers are not going to be cheap. And it's also like you kind of pay for what you get. So the higher quality they are, the more they're going to charge you, probably around like, you know, $1,000 to $1,500. And then that's also dependent on how much work they're going to do for you. You're going to want a camera crew so that you can capture every moment. You know, you definitely want videographers, photographers. Also, you may need extra performers. You know, a lot of, like, I'm a solo pianist, so I definitely needed a violinist, a cellist, and a singer for my previous show, right? And that's actually the most expensive because they need to practice the repertoire, they need to know my vision, and they need to be on their game. I'm not going to try to pay people less for the most important aspect, which is the performance, you know. Optional, but I think it's very important, is to get an audio engineer. And I'll explain this in my tip number 8, okay? Okay, so tip number 6 is to get the word out. So the most important is to spread awareness about your concert, right? Because even though your life revolves around your music, your audience's lives do not. And sometimes they discovered your music years ago and they loved it back then, but now they forgot about you. And so they would come out to your show as long as they know about it. So you have to get them informed. The way you do this, first, you constantly post to your YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever social media. Every single piece of content you make from now until your concert should reference your concert, right? Obviously. And then you should also create dedicated videos, dedicated trailers, and announcements to hype up your concert as much as possible. And then you should start sending out emails to your mailing list. I mean, I'm assuming that you as a musician, you have one, but you have to target it towards the geographic location of the concert. It's pointless to send an email to someone in France for a concert that's happening in the United States, right? And you want to space out the emails so that they're not happening more than once a week, okay? And then advertisements. Okay, so the YouTube ads are actually very effective for audiences that have already watched your content, okay? And they already know about you. Then YouTube ads is a great way to geo-target the people in the vicinity of your concert area, letting them know that you have a concert and those people are probably going to come out, right? So you're going to need at least $1,000 to $2,000 because ads are not cheap these days, and you definitely want to put in a sizable ad campaign to get this rolling. And I have a lot more marketing tips, but I think it's too much to get into for this video. Tip number 7 is to design a solid program for the day of the performance, right? So during the performance, you don't want your audience to be bored at any moment, all right? I've made a mistake in the past where, you know, even if you have one song that's a little bit too similar or a little bit too slow, people are going to get bored, right? And you don't want them to feel like they didn't get their money's worth. So the ideal feeling for your audience is like they walk away feeling great, but they still want a little bit more. Not too much, just a little bit, okay? So I think in terms of total runtime, 90 to 100 minutes is the ideal length, okay? Once you get near the 2-hour mark, people are gonna start really wanting to go to the bathroom and they're not gonna pay as much attention, right? But I also don't believe in intermissions. I don't believe in having like a break in the middle, because I once did have a show that had an intermission and then 30% of the audience left during the middle. Because it just gives them an excuse to leave. That made me so angry because I spent months preparing for the performance. You know, at the very least, you could just stay through intermission. So I highly recommend against doing intermission. I could definitely talk for hours about designing the program, but generally you want to start off strong with your second or your third biggest banger. And then you want to have like some emotional content or experimental stuff in the middle. And then you want to have your biggest banger in the middle of the show. Okay, so not at the beginning and not at the end. I know famous musicians usually put their biggest hit at the end, right? Like Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, she always sings that last. But that's because they already have experience. They're confident that they can keep the show interesting throughout the whole 2 hours or whatever. But for you, as your first time concert, it's better to put your biggest banger in the middle, okay? And then you want to change things up between every piece or song. So you want to have things like the mood, genre, style, instrumentation, like just change throughout. So in my previous concert, I had piano trio, which is, you know, piano, violin, cello, right? Piano trio, and then piano solo, and then piano trio again, and then piano solo with a backing track like EDM, and then a piano trio again. So basically having that differentiation between all of the pieces really helps the audience not get bored. Obviously, if you're only doing piano or if you're only doing one instrument like your voice, then you kind of just have to change between the energy levels, like exciting and fast, to slow, emotional, to whatever, something else like humorous. So tip number 8 is you want to figure out your audio in advance, okay? So this is not so important for non-amplified music, like really classical chamber music, but for most modern musicians, we are all mic'd up in some way. And we have like these in-ear monitors or these front monitors. So this is something that most venues do provide, but I really recommend that you figure out the monitoring situation yourself. Because at my last show, we just had a lot of monitoring problems, and the audio people at the venue, they never quite understand your vision the way you understand it. So if you have your own audio engineer who knows how to adjust your levels from your microphone to your in-ears, then you save yourself literally half the battle when you go into the venue for your rehearsal. And typically when you rent out these halls, you only have that day of to rehearse. You know, maybe it's like a few hours before the show. You don't get like that extra day that you really need to do the sound check. But if you do, then, you know, you should take full advantage and make sure the sound check is completely on point, right? Again, having an audio person who figures out the sound situation with you beforehand. The mics, the monitoring, the backing tracks, the click tracks, the live streaming, the audio capturing, right? All of that needs to be just figured out ahead of time. Okay, so tip number 9 is get it all on record. Some venues don't let you record the video or audio, and you know, that's fine, there's nothing you can do about it. But the ones that do, you want to capture as much video and audio as you can. There are a few things worse than playing a fantastic show. Your crowd loves it, but then you don't have really good evidence of it happening besides some people's phone, like Instagram stories. And that's really bad quality for both video and audio. So that actually happened to me in my concert in Germany. My microphone for my camera, which was recording the whole thing, did not capture the audio properly. So I just had a silent recording of 1 hour and 40 minutes. Don't make the same mistake I did. Have multiple camera people. So this time I had 2 video people. I had 1 photographer, just making sure every single moment was captured, as many different angles as possible. And so I'd highly recommend doing that. Also, some venues don't allow camera people to be on stage. So like Carnegie Hall did not, Kennedy Center did not. But guess what? As the performer, you yourself have your own phone. So during my show, I just pulled out my phone and I took selfies with the audience. You know, I just recommend doing that to make sure you get as much footage. In fact, I think it's a good idea to wear a GoPro. But yeah, there's a big difference between a really good quality video and audio capturing of the event versus like, you know, a crappy phone recording, right? And any good quality content you capture is going to be amazing content for your future promotional projects. So that's also just amazing. And then the final tip, number 10, is you're going to have to be ready for a lot of work and a lot of pain. To host your own concert, it's not for the weak, it's not for the timid. You will face a lot of rejection, especially when you start telling people about your concert, right? And you will quickly realize who your true friends are, you know, the people who will make an effort to come to your concert versus the people who won't even come even if you give them free tickets because they act like it's such a chore. Right? For my first and second concerts, I went over budget by at least $10,000 each, right? Basically, all my savings that I had saved up for years at my job, I just put them all into the concerts. Lost a lot of money, but I learned valuable lessons that you can only learn through experience, okay? Selling tickets is gonna drive you crazy. Unless you're lucky enough to sell out weeks before the concert, in that case, you probably don't even need to watch my video. But chances are you're probably going to be worried about ticket sales up until the last day. And that's just the fact of life. You know, selling tickets is probably the number one most difficult thing to do as a musician. And it really sucks to play to a mostly empty crowd if you don't sell many tickets, but it builds character. It's something that all musicians should go through at least once in their life because it makes you humble, right? And then during the process, you just want to keep your head up and stay positive because you're doing something beautiful. You're creating an amazing once-in-a-lifetime event for your fans. You're giving them a memory that will last forever. If they're your fans, they've wanted to see you perform live for years, you know, so you're fulfilling a dream for them. And so even though you're gonna lose a lot of money, and I'm not gonna lie to anyone, you're just gonna be down money. Just be prepared to lose money, but also know that you're doing something really special that very few people in this world could ever even dream of doing. And so I know 99% of you guys are never going to host your own concert. You're just going to think about it. But there is going to be 1% or 0.1% of you who is brave enough to try. If you do decide to do it, you can send me a message. Just look me up on YouTube or whatever and send me a message. Good luck, and I hope the best for you.
I'm Joven, a DJ and a content creator from Malaysia.
My name's Jake, and I'm from Rhode Island, and I am an artist, songwriter, and producer.
Yo, what's going on, everyone? My name is Leondis. I'm a 19-year-old producer and DJ from Boca Raton, Florida.
My name's Kayvon Darragh. I'm the Artist Relations Director at Genius, based in Brooklyn, New York. Historically, I have booked and interviewed talent for some of our biggest video series, like Open Mic, Verified, Deconstructed. I work on branded content and booking talent for branded content as well. And I'm also signing artists to our new distribution company. Outside of Genius, I manage artists. I'm an A&R. I do playlist curation. I also run a Twitch show, which is music review and feedback for independent and emerging artists as well every Monday and Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And I build a community of artists and independent artists in Discord as well.
Hi, my name is Zach Siegel. I'm located in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm a recording artist, music producer, and audio engineer.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Mike, otherwise known as Burden M6. I'm a rapper, songwriter, and producer on Fiverr. I'm from Houston, Texas, and that's what I love to do, and that's what I do. I'm a rapper, songwriter.
Hey there, I'm Emma Maidenberg. I'm located in Northern California, and I'm a voiceover actor and singer-songwriter.
Hey everyone, my name is Nick Ortega. I'm a music producer and a graphic designer based in Los Angeles, California, and I offer ghost production and album art design services on Fiverr.
Hey, my name is Tommy Jones, and I am from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm a professional songwriter and a professional coffee drinker. I might be one of those more than the other.
Hi, I'm Dan. I am calling from New York City, and I am the Chief Commercial Officer at Feature FM.
Hey there, and welcome to this little masterclass, mini masterclass, I guess, from Waves Audio on Fiverr.com on this amazing 2-day event that they are putting on for you guys. My name is Michael Pearson Adams. You can call me MPA because my name is ridiculously long. Not my fault, sorry. Most of the world calls me MPA. I am the Director of Training Development at Waves Audio, And also, I'm a product manager at Waves Audio. I've also been mixing and recording in the studio professionally since the start of my adult career. Basically, I started as a coffee boy in a recording studio when I was a teenager, worked my way through that into a session musician. I toured with a couple of the biggest bands in the world in the 80s. Then went back to the recording studio, which is where my love is. And I still mix professionally. I still record professionally. But I also have this great position with this great company, Waves Audio. Now, if you're not familiar with Waves, that's totally fine. Waves Audio is a software plugin company. So we create, amongst many things, the plugins that get used in digital audio workstations, post-production in video audio editing suites like DaVinci Resolve, Premiere, etc., Final Cut as well. And we've been doing it longer than pretty much anybody else. We released our first plugin, a plugin which I'm going to be talking about today, by the way, called the Q10, in 1991. Now, I'm going to take a rough stab in the dark that a few of you weren't born in 1991. We, therefore, were the first plugin company to actually have what we call third-party plugins for software. So when we released that Q10, that was for Pro Tools. But if I remember rightly, it wasn't actually called Pro Tools back then. It was called Sound Tools. And it wasn't Avid. It was DigiDesign. Things change. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be dealing with a studio session, and I'm going to hopefully give you 4 or 5 tips on how not to struggle, how not to dig yourself into a hole as you're adding more layers into your session. And this is regardless of whether you're working in a music session or a post-production session of any kind. A lot of the time when people are starting, what you tend to do is build it up, and you're wondering, why is my master level continually going up? Why is it getting louder? Do I have to bring that up, that vocal up, to get it heard? And suddenly things just start piling on top of each other, and what you end up with is affectionately known in the professional audio industry as mud. You can't tell one thing from another, and it gets a bit confusing, and it gets frustrating. There are a few tricks that we use to make sure that that doesn't happen when we're working professionally. And I want to give you a few of them today. So that's what I'm going to do. The session I'm using is actually a session that I created specifically for this. So you're very special, because I wanted to create a session that had some issues, had some things that could be issues, and show you how to get around them. Now, I needed a singer, so I put up my own hand. So the main male vocalist in this session is me. The female vocalist is actually a sample. I can't remember if it was Splice or Arcade. It was one of those. I love them both. But it has all of these work parts that can be an issue when you're working in any kind of session. Basically, what you need to do is, the first thing you need to do is you need to start thinking of all of these different tracks and instruments. You need to start thinking them as frequencies rather than real identities. These are frequencies. And frequencies can be likened to actors on a stage at a theater production or in a movie. When you're watching a theater production, or even a professional band touring, or a movie, you generally know by the placement of where people are on the stage, roughly how important they are. So if you're watching a theater production and the lead guy is talking, he's usually right up the front. You can track him, he's up the front of the stage. The people who are less important are back in different layers around the stage. And you can tell without thinking too much, okay, this I need to focus on, this one I don't. It's kind of like an effect. It's the same in audio. So when we're actually going through all these different kinds of tracks, you need to make sure that you're giving room to the things that are important, and you're dealing with the fillers exactly as you should be, by dealing with them as fillers. And you need to make sure that you do so in a way that is organized. And this is also why, when you're looking at my session from top to bottom or from left to right, you'll find that there are specific colors floating around, and they're very organized. So, first thing first, step number one, and tip number one, organization, folks. It's all about organization. Whenever I'm working on a session, whether it's mine or somebody else's, regardless of how things are organized, I automatically bring it into my digital audio domain and put it in order so that everything is where I expect it to be and is the color I expect it to be. In this case, drums. Drums are always blue for me. It's my favorite color. I love drums. I would love to play drums. I suck at playing drums, but here we have drums. Drums are blue. And they're all grouped together so that I can put them into a folder and file them away. Pads and electric lead instruments are always yellow for me. And again, I can put them all away. There they are, nicely tucked away. Bass is always green, apart from this one that seems to have got away from me. So let's just make it green. Wrong green. There we go. Oh, I remember what happened there. So that specific bass was a synth, so it was yellow. And then I decided, you know what, I'm going to make it a bass at the last minute, right before I press record. And I forgot to change the color. My bad. So there you go. My basses are green. Let's tuck those away. And then my vocals are always this purpley red. I'm just used to this. It doesn't matter what colors you have, but I strongly urge you to make sure that whatever colors you choose, just make sure that you stick with them. It's for the same reason that when you walk into your kitchen, you know that when you walk up to a certain drawer, you have expectations of what's inside it. You walk up to another drawer, you have expectations of what's inside it. You walk into somebody else's kitchen and you don't know where anything is. Somebody asks you to make an omelet. You're like, okay, firstly, where do they keep the eggs in the fridge? Actually, eggs are only in the fridge in the States. In Europe and Australia, we keep them on the counter. It's weird, right? The basic is, you know your own kitchen. You're always terrible in somebody else's. So we make sure that our kitchen is organized. So that's tip one. Because the whole concept of working in digital audio is not a struggle. You're supposed to enjoy it. You're supposed to enjoy the process. Because if you enjoy the process, you're going to be more creative. And guys and girls, we're creative, right? So first, organization. So I have my drums, blue, pads, yellow, bass, green, vocals, purple. Now, essentially, in most kinds of music sections, at least, I can categorize things into those four things. If I'm working on a pop or a rock mix, then there's going to be guitars as well. And there's no guitars in this because this is technically, I guess, progressive house. But again, doesn't matter what genre because it's frequencies, remember? So, but if I had guitars, then guitars would be down here and they would be orange. My guitars are always orange. Okay, so that's step number one. Step number two is working out what's important in your mix. Now, from my perspective, you have to decide, okay, so what is it that is there and I want to be heard the entire time that it's being mixed, or is the priority? So in my session, it's drums and it's vocals. So in this case here, I have my drums at the top, as always, and then in vocals, they're still third down. Now, my order is never going to change, but The reason I say work out what's important is because those are the first things that I want to get the levels right on. So I want to start adding the layers of the drums and the vocals to find out how to make them sound good. First things first, though, before I go any further, I'm going to play a bit of the session so you can hear it. I'm going to pull myself off camera. And I'm intentionally not going to expand any of these folders because I guess that's another thing I should mention. You have to get used to not letting your eyes make the decisions on what your brain and your ears are hearing. Okay? It's a thing, trust me. Okay, so I'm going to disappear off camera again. I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to press play. Here we go.
I wish I could turn back time, change your world and make it right for you.
Now let's open up the vocals.
I had too much on my mind, didn't see the pain and darkness you fell into.
All you gotta do is hold on. All you gotta do is
Okay, so that's given you a fair idea of where this track is going, but we haven't actually got to the kicker yet. But the kicker in any dance track you always need. When's it going to kick in? Well, it is going to kick in, trust me. And that's, again, one of those things that you need to learn how to deal with. So first things first. Remember what I said. I said I want to prioritize my vocals and my drums. So again, this makes it really easy when I have them in folders. So I can, for this purpose, I can either solo the drums and the vocals, or I can mute the pads and the bass. So I'm going to mute the pads and the bass. And then I'm going to open up both of these folders. And you'll see that there's actually quite a lot going on. Let's get rid of the mixer for a second. So there's quite a lot going on. Let's squeeze it down just a bit so you can see. Lovely. Okay, so there we have the drums on the screen and the vocals. So there's two areas that you want to make sure that you prioritize and work out the mix if you want. That can save you a lot of time. First thing is, don't go to the quietest part of the song. Go to one of the busiest parts of the song to make sure that the levels of the important instruments are okay. Now, when you're dealing with vocals and drums, one of the things that you have to make sure that you keep an eye on when you're looking at the levels is that, number one, you're looking at them and you're listening to them at the same time. Your eyes can play tricks on you. They can tell you what you're hearing. But you also want to make sure that while you're dealing with those levels, you're looking mostly at the level of the drums and not so much the level of the vocals. The vocal chord has a different set of frequencies to drums. And when you're listening to music low, you want to make sure that the vocals cut through, right? but the drums have a presence. So a lot of the time when you're looking at this visually, you will find that the drums will move the needle further and easier than the vocals, and that's absolutely okay. So the fader that we're going to be looking at is the master fader. Down here on my left-hand side, the camera's reversed. So down here on my left-hand side, and that's the master bus or the master fader, right? Now, you'll notice that I do actually have a plugin on it, but it's not activated. Why? Because I don't like mixing into a process that might mask mistakes or problem areas in my mix. A compressor or an EQ or a limiter, or in this case with this plugin when I show you all of those things, can mask problems if you mix into it. It can kind of like make them go away. But as you start adding more instruments, it's going to create a bigger issue. So I don't like mixing into anything. I just like listening to it occasionally. So you're going to notice my fader's a bit higher than it may be for some of you. You don't get too judgmental on me. It's like I'm trying to keep the levels right in this live stream so that you can actually hear it without being it really, really low. But anyway, there's my master fader. So let's go for the drums first, and I'm going to pick a loop. Let's go this area here. Another kick drum. Okay. So we've got everything there for the quiet part, but we don't have anything for the loud parts. So I'm going to move my loop slightly. The other thing is, try and make it a loop that's even. There's nothing more impossibly insane than listening to a couple of loops, beats and like bars and a half, because it puts off your tap, and you're going to tap. So I'm going to go from here. Here's my riser. Now another kick is going to come in. And a snare. Now, take a look on this side. Look at the fader. Look at it going up and down, up and down. Beautiful. Okay, so now I'm going to add my vocals.
All you gotta do is hold on.
Notice how in that area you can't see the vocal level as much. You're just seeing the drums. Totally fine. Okay, so now we're going to go to another area, which is where my verse comes in.
Don't focus on the past that you can change. It's all about the way that you play the game. You know how to yourself in the state you're in. Living in the shadow of what might have been. The weight of your world is weighing heavy on your soul. You're like a stick of...
Okay, that works for me. So while we're there, one of the things which I want to actually go through quickly is there is a ton of effects on that vocal, on both of the vocals actually. So how do you deal with that? It's really, really simple, and I'm going to show you a trick that's going to make half of your troubles at least go away. Okay. So let's move over to, I'm going to pull myself off camera again. Okay, so let's go over to the right-hand side of my mixer, which is where all the buses and effects are. Now here we have two. One is called MPA Verb. That's me for my verb. And then I've got another one here which is called Vox Effects. So I've got a layer of different things that I'm putting my vocals and the other vocals through. And I'm saving some CPU space by putting both the male and the female vocals. Did you hear that jingle? That was my dog. He just woke up. I'm putting both of them through the same buses so that I can save space on my computer and save power. Okay, so the first load of effects are going through a plugin which, hold on, let me, where is it? It's off screen. There we go. Is Studio Rack. Now, Studio Rack is a free plugin from Waves that is what we call a plugin chainer. And what it does is it lets you create a chain of plugins and save it as a single preset and then move it between any digital audio workstation software or video editing software that takes plugins that you like. Now, one of the things that this comes in really handy for is when it comes to creating an effect. So I'm going to play that last bit of vocal and drums again, and I'm going to turn this off. And then I'm going to turn these other two effects off. Are we ready? Okay, here we go.
Don't focus on the past that you can't change. It's all about the way that you play the game. You know how to yourself.
Kind of boring. Okay, so first things first. So I have a reverb going into a delay. So there's my reverb. I'm also EQing my reverb so that the frequencies are kind of like really high. None of the low frequencies that it's reverbing from my voice are there. And I'm going to tell you why in a second. Then we go into my favorite delay, which is called H delay. And this is ping-ponging my voice and her voice, in some cases, between the speakers. It adds interest, but it also kind of like adds to the rhythm as well. So the vocal becomes like, it becomes an instrument, which is effectively what it is. Now, here's the thing that some people get confused about. I'm going from a reverb into a delay into a reverb. And again, same kind of deal on the EQ. And then I'm going into another EQ that I'm doing a low cut or a high pass, and I'm cutting all of the frequencies below 500 because I don't need them. They're not relevant to my vocal or the effects. So this is one of the things that I want to make sure that you're clear on. When you put reverb or a delay on something, any kind of instrument, effectively what you're doing is you're saying, oh my God, I love this instrument. I'm going to repeat it 1,000 times over the next second or two. And if you're using all of the same frequencies that are actually in the instrument that you're putting the reverb or the delay, or in my case, both on, then you're adding mud to your session because you're giving less breathing space for other instruments in the mix because there's only so many frequencies we have to deal with. So one of the things which I make sure I always do is cut all the irrelevant frequencies out of any delay and reverb effect. So I've got a reverb going into a delay, going into a reverb, going into a one-band EQ that's cutting out all the frequencies out that I don't want. And then I've got a compressor, which is kind of bringing up the echo so that it lasts longer. Okay, so if I put this back now and have a listen again.
Don't focus on the past that you can't change. It's all about the way that you play the game. You know how to yourself in the state.
Okay, so it's kind of cool because it just stays there. And it's nice. So now let's add the other one. So we've got a mix here. We've got another plugin called Kaleidoscope and another plugin called H Reverb. So let's bring those in as well. And
don't focus on the past that you can't change. It's all about the way that you play the game. You know how to yourself in the state you're in.
That works for me because it makes the whole thing more interesting, but none of the frequencies it's really using are used in other instruments at that point in time, so it's not making it muddy. So the lesson here is make sure that you pull all frequencies out of your effects that aren't being used. So don't just put a reverb on a vocal or put a delay on a vocal. Make sure that you're putting one on and then cutting out the frequencies that you don't need, because otherwise you're taking space away from yourself for other instruments that we're going to add. Okay, so we've got the vocals, we've got the drums. What's next, MPA? Well, next would be the bass. Now, this is where tip 2 comes in. Are we at tip 2 or 3? I think we're still at... This would be tip 3. Because tip 1 was organization. Tip 2 was making sure that you plan a session accordingly. So you start with your most important features. Tip 3 is making sure that your frequencies are all organized so that you give yourself space. Oh my God, we're on tip 4. How useful am I? So tip 4, stop listening to everything loud. Stop it, seriously. Otherwise, I'll come around and I will look at you sternly. When you listen to something loud, it sounds amazing. Everything sounds good loud. The problem is that everything sounds good loud, but it doesn't equate in the reverse, because your ears act a bit like compressors and processing. So the louder you listen to audio, whether you're working in post-production, music, composition of any kind, the less your ears pick up the frequencies that are relevant, right? Now, in this world that we live in, whether we're dealing with music, post-production, TikTok videos, Instagram Reels, YouTube, whatever, we're background noise a lot of the time. We have to deal and compete with everything else that's going on in life. The radio is turned down because people are talking. There's babies crying, there's traffic, there's all these different things going on in life. We have media coming at us a million different ways, and you and me, we are the media. So what we want to make sure is that we are mixing and listening to the content that we're mixing at incredibly low levels, because that way we can actually hear which frequencies work for us and which ones don't, and which ones are dominating and which ones are being swallowed. So in this case here, the next thing I want to add is the bass. So I'm going to close my drums, close my vocals, and bring in my bass. Now I have 3 different basses. Let's unsolo that and unsolo that. Just solo my bass, and I'm going to play my bass so that you can actually hear exactly what's going on. Okay? Here's my bass. Okay, so you'll notice that if you look over here at the left, that's my bass, that I've got an EQ and I've got an EQ. So I've got 2 different 1-band EQs here. So if I just solo the first bass, okay, so I'm on reeds, make sure that the plugins are on reeds. That's going to be my last tip. I'll get to that though. This is exciting stuff. Okay, so I'm going to turn this one off. Hear all those bass notes? So all those bass notes, and I know this might sound really funny and weird and kind of hypocritical and contradictory, but a lot of the time those bass notes, even in a bass, don't do anything for us. They just add mud. So you want to get rid of them. So I'm going to turn this on. And literally, so what I can do is I can go down and I can literally sweep this frequency back until I find the frequency that... Okay, so I'm going to take that and put it on off auto for a second. So I can sweep this frequency back until I just have the frequencies that I want. So here we go again. And go a bit extreme sometimes. Go a bit far, because that way you'll really hear it. Too far. I think that was about it. Yeah. So from my preference, anything below that frequency, in this case, like the 125 area, anything below 125K is just mud to me. So it's not adding anything. It's not going to give me a clean mix. It's going to just add mud. So I want to get rid of it. So that's one of the things which you'll notice I do a lot in my mixes. If I open up pretty much everything. So if I open up everything right now, pads and all, in problem areas, you will find like the kick has a 1-band EQ. The first pad has a 1-band EQ. The other pad, this one here, has a 10-band EQ. And all of the EQing I'm doing, nearly all of the EQing that I'm doing in this session is all removing frequencies, not adding frequencies. Because what I want to do is I want to remove all the frequencies that are in my way and are being a pain in my butt. So let's just get rid of them, okay? Okay, so let's go back to the bass. Where were we? Back there. Beautiful. Get everything else out of the way. So there's my bass. So that's my first bass. Now my second bass. Now that one, I don't have an EQ on. I also don't have a filter on, so if I add it back again, sounds nearly the same, but where is it? There's one part of this track that's bass 1. Let's make this active. Display. Filter. There we go. Right over here. So see that? Automation. It's your friend. And it makes it different. When I have these two doubled up together, one has EQ, one doesn't, it just makes it fatter. Okay, we'll get back to that. So there's my second bass. Now I need my third bass. My third bass is this one right here. Let's get rid of Pumper for a second. So here's my third bass, right? Let's turn both of these off. That's my third bass right there. Now, without anything, if I add this to the other two, yeah. But, again, you'll see I have a 1-band EQ, but this time I'm cutting the high frequencies. So, let me turn that on. Now I have bass, okay? So that's nice. So if I add that works. Because now I have controlled low-end bass, and I've just got two really simple EQs. Now the other thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to, you can see there's another plugin on here. I'm adding an extra bit of rhythm to this because I don't want it to sound too boring. So I've got this other little plugin here called One Knob Pumper that's literally a one knob plugin that just adds beat. So here we go. Turn it off. Yawn. Much better. Hey, I just noticed, I don't know if you could see, but it's like if you go down to the blue behind me and the blue of mix are nearly the same in my DAW. Crazy. I've been in this room by myself for way too long. Where were we? That's right. So now we've got my bass. Okay? So now let's not record. I don't want to record. So I'm now going to unmute everything. And I'm going to put my drums in. So this same loop here, right here.
Don't focus on the past that you can change.
Now let's add the bass.
It's all about the way that you play the game. You know how to yourself in the state you're in, living in the shadow of what might have been.
Okay, so here's the important thing. The important thing is when you're looking at this master fader on my right hand side, it hasn't raised. It's not like it was quiet with drums and then went up a bit with vocals and then went up a bit with the bass. The level is staying where I want it to be because I'm EQing to make sure that things have space. I might start to sound a bit boring, but I can guarantee you that EQ in a reduction way is your friend, people. It is going to help you clean up so much audio just with a high pass and a low pass. Just get rid of the frequencies that you really don't need. So let's, to prove it again, okay? I'm going to get rid of the vocals, get rid of the bass. So let's go back and here. So there's the drums right there. Now let's add in, just to be different, watch that master fader on my right hand side. Let's add in the bass. Okay, now let's add in the vocals.
It's time to take your future out of cruise control. I promise you it's... Don't focus on the past.
My friends, we have a winner. So effectively now what we have is we have a nice cake, top and tail, well, bottom and top for a cake in our kitchen. We're organized, we're cooking with gas, and everything is sounding great. So the next thing, the last thing we need to add, we've got the drums, let's expand those. We've got the bass, let's expand those so we can see them all. You got my through bass, we've got the vocals, and so the next thing we have is the pads, okay? Now, pads, yellows, for me, is everything that is kind of a synth kind of thing. So it's not just pads, it's plucks, but I want to know what's going on, right? So let's have a listen to just this. Okay, so one simple tip for you is if you've got everything grouped, and in Pro Tools you can do folders, Studio One you can do folders, I believe Ableton Live you can do folders and grouping as well, Cubase, all of them have the ability to show groups and let you control things in groups. Use them. Remember, we're talking about making your DAW work for you, not against you. So I'm going to unsolo that, I'm going to mute it for a second, and now I'm going to press play on that loop again.
Don't focus on the past.
And I'm going to bring them in one by one. Sorry, that was bad. Silly me.
Don't focus on the past.
Bring them in one at a time.
It's all about the way that you...
That's my first pad.
You know how to yourself in the state you're in. Living in the shadow.
Okay, now let's bring in the second one.
The weight of your world is weighing heavy on your soul. You're like a stick of dynamite.
So those are my two pads, right?
It's time to take your future out of cruise
now,
control.
Some plucky things.
I promise you it's... Don't focus on the past that you can change. It's all about the way that you play the game.
This one.
You know how to yourself in the state you're in.
So I can bring that up a bit without messing with my level. There's no whale, so we'll get to that in a minute. So now, the build-up pad.
Ready to explode. It's time to take your future out of cruise control. I promise you it's... Don't focus on the past that you...
Okay, so the build-up layer is one of those things that I love to use just to help people work out what's coming next, okay? So, but everything so far is fitting. Because again, I'm reducing all the frequencies elsewhere. Okay. Now the last thing is this one right here, the finish chord. This is more of a lead instrument, but it can be a royal pain in the ass. So let's unsolo all of the pads. Okay. Okay, unmute. Okay.
Don't focus on the past that you can change. It's all about the way that
this one, ready?
you know how to yourself in the state you're in. Living in the shadow of what might have been. The weight of your world is weighing heavy on your soul.
Let it go.
Stick of dynamite ready to explode. It's time to take your future out of cruise control. I promise you it's worth it more than you will ever know.
All you gotta do is hold on.
Okay. This one. Hear this? Okay. Now, we've got a couple of different plugins on here. Filter is one of them. And I'm actually adjusting it on the go. And then I've also adjusting this one on the go. So both of these, let me turn this back on again. Hear that? It's doing it itself. I love automation. Automation is your friend. Let me go back to this bit for a second. Watch this knob. Okay, so now let's unsolo that and realize why I'm using this. Filtering is the same as EQing. I'm getting rid of stuff that I don't want when I don't want it to make sure that it doesn't get in the way of anything else. And again, you want to be able to set this stuff and forget it and let the DAW, Digital Audio Workstation, work for you, okay? Ready? Okay, so everything unsoloed. Let's have a listen to that part again. Taking into account that we're organized, we've taken out the EQ frequencies that we don't need. We're automating all of the effects, and we're automating these little knobs here as well. So here we go.
All you gotta do is hold on. All you gotta do is hold on.
Hear everything. If you look over here at the master level, you're still where I want it to be, like minus 12-ish.
Don't focus on the past that you can change. It's all about the way that you play the game.
All this stuff going on, and you're still not busting out your levels, and you're still not hearing any mud. And the sole reason for that is EQ. It's getting rid of the stuff that you don't need. And it's one of the first biggest mistakes that I see people make in the studio. And I always want to kind of like go in and fiddle and touch it, but it's like, no, it's not my ball game, it's not my place. But if they ask me, I will kick them out of the chair and go, this is what you're doing wrong, because I love to help. Okay, right, so let's go back to the session. Now the other thing that we need to do is we need to bring in the master bus compressor. Now I did tell you that I do have a master bus compressor, and I did tell you that I'm maxing out my levels here so that you can actually hear it in this live stream. So I'm now going to pull it down. We're now back at 0. So now when I press play, the plugin's still not on. You're going to hear it's going to be a bit quieter. Yeah, I'm on 0 dB. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I have this plugin open. This is one of my favorite channel strip-like master bus compressors. This is a model of an actual mastering console at Abbey Road Studios in London. Yet this one comes with a twist that gives you more than they do, which is the ability to move things around in the chain so that you can actually decide what's first, your EQ, your compression, your limiting, or your filters. In this case here, I like to utilize presets as much as I can. Now, the preset which I'm using today is from my friend Dave Darlington. Pardon me. And it's called Pop Midside Widener. So I'm going to do that, and you'll see the makeup gain is kind of crazy, so I'm going to pull the makeup gain back down to 0. One of the most important things for me with something on my master bus is I don't want, suddenly I put a plugin on my master bus and everything in your session sounds completely different. If that happens, people, you're doing something wrong in the session. Remember, I said earlier on, I don't like mixing into a plugin because I don't want it to mask any problems. But when I do put something on the master bus, I want it to make a difference, and I want it to fix what I want it to fix. In this case, what I want it to do is I want it to glue it together for me, right? But I also want to spread it out a bit. So, first of all, let's go to a busy part of the song again. So let's loop this bit again, okay?
Don't focus on the past that you can change. It's all
Okay. So we did jump in level a bit.
you know how to yourself in the state.
Not much. More perceived level. And also, if you look at the mastered level, when I kick in the compressor, you'll see what we call attenuation right here where my mouse is. Here we go. Little orange line. Now, that's actually compressing a bit more than I really want it to. So, and you can see here where my mouse is now, that's my gain reduction. A bit much. Okay. I want it to glue my mix together. I don't want it to too much. I want it to be about the... Okay. So now, let's... Now, listen to the music, and listen to the vocal, and listen to how this one process glues it together. So let's unloop, and listen to that now, how it just sits so much nicer when it all breaks down and it goes back to the girl. You know what? I actually think I'm gonna publish this song. I actually like this song. I made this song for you guys, but I think I'm gonna publish it. I like it. I called it Monday Morning because I started it on Monday morning for this event. I think I'm gonna publish this. So look out for this. I like it. Okay. So now we have a session that has not been a struggle. First thing we did was we took all of our tracks and we organized them properly. The way I do it is drums, pads, bass, vocals in that order. You do you, but make sure that you organize your sessions in such a way that it's not a struggle. Second thing, I color-coded everything. My drums are always blue. My pads are always yellow. My guitars, there are none in this session, but they're always orange. I know that. And I always make sure that I put anything I'm working with, whether it's from a client or for myself, in that order so that it works for me. And then the other thing which I do is I use EQ a lot to get rid of all the frequencies that I don't need. And usually I keep it simple, people, and I'll use a one-band EQ to either cut out the lowest frequencies that I don't need or cut out some of the higher frequencies that I don't want as well. So there we have a few tips that hopefully will make your lives easier the next time you're mixing something. Now, this works exactly the same regardless of whether you're mixing Foley and dialogue for a vlog or whether you're mixing music of any kind. It all comes down to frequencies. and how you deal with those frequencies. But nothing is going to work as easily as you want it to if you don't organize it properly. So hopefully with those tips, when you go into your next session, you can use some of those and your life will be easier. I hope you're safe. I hope you're healthy. I hope your family is healthy. This has been Michael Pearson Adams from Waves Audio. You can call me MPA. I really, truly hope your mixes are happy ones. Take care.
Fab Filters Pro L. I think it's a goddamn lifesaver. Or the Azizov, that mastering suite that Azizov dropped a little bit ago. Any one of those. But any kind of L2 or any kind of limiter for a master channel, need it. Gotta have it. My mixes are so all over the fucking place. I need that last little limiter. Yeah, for sure.
My DDJ 1000. Can't live without them. They're my whole career.
Probably my MIDI keyboard. I just feel super comfortable on it. I grew up playing piano and I usually just have it around me. Actually, it's right here.
I don't really use too many external tools to create music, so I'm not working with synthesizers or anything like that. Truly, the one thing that I need, and be it on this computer or any computer, all I need is Fruity Loops, which is FL Studio. It's the music software that I create in, and truly just give me that on a laptop, nothing else, and I will be ready to go.
A piece of gear that I could not live without. I mean, first and foremost, it's the trusty Audio-Technica studio monitor headphones, because that allows me to create beats in my headphones without having a bunch of noise in my apartment. The second thing that I would say is definitely the Shure SM7B microphone, which I think is a very dynamic microphone that you can use for a bunch of different things, including podcasting, Twitch streaming, which is what I use it for, but also demoing vocals, recording vocals. There are a lot of rappers and established artists who actually use this mic just to record their full vocals. So probably the mic, definitely the headphones, and I think that's it.
One piece of gear that I couldn't live without is Saturn. Saturn is a distortion and saturation plugin from FabFilter, and I think that music nowadays, saturation is really key for mixes, getting that really rich sound, and I think that Saturn does a really good job doing it. So,
one piece of gear, it would have to be piano, plugin, software, Reason. I've been a Reason fan too long, and I don't know many people that use Reason, but that's my favorite software, Reason.
So one piece of gear or software that I couldn't live without, it's got to be FL Studio. It's the software that I produce my music on and practically on it every day, so couldn't live without it.
The one musical instrument, piece of gear, or thing that I would absolutely need to make music at all times is a Keurig.
Where do I go to find new music? Reddit all the time. Hip hop heads is always, they're super biased, but whatever. I go there to find new music, and there's just a lot of shit that people just post on Reddit, especially in r/videos. It's always new music in there. Somebody always making a remix of something, or just some underground rapper with a dope style. Reddit's pretty good at that, but hip hop heads can get a little biased sometimes. But yeah, Reddit is that's the spot.
I'm a really big review section kind of girl, so a lot of the new music that I find and listen to is through recommendations from my friends.
To find new music, every Friday I check out the newly released on Spotify. I think that's where I find the majority of my music, and I find a bit of music on TikTok as well.
So my entire job is finding new music, and there's a bunch of different ways that I find new music. So not only do I have submission-based playlists on Spotify and on Audio Mac, which are more aimed at independent and emerging artists, as well as my Discord community as well, which is also independent and emerging artists, in tandem with my Twitch stream, which also is independent and emerging artists. I use those as a pipeline to find people at a very early stage, and as they continue to grow, I keep an eye on them from the Genius standpoint, I'm on YouTube a lot, and I'm looking on YouTube a lot. And then when it comes to playlisting for Genius, I'm listening to New Music Friday every week. I'm keeping an eye out for my emails for press releases that come in. I'm on Twitter, kind of monitoring the chatter around like music and around musicians to see who people are talking about, and following all of these curators on TikTok and on Instagram who are posting new and independent artists every day. I think just keeping in touch with what young people are listening to and how they're consuming music is really the thing that helps me find new music.
Where do I go to find new music? TikTok. That's the number one place. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. TikTok.
Where do I go to find new music? So it's a really good question. I've been DJing for many, many years. I used to go to vinyl stores. It's the obvious place. But then I also used to go to like Beatport to listen through their DJ charts. It's a really good place to start. You get a good idea about what DJs are playing around the world. But when I'm creating videos, I go to a mixture of different places, different sync sites, including Academic Sound, Music Bed, all sorts of different places. I also just found out that Fiverr has the ability to collaborate with musicians and enable them to create a unique piece for you. So I'll be definitely seeking out some of those musicians on the platform very soon.
I use Spotify and TikTok a lot. There's always something new on those platforms, and if I were to download them, I would go on Beatport.
My favorite place to obtain brand new music is in a rabbit hole that leads directly to the 1950s.
When I want to go find new music, the first place that I always go to is watching YouTube sets, whether it's festivals or live streams of my favorite artists, usually DJs, and yeah, I find a lot of new music there.
I think the official Spotify curated playlists and genre charts are a really great way to discover new music from artists that I already follow, as well as music from artists that I've never heard of before.
Typically, I go to TikTok, just scroll through my For You page. Usually the best music I've ever heard pops up there. I don't really know why, but that's usually how I discover most of my new music.
Hey, Fiverr now playing. We are Prism. I'm Emma.
I'm Nick.
And we are so excited to be here with you guys today. We thought we'd start by telling you a little bit about our project, Prism, and about our experience working on Fiverr together and separately as musicians, as artists. Nick and I met in 2013 in Indiana, where we went to college at IU Bloomington. And we actually met on a Facebook group that was called Class of 2017 for all the incoming freshmen. And Nick had posted on it, I think you said something like, I make music. Does anybody sing or want to collaborate? And I responded and I was like, hey, I sing and I'd like to collaborate. And
pretty much exactly what I asked for.
I think that was totally what I was looking for too, because I had gotten it in my head that it wasn't a good idea to major in music for whatever reason. And I was like, well, I better find a way to have music around because otherwise I'm going to be really bored. And just immediately, first week, I think, right?
I think it was before classes had started, or maybe they had just started, but it was like,
before classes.
Yeah, it was like welcome week, like right off the bat. So she messaged me, and we pretty much right off the bat just started making music. It was pretty cringy at first. I don't think I really knew how to make music that well. We were both kind of just like dipping our feet into making our own. And I had like just started producing maybe like a year ago. So it was kind of a learning process for us both.
We were really like learning to identify ourselves as artists, when I think you grew up in a really kind of structured music environment with classical piano, and I grew up in a really very structured musical background with classical voice. So we all of a sudden kind of had no boundaries when it came to making our own music. And we're like, wait, there's like a whole world out there that we could work with, what we could write about. So for me, it was really like just diving into a completely new definition of music.
We pretty much right away started working on music, and within like 3 days we had a completed song, and we didn't go through any revision process, any like, hey, is this good? We're just like, this is incredible. Yeah. And it's going on iTunes immediately. And we put it out on iTunes and on SoundCloud. We were proud of it at the time, which makes sense, like it was our first big thing. It was the first song.
We put it out, and like everyone we knew from home was like, oh my God, they're on iTunes. And we're like,
yeah,
you just upload it.
It costs $10. You can do it too.
But we were releasing music as Nick Ortega featuring Emma Maidenberg, which
Didn't flow
doesn't
very well.
fit on an album cover very easily.
Yeah.
So we started Prism in January, the following January.
We were just like, I think we were getting Chinese food, and we got a fortune, which sounds so like cliche, and we got a fortune at the end of our meal, and in the fortune cookie it was like
We got the same fortune. This
the
is
same
the point.
fortune, right? We got the same
We both
fortune.
got fortune cookies.
To paraphrase, it said something along the lines of "Follow your dreams and you'll be successful." And we're like, "No fucking way!" So
And we got the same fortune.
yes, the same fortune, kind of pretty relevant to what we were doing. So we're like, you know what? Let's make like a band. So right then and there, January 14th, 2014, it's tattooed on both of us. We made Prism. We got the tattoo right then and there. No, we decided on January 14th to officially, like, this is going to be a band. This is going to be a group. We're going to release music. We're going to give it a try. And give it a try we did. And give it a try we still are doing,
Yeah.
Throughout college, we kept releasing music. We honed in our sound. We experimented with pretty much every genre possible electronically. And, we were making dubstep. We were making trap. We were making house music. We were making future bass, all kinds of things, kind of seeing what stuck, seeing what worked, seeing what we enjoyed making at the end of the day. We joined some collectives. We released on some blogs. We made some connections in the online realm. And luckily, by doing that and by being consistent with it, by the time we graduated in 2017, we had a manager, we had an agent, and we were able to start actually going out on the road and playing shows.
And our first big show in 2017 was playing Red Rocks with Jai Wolf and Marshmallow, and I have the poster, Slushy. That summer of 2017, right after we graduated, right as we were pretty much on the path that we had set for ourselves of like, we're going to get our degrees, we're going to make our parents happy, get that piece of paper that says we did the dang thing.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do music. So sure enough, that summer we set out on the road, rented the van, did a whole tour, which we really just got thrown into. It was a whole new world for us, but it was super fun, a great experience. And it really showed us that we were doing what we were supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it was a good kind of affirmation and kind of like reminder that, okay, you guys are doing the right thing. You're putting all this hard work is finally starting to pay off, and this is kind of a taste of that hard work and a benefit of that, which is great, which we're so stoked about it. So all through 2017, we continued to tour and kind of just figure things out. There's pretty limited resources when it comes to finding out, okay, what's the best way to do this and whatever. And when it comes down to it, the best resource for finding out the best way to do it is to do it yourself and learn from your mistakes and learn from your triumphs. 2018, we went on our first big support tour, which was in a big fancy tour bus, and we had our own bunks, and there was a shower in there, and it was pretty exciting.
It was very exciting for us because I drove like the whole tour in 2017 and the winter one that we did. So I was driving like a ton.
Mm-hmm.
And to be on the bus and having like a driver, I was like, oh my God. And then after our tour in 2018 with Midas, our first EP came out, Come Alive. And then that summer, we got to make our first music video. And that was a really great creative project for us. We got to be part of the set designing and ideas. And we worked with this amazing creative director named Zozo, and she's awesome. And just to be around other creative people who are so good at what they do is so inspiring, and I think that's something that drew us both to freelance work, because we both got to be inspired by all these people's different avenues of creativity, whether it's music or a podcast or graphic design or voiceover. So then after we toured in 2019, we were really gearing up for 2020. We had an EP release early in the year. In February, we had some shows lined up with some friends of ours in a band called Juice, and we were so excited for that. But of course, everything came to a screeching halt that March, and Nick and I both, we were like, well, we got these studio spaces set up. We have the recording equipment, we have the software knowledge. Like, maybe we should just really dive into freelance work in our off time. And mind you, like, we still work every day on our own music, but we were like, why not just really throw it all at freelance for a little bit? And we both did. And Fiverr was a great jumping off point for that.
Another thing that we started doing in the past 2 years is live streaming on Twitch. In lieu of playing shows and meeting fans at the merch table, it's been a really great way to connect, as closely as possible with these people that have been going to shows and been supporting us, been listening to our music. It's been very important to us to have this outlet to still reach our fans.
The online community for music especially has always been very strong, like very close knit, very in the know of what's going on, how their favorite producers work, who they're working with, who's featured on what tracks, what's coming out next. People love to make playlists and pre-save albums and be all over Reddit and Twitter and just know the ins and outs of the music industry. So Twitch has been awesome in that way for us because we've gotten to connect with all these people who are so into music and so into the online culture of it. It's been a blast. Like when we started out, I think we were a little uncomfortable at first. We didn't quite know what we were doing.
Definitely.
We were doing a lot of just music production and working on our last EP, Fault Lines, and we were doing that live on stream, which was fun for people because then once the EP came out, they're like, oh, I saw you working on that. And now what it's evolved into is we do a lot of challenges, like creative challenges for ourselves. We'll often have a spinning wheel, right? Like kind of Wheel of Fortune style, where we'll put in a bunch of genres and people in the chat can submit them, or on our Discord, they can submit them ahead of the stream or during the stream. And we'll spin it, pick a genre. And sometimes they're
pretty out there.
questionable
They're
genres.
pretty out there. Yeah.
We've had country step, like a country dubstep crossover.
Yeah.
And look, we try to make it work. So
We
then
really do.
we'll do another one for topic. Malls, Target, bears, apples. We've done a lot of random things. And we'll make a song out of it, and we'll do it within 90 minutes. So on the stream, we usually do a 2-hour stream. So it's 90 minutes on the stream. And by the end of the stream, we have a song. So
It's a song. You could call it that. It's definitely music and words.
it's music and lyrics. And Nick has been editing them all together and putting them on YouTube. And we've been cross-posting to Instagram and TikTok as well with more cut-down versions of the video.
What we thought we would do for you guys today is give you all a look into kind of not just our creative process, but what we've been doing on Twitch. We're going to do a 90-minute song challenge, probably condense it down into about 20 minutes for you guys to watch and enjoy. And we really hope you do. And we also hope that you join our Discord, check us out on Twitch and where you can catch us live.
And stream all of our music on Spotify.
Yeah, and please listen to our music on Spotify. Spotify, Apple Music, SoundCloud,
Tidal,
Deezer, Amazon Music, Napster, LimeWire, YouTube Music, Hit Clips, Video Now.
We're there. We're everywhere, actually.
We hope you all enjoy. And without further ado, here's the song challenge. So y'all have heard, pop punk. If you're from America, it was kind of the soundtrack of your middle school, high school. If you're not from America, I don't know if that's a true statement, but it's you've heard it, It defines the time period of our youth, for me at least. And for a lot of people that I know. We're going to take one of our songs and we're going to make a pop punk version of it. Now, I don't play the guitar. Disclaimer, I don't play the guitar.
Is that your chair? So squeaky.
Can you hear that?
We're thinking that we would put a bunch of our song titles in a spinny wheel. We'll spin the wheel like you do. And then we'll get to work.
All right, so
Let Me Fall is the one I wanted to do.
Let Me Fall. Fault
Lines.
Lines.
Oblivion.
All right, we'll get on
In
the
the
new
Morning.
ones. Adrenaline. Farsick. End of May. All right, let's get like 3 more. We'll have 10 songs to choose from.
Tell Me Something New. And Queen of Hearts. All right. Any of these would be great. So let's see what we got. Go ahead.
Are you kidding me? I haven't heard this song in so long.
I need to write out the lyrics actually because I forget them.
Wow, I don't remember this song that much. It's all jazzy too. We're gonna have to kind of switch it up.
In the morning when you kissed me.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
When you kissed me, did you taste the sun on both
righty. So here it is, and we have 90 minutes. So I can't play the guitar. That's my weakness, and I really wish I could play the guitar. It's a character flaw. So I downloaded a bunch of guitar loops that now we can turn into a pop punk song.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
just like that.
That'll be fun.
Let's get some drums in here. I downloaded all of the Travis Barker drums, so I think we'll be good. It's a kick, a tom, a snare,
Okay.
a ride, a crash, and another hat. Okay, let's just get a quick like. Not a phase, mom.
Been running through my
I'll get a ride up here.
mind.
That's so running through my mind. That's so good. Yeah, four of these in a row. Okay, I'm just gonna send you this loop. You can record to it. I want to do a verse too, or at least like some
Yeah, do the second
choir
verse.
vocals. Okay, perfect. I gotta look up these lyrics. This is gonna be hilarious.
I'm
Check.
staying on for this part.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be. And you whisper that you need me. Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be.
Yeah, it sounds sick already, even though it sucks. Let's start out with an EQ.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be.
It does kind of sound better without the tune, honestly. Just a little like rough around the edges, and maybe a little tune, so it's not that rough.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be. And you whisper that you need me.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to do another take of this just so I have more vocals to choose from.
Arms around me. Yeah, in the backseat.
It's so fucking obnoxious. I'm so sorry. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on a different channel, and this is going to just be like a background take. Oh my God. I don't think I can use these vocals. They're really bad. I just don't, I just got to face the fact that I don't have like a pop punk voice or a voice at all for any kind of singing, and that's okay.
Tell the driver just go.
Oh my God, it's like every note is wrong.
Tell the driver just go. I don't got.
That's as good as it's gonna get, y'all.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be.
Yellow.
Did you record them?
I did.
Perfect. It's moments like these when I suddenly forget everything that I need to know about processing your vocals. Okay.
In the morning when you kiss me, could you taste the sun on both sides of my body? My body.
Yeah.
This place is crowded, can't even see the floor.
Yes.
Take my hand and lead me to the door.
And then like a halftime breakdown.
Lead to the door. Talk in the alley till the music stops.
Well, I might go up. I might do it. Till the music stops. Go somewhere quiet where we can talk.
Quiet, we can talk.
Chorus. You've been running through my
running through my
mind.
Go somewhere quiet where we can talk. All right, let me go record that.
And can you also please record a double for this verse?
Been on your mind, haven't been thinking straight for days.
And then maybe a harmony?
Arms around.
Okay, what about shouting? I'm going to do one shouting. I don't know where we're going with this. I've never made pop punk, so we're just going to try it, and we're going to try it.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be. And you whisper that you need me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be. and you whisper that you need me.
Oh, okay, an octave down. This is turned into a stream of me singing, and that's not good. We're gonna try it. We're just gonna layer it up, because that's the secret. When you can't do something well, you double and triple down until someone thinks you're good, until you can trick other people.
I sent you a double harmony for the first half, and then I redid the talk in the alley line.
Okay, great. And
Wow, a
then
whole
I'll
new
take
take
care
on
of
this song. This place is crowded, can't even see the floor.
that. Yeah, I'll go in and pitch those.
The floor. The sun on both sides of my body.
Yeah, dude. Holy sh.
Talking the alley to.
Oh, I like that. Din, 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 din. Just like step down, one step at a time.
Talking the alley till the music stops. Go somewhere quiet where we can talk.
And then big fill and then chorus.
Songs about you, love.
So chorus will be here. It'll be nice and short. We can just 8 bars.
Dude, we would have killed it in 2002.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go. I don't got nowhere I gotta be.
What is the chorus? How does it go?
You've been running through my mind. That's how it should go.
Yeah. You've been running through my mind.
And you got me up so high. Or something like that.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's do that. Let's both record takes of that, because we'll layer them for the...
All right, I'll do that right now.
You've been running through my mind. And you got me up so high.
And then I'll do a higher one. Running through my mind for the harmony.
You've been running through my mind. And you got me up so high.
And then one more take of the actual vocal.
You've been running through my mind.
Okay, it sounds like a mess right now. I'm gonna whisper. I'll do one whisper take, and then we're good. And then we'll layer them with Emma's vocals.
You've been running through my.
Okay, lol. Oops, so bad.
You've been running through my mind. You've been running through my mind.
Okay, that sounds really bad right now, but once we get Emma's lyrics in here.
And you got me up so high.
Sounds like she was laughing in the middle of this.
Running through my mind.
You've been running through my mind.
And you got me up so high.
All right, we got 20 minutes.
I like how my mind, like mine just like hangs over a little bit. It's so like that style.
Yeah, it totally is.
Yeah. Did you put my harmony of the chorus in?
Oh, no, I didn't. Let me do that.
You've been running through my mind.
Oh, I like the idea of no fill out.
We can talk.
You've been running through my mind.
Yeah,
that's kind of sick, yeah.
Yeah. I love that. Gabe suggested some amp feedback, like a
like in the beginning? Yeah, for sure. Or at the end.
or at the end. Like the sound of like a mic drop.
Yeah, just like that.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, obviously it's rough, but I mean, this is like more of a full song than we usually do. This is almost 3 minutes long.
All right,
But
we
here
now
go.
present to you Prism in the Morning pop punk version.
Pop punkified.
In the morning when you kiss me, could you taste the sun on both sides of my body? My body. In the morning when you touch me, the sheets on the floor can still feel you with me. I'm done writing songs about old love. Been writing these songs about you, love. This place is crowded, Talk in the alley till the music stops. Go somewhere quiet where we can talk.
You've been running through my mind. And you got me up so high. You've been running through my mind. And you got me up so high.
Arms around me in the backseat. Tell the driver just go, I don't got nowhere I gotta be. And you whisper that you need me. Been on your mind, haven't been thinking straight for days. Been on your mind, haven't been thinking straight for days.
Talk in the alley till the music stops. Go somewhere quiet where we can talk.
You've been running through my mind. And you got me up so high. You've been running through my mind. And you got me up so high.
Yeah.
Oh na na, just be careful, na na. Love ain't simple, na na. Promise me no promises.
What's up, guys? I'm Kate Hostetler. I'm the Senior Community Partnerships Manager at Fiverr, and I'm here in Miami with Cheat Codes.
Yo, what up, Fiverr?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good. Can't complain. Enjoying Miami Music Week?
Of course, yeah. It's the first time in 3 years since we've been back here. So it's well, we've been to Miami, but not for Music Week. So
Yeah.
it's good to be back.
Cool. So I have a lot of questions for you guys today, but I think the best way to start is a little bit of backstory. So if you guys could just tell me how Cheat Codes came together, were you guys involved in music growing up, how did you guys meet? Give me the rundown.
Yeah, so we actually all met in LA, and Trevor needed a roommate. He was coming from Portland, Oregon, and had an open laundry room, and I didn't think of it as like an extra room, but Trevor's like, this is perfect, and he turned into a recording studio, and he was just making records down there all the time, and I was like, I was doing music, and I saw him doing music and hustling it, and I was like, oh, we should start writing together. So we actually started, we used to do like jingles together and just like write random songs for like commercials. And then later I met Kevy, and I was making hip hop beats, and he was a rapper. Yep. Called Lil Kev.
You called Lil Kev? Oh, okay.
but anyway, he needed some like fat beats.
Yeah.
So
fat beats.
yeah. So this producer actually ended up he was kind of swindling us. Like I was working on his production. And he took my beats, but then he took me off the project, and then he owed us money, and then he took money from Kevy, so we took him to small claims court.
Michael Wilson.
Yeah, shout out Michael Wilson. I don't know what you're up to, man, but I'm just gonna say the story at every interview from now until the end of time. Maybe you'll see one of them. So anyway, we took him to small claims court. We won, and then we became good friends after that. And I was like, Trevor, you gotta meet this guy Kevy. He's like really cool guy.
Yeah.
And we started writing songs together, and the first song we wrote was called Visions, and we kind of came up with the idea of Cheat Codes because of your brother.
Yeah. My brother used to be in like a rock band back in the day, and one day when I think they were touring, they played like Madison Square Garden, and I asked him like, oh, how'd you do this? And he's like, oh, I got the cheat code. And I tell Matt that story, and Matt's like, oh, that should be the name, Cheat Codes. So that's sick. Yeah, now the rest is history. Now we're here talking to you.
That's it.
Yeah, that was like last week, and now we're here. Just like talking to you.
Wow, time really flies.
Yeah.
So, wow, okay, nothing like a lawsuit to bring you guys together.
Yeah, exactly.
Really interesting story. I hope that guy isn't working with anybody else, but
Yeah.
good life
Look him
lesson,
up.
don't rip people off.
Yeah.
So, I guess, when you guys first released your song, how long has it been? Like, when was your first song release?
It was either 2014 or 2015, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we started making music in 2014, but then we dropped the first one in 2015.
Yep.
I know that you had music in 2015 because I listened to a lot of it.
Oh, there we go.
So,
You were early on then.
Yeah, I was
Hey.
real early.
I love that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely on my like Spotify most played every year.
Hell yeah.
But anyways, so can you guys identify a moment when you feel like you were finally like, okay, this is going somewhere. We're gonna make it now, or like we're.
I mean, the very first day we made a song together, I felt like it was going somewhere. I didn't know where it was going, but I felt really good about it, and it felt very organic, and it just felt right. We weren't like forcing anything. We were just making music because we like were really excited about it, and so I remember just the first day feeling very, very good. But I guess the first time, I don't know, I noticed that something was really happening with when our song Siegz came out and started just going crazy on like Spotify and whatever, and just seeing how many plays it was getting every day. I was like, oh, this is turning into something crazy. So.
Yeah, because that was like a global thing. So it was like a trip for us because it ended up being the number 2 song overall in Amsterdam, and the song that we were trying to beat was "One Dance" by Drake. So we were like, oh, we were like so close. But
if you have to lose out to anybody,
yeah,
it's
Drake.
Okay.
So we like flew to Amsterdam and we did like a late night performance there in Amsterdam. It was like, well, this is like crazy. Like everybody in the whole country like knows this song. Like, and it ended up becoming global from there. But even before that, it's like when you start from nothing, every little thing feels like a big deal. Like back in the day, it was like this thing called Hype Machine. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it was basically like almost like a Reddit of like blogs, and they would chart like songs that were being picked up by music blogs. And the first song we put out got number 1 on Hype Machine, and we were like, wow,
yeah,
that's
crazy. Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
So where were you guys releasing music? Like, I assume at the time you didn't have a label. So was it on SoundCloud? Was it on Spotify? Like.
Yeah, it was just TuneCore. Yeah, through TuneCore, which allows you to distribute to iTunes.
So it was everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah. We did some SoundCloud releases, like remixes for like just like unofficial remixes in the beginning, like on SoundCloud for like Borns or whoever else, and we did like a contest for Odessa when we first started, and we like came in 3rd place or something.
But no, it was cool because we got like 2nd or 3rd, and then they sent us. I don't know if they signed it. I can't remember.
They signed it.
Oh, okay. They sent us like a vinyl of their album, the first album they did in like 2014, 2015. So that was like, we were like, wow, that's like sick. Like this, because you get that validation from like a legit artist, and then you're like, oh, if they think it's cool, then maybe like
we're pretty good.
Maybe we're good enough to do it ourselves. Yeah, exactly. So, those moments are always good and keep you motivated.
And then from there, what led you guys to getting signed at a label? Like, how fast did that happen, and how did that happen? Like, did someone reach out to you?
It happened the first song.
Really quick. We were able to do these things called singles deals.
Yeah.
And so instead of signing like a long-term deal in the beginning, we weren't stuck. We were able to get enough momentum with the music that we were releasing that we were able to like do deals with certain territories and certain labels with like within this label would handle these 3 countries and this label would handle these other countries, and you would just sign that particular song to that label in those territories. So we were able to not get stuck with anything too like long term or anything really early on, which allowed us to kind of release music consistently and use the money that they were using, to fund the project. And so I mean, as far as but we have signed deals since then, and we've done all sorts of different things, whether it's a long-term deal or distribution deals. But right now we're like back to being independent, and we're just doing a distribution deal, which gives us all the power to do whatever we want and spend the money the way we want to, and gives us full control. So it's cool.
So I think something that would be really interesting for everybody that's at this event, a lot of people are aspiring artists. So they look at your career, and that's the goal, the dream. So now that you've gone from working with labels, you were independent, then worked with a label, now you're independent again, do you have any advice for people that are kind of thinking that the key to making it is being signed with a label?
Well, I would say, first off, I want to say that I don't think the goal of any artist should be to get signed to a label. The label is there to help facilitate and promote and market your records. If that's your goal, then you should change your mentality. That should be step 1. Don't do
Making
that.
good music should be
right. So what gave us leverage in the first place to be able to say we're not going to sign a long-term deal with you, when every other artist that they were working with were doing at least 3-song deals or like year terms or whatever was because we were doing everything ourselves. Like we were producing all the music, we were writing it, singing it. At some points we were mixing it ourselves and doing the artwork ourselves. I actually designed the logo like that we still use, just like ourselves. So we we kind of shot like music videos ourselves in the beginning, and they looked kind of bad. So it was like I delegated that, but it's like, you know, with something like Fiverr, it allows you to have access in this digital era where you can kind of get help from people around the world, no matter where you're at in the country. And the more that you can do on your own, and even if you have a lower budget, I mean, we didn't have any money. We were probably putting like $100 in each release every time we cut a song because we were just paying for mastering, you know, somebody to master the record. So it allows you to have more leverage versus if a label is going to sign you and they're like, okay, cool, well, you have these like demos and it's just like acoustic guitar and like a crappy recording. We're going to have to spend all this money and do everything for you for it to be like a finished product just to put out a song. Then that's more of an investment they got to put out. Versus if like, oh, we don't have to put any money into this song, all we have to do is like release it or market it or whatever, then it's like way less of a risk for them. So then you have more leverage. So
yeah.
That's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's not something that a lot of people can speak to, because I think you think of so many of the big artists and everyone's signed to someone, so it's just kind of an assumption that you need that and that you can't make it without it.
Yeah, the more time goes on, the less power the labels have. Like, it used to be one of these like gatekeeping sort of things where like they had the control over like, you know, what was being played on the radio or like what was going to go like. They didn't have TikTok back in the day or whatever, you know, or even, you know, MySpace or Facebook or Instagram or whatever it is. Like with like social media and the tools that people have at their hands now, it's like you can make anything happen by yourself if you're really hustling. Whether it's making the music or promoting it or like doing your own photo shoots or like whatever, or even being able to just collaborate with other people that are doing, you know, like you find a photographer that's your friend or whatever. So it's just a matter of just like hustling and getting things done by yourself without like relying on anybody else. And like, you know, labels are basically expensive banks at this point. You know what I mean? So it's like they're banks with terrible interest rates, and they hold your music and they own it or whatever. So it's like at this point, it's like you might as well just go to a bank and just learn about and just trial and error, learn about what you're doing and just, you know, make mistakes, but learn.
Yeah, it's like something that like Elon Musk talks about. For example, like, have you ever seen a Tesla commercial?
No.
They don't exist because his company doesn't spend any money on marketing. They spend all their money on the product, and then the product markets itself. So I'm not saying you have to do that as an artist because you do have to market yourself, but I'm saying at the end of the day, the product is the most important thing. And when I say product, I mean like their artwork, the music video, or however you're designing the art, like the creative of it. So it's like the more you can do on yourself, by yourself, or hiring your own team to help you with it, the more leverage you're gonna have in that situation. And with social media, you can kind of market yourself for very cheap or free, which didn't really exist before, you know? Yeah,
there's a lot more accessibility now than there was. I mean, the industry is a completely different game. So I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about collaborations. So you guys have collaborated with a ton of cool artists. I mean, a few being Demi Lovato, Fetty Wap, Iconopop, Criss Cross, Kim Petras. Who was your favorite collaboration and why?
Musically or like just personality wise?
Both.
All right. That's a good question.
I liked working.
Or your least favorite.
Oh,
maybe that's
maybe that's an even better story. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
I liked working with Lee Brice. I think it was cool. Like, I guess that was like our first legit country collab we ever did, or only, I guess.
Little Big Town.
A Little Big Town. Yeah, that's right. But we didn't get to meet them, so that was that. But yeah, Lee Brice was just cool, like seeing his process and like seeing how he does his shows and how serious, not serious, but like how they handle their craft, like with the live side of it and their touring, and like he'll have like a recording studio on his bus and like they'll like record songs and while they're traveling around the country, and you know, they just the lifestyle of it is like cool, and also how like humble and how he still has like a normal life with like a family and kids, and he treats it like a job. So it's cool being around like older people that can kind of give you advice or just give you an example of like, oh, this is like how a professional acts. You know what I mean? So I always respect that, because sometimes you work with artists and not necessarily that they're ego driven or whatever, but they just think they're very important and they're like, I'm a rock star. Like, it's like more like that energy, and you're like, you're like, that's definitely cool, and like I appreciate that, but it's also kind of like it's scary in the sense you're like, damn, can you keep that up forever? Like, is that how long?
It's exhausting, huh?
Yeah, versus if you meet, I forget how old Lee is, but he's like definitely older than us, and when you see that, and you're like, oh, this guy's been doing it forever, and he's been so successful, had so many number ones that he's still able to keep doing it, and you kind of see how it's like the mentality of how he's doing it. So
I guess it's probably easier too when it's not an act.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
If
He's
that's
a genuine
just who
guy.
he
Yeah,
is,
he's a real deal.
and that like resonates with people and makes them actually like him more. So
Yeah, totally.
what about you guys?
It's hard to pick a favorite, but we did a song with Tyson Ritter from All American Rejects, and he's just a really interesting guy, really very, very passionate dude.
Yeah.
He's like he's one of a kind, you know. You meet him and you're like, I'll never meet anybody like that guy ever again. He's off the wall, but he's really cool, very passionate, like really cares, and it's cool to see people that really, really give a shit. So I'm gonna go with Tyson.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I like probably Fetting Wap. You know, I was always a big fan of him, and then working with him was really sick, and like hanging out with him a couple times. I did a couple shows with him.
He's cool.
He's a super nice guy, and his whole crew is all really nice, and that was a really fun experience.
Do you guys have a dream collaboration?
Yeah, I think Drake, and I want to add Calvin Harris to that list too now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adam.
Yeah.
Especially Adam.
Yeah.
Those are good ones.
Yeah.
Does he know that you added him?
You gotta hit him.
I'm gonna let him know. Yeah.
Okay.
I just added him today.
Shoot him a DM.
Yeah. Hey, you've been added to the list.
Yeah, it's only been Drake, but yeah, he's been
It's
added
like a
today.
share. It's like a shared note.
Yeah.
He sees all your lists.
Yeah. I gotta go with Paul McCartney. You know?
Oh wow, yeah.
I love the
That'd be
Beatles. I've always
sick.
loved the Beatles. That would be just, I could just stop right after that. I think that could be it for me. Not really, but you know.
That'd be so sick.
Would love that. What about you, Matt?
I think Morgan Freeman.
That'd be sick. Like on an intro.
You have like narrate, you know.
Okay.
Because then you could have that for the set forever.
You do like the interludes.
That is true.
Yeah, like cheat code
my
set
God,
starts and then it's
You
like
know, like the intro, like after the third song,
something like that.
sixth song.
Dark
yeah.
Knight.
You know-
I mean,
Fantastic.
we could like pay a shit ton of money to get that, or we could just like clip something from
30
Dark
seconds,
Knight or
45
something
seconds.
and save money.
Isn't there copyright around that?
No, when you play a show, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
DJing, yeah.
I mean, Morgan Freeman. Wow, that's a.
But it would be cooler if you had something original.
I'm not sure anyone's answered that question with that before, but it's not
Solid
a bad
answer.
answer. Yeah, I like it.
Solid.
I'm into it.
Good one.
Okay, so in the same vein, all of these people that you've collaborated with, some of them are vastly different genres. So rap, country, more pop, EDM. Where did you guys? Did you ever envision yourselves going into all these different genres, and like how did that start? Have you always been open to them?
Yeah, I think that's sort of been a big idea behind like getting into this style of music. For me as a producer, I love the idea of being able to work with different styles of music and not be bored making the same song over and over. So I think that we've always kind of loved the idea of being able to work with different artists, different genres, and create something special, meet in the middle, do what we do, and do what they do. So it's always been a really appealing thing that we've kind of always done since we started, and just we don't really see it stopping anytime soon. So.
Is there a favorite genre or one that you were like, I'm not sure how I feel about this when you started it, but then you were like, wow, I want to do more? Like, I think country maybe, but maybe you guys love that, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've always loved country. I've loved like every genre. I like all music, so it's just a matter of if it's a good song or not. So we're diving in on a lot of country songs right now, actually. We're doing a whole country project with some really very, very talented artists. So I don't know if I can say it, but anyways, it'll be cool.
That's awesome. I remember when people first started doing like the country kind of EDM crossover, and I personally love it, so I'm excited for that. Is that coming later this year? Can you give me any sneak peek information?
I mean,
later this year.
Yeah, it's definitely coming out. It's definitely coming out this year. Bunch of new songs. Like it'll be like within the next few months, it'll be another single from the project for sure. Yeah. So yeah.
Cool. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about LA. So I know that's where you guys live now. That's kind of the home of the music industry. But there's a lot of people that are obviously other places in the world, and they kind of think, can I make it the same? Do I have to go to LA to make it in the industry? How do you guys feel about that? Do you think LA has had a huge influence on your career, or could you kind of do it from anywhere? If you're an aspiring artist, like what would you say to people?
Yeah, I mean, we met in LA, so it's like we kind of would be lying if we said like cheat codes probably wouldn't exist, I guess, if it wasn't for that. So I think it's definitely good for networking, and you like kind of realize that it's like a small circle when it comes to like writers and producers. Like you think there's like thousands and thousands, but it feels like there's not that many.
Yeah, I mean, and we're in the music business too. So I mean, it's cool if you just want to sit in your room making music and just kind of make your art and everything. If you have a fantastic team that knows the ins and outs that you trust 100%, great. But if you want to do music as a business and as a career, like you got to learn about everything, not just the music. So I mean, LA is a great place to learn like all sorts of everything when it comes to the business and how it works and how to get heard and yeah. So I think it's a really good place to go to. You don't have to, but Nashville's great, Atlanta's great.
Yeah, I almost look at it more like networking. So it's like, if you don't have a network, if you're like, damn, I'm just starting and like I don't know anybody. Like, how do I like? You have so many questions because you got to realize like you can learn stuff on your own with the internet, but if you have kind of like a mastermind group, you know, even with us, it was like 3 dudes. Well, we had more than 3 dudes that were kind of like bouncing ideas off of. We actually lived in a house where there's like 9 people and we're all doing music, and it was kind of that creative thing. It's like if you have 9 people all trying to get better at something and learning different things, and you're telling your different pitfalls and different like, oh, I tried this and this worked, or I tried this and it didn't work. You're actually going to learn at a way higher exponential rate. So like you can do that on the internet. You don't necessarily need LA for that, but it is a good place. Like you can just go to like a random house party and like 90% of the people there are in the entertainment industry. So
and when you're making songs every day and the people around you are making songs every day and they're showing you what they're making, and you're like, how did you do that? And you're learning just by watching. You're also driving yourself more. Like you're hearing what other people are doing, and you want to get better. You want to be what they're doing, and they want to be what you're doing. It just kind of makes you want to get better, and in a friendly way. It's not like this, bad thing. It's just that drives you to get better.
Right. So, in cheat codes, do you guys each have like a specific medium that you focus on? Like, does one of you always write? Does one of you always produce? Like, how does that break out? And
I mainly focus on production.
okay.
Yeah, I've mainly been focusing on like the live stuff. So like when we first started, we didn't know how to DJ or anything. we were just like putting out records. Yeah, and the first show was horrible.
Do you know how? Do you know how to?
There was no transitions. There was no like edits or like intros or outros. There was like play a song, 2 minutes, next song, 2 minutes. Like it was pretty
using
bad.
the Spotify like fade into other songs.
Yeah. We used to carry in our own little controller when we first started. Yeah, which was like
that was so funny.
If I saw somebody that, I'm like, man, they're just getting started, huh?
I forgot.
We had no idea what we were doing. So.
It's not necessarily dorky if you're doing like more of a live thing, but for
you don't want to
it's a nightclub
for nightclubs for like more of a DJ set. It's just unnecessary.
Okay, so I have a question. As somebody that's been to a decent amount of shows, do all DJs and artists play live when they're playing tracks that they're not singing? Or is or do you just press play and
Are you saying are you asking?
You're playing a club. Do you press play, or are you actually mixing things live?
Yeah, I think they're mixing. I think there's if it's at a club, I think they're usually mixing. I think there are certain shows that are more bigger productions, whether it's a festival or like a higher production show that might just be like
there's a thing on Ableton. If it's running on Ableton, it's just one press play, then it goes.
Yeah, but sometimes even if it's on Ableton, you can kind of trigger the tracks with like a MIDI controller.
Right. We use CDJs,
but there's not really like
mixing.
It'd be really risky to do that like in a club like on CDJs if it's like an hour-long track, because then if you like if it skips or you lose your place, then you're just like, where do I go?
Yeah. For sure. Okay, so speaking of like mixing, you guys have remixed a ton of songs, and I think one of your biggest, most played songs, Pretty Girl, is a remix, which has also been. I probably have 1 million of those streams.
Amazing.
You're welcome.
Love that.
But how do you guys like choose what songs to remix? Are you still interested in doing that, or was that just something that you wanted to do like starting out?
We definitely like the idea of doing remixes. We just like, I don't know. It's just, we have so much music that we want to release ourselves, and we only release so many songs a year before it gets like a little crazy, And so we just have so much of our music that we want to release before we remix somebody else's at this point, So it's kind of hard to fit that into the schedule. But if there's a song that we think could be better than the original version, and somebody wants to remix it, or if we really love the song or whatever, then we're definitely open to it.
So do people come to you and ask you, like, hey, could you remix this
All the
song?
time. Yeah. We have to say no to it a lot in the last few years, but once in a while, if the song stands out to us, or like I said, if we think we can make it something special, then we'll go for it.
Do you think that remixing other people's songs was something that helped you guys like, kind of get off the ground and get noticed because it was a song that people knew, so they already resonated, versus if you guys were to start with like original songs?
Totally. I would say that flipping a song, like making, like taking an old song and making it your own, sort of like what we did with Siegz, is helped us a lot more than just remixes. Remixes definitely helped, and Pretty Girl's our most streamed song ever, so it definitely helps. But in the beginning for us, the flipping songs like Let Me Hold You and Siegz would really move the needle forward for us. So.
And it's pretty hard to predict like a remix getting that big. It's not really like
it's rare.
Sort of science to it. It just kind of like happens. So, and even that one, like we kind of just did it because the label asked us to do it.
Wait, which one? Pretty Girl?
Yeah, because
really?
We signed, and then like right after we signed, Maggie Lindemann signed, and they put out that song, and it was, I don't know why, but the version they released was horribly slow. So,
it was just very slow. We heard like the lyrics are great, the melodies are great, but this is a very slow song. So we thought
we sped it up like 20, at least like 20
catchy.
BPM or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I had never heard the original song, and when I heard your guys's, it took me a minute to realize that it was a remix. And then I went out and searched for the original song, and I remember listening to it, and I was like,
I can swear, I can show, I keep. It's like, what? It sounds like she's singing in slow motion. It's like, well, how could you even sing this?
Yeah.
Like, at the booth like that?
Just ripping it apart.
No, I'm just saying.
great song! Obviously, the bones of it were amazing.
How could you sing it? I love that. That is good.
No, I'm just saying, I just remember we were kind of like, I don't know, but the label was like, go on, it'll be good. Dude.
Speed it up and see.
Like, okay, we'll try it, you know. And they were like, oh, okay, sounds cool. Sped up.
The power of collaboration.
It's also
new life.
true. Like, it was a good melody, you know. If you have a good melody, that really matters.
Right, yeah.
2
The
million
lyrics
streams, all
are
the way to
good.
700 million streams.
800 million.
800 million, sorry. It's a big multiply.
Dang.
Yeah, fast.
I think the original was like 10 or 20.
No, when we did it, that had
Oh,
one
yeah.
or two.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
5 years ago, 2017, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, so you guys have been on tour with a lot of pretty big acts, notably Chainsmokers and Demi Lovato.
Yep.
What is something that you guys have learned from touring with other artists? Or what did you like about it? What did you dislike about it?
It's cool, but it definitely makes you want to just have your own tours.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Doing your own tour is a lot more fun, for sure. You just have
It's
to-
about you.
I mean, it's your fans. It's like you kind of control how every day's gonna run, and the vibe of the show, and the energy on the bus, and like whatever. So it's just cool to, and you're picking your friends, like people that you want to be there, and all sorts of stuff. So
And we definitely, like, not that we pissed off DJs, but we pissed off like industry people, whether it's like agents or whatever, for like when we're opening, and we like to go hard. So like, but most people when they book their openers, they don't want them to be more hyped than like the main act. So it's like
if you go for it.
If it's like us three.
Which artist that you toured with are you more hyped than?
No, I'm just saying. If there's three of us and we're like on stage yelling and spraying people with champagne and throwing money in the crowd, and we're on the mics, and then there's like a DJ who's just one guy mixing music after us, it's like how do you be more hyped than that?
You're a hard act to follow.
It's very hard, even if we have very little production. So when you do this kind of tours and like people start getting mad at you, you're like, damn, I just want to do my own tour so we can go as hard as we want and we can make it like our own show, versus kind of like, people want to limit you a little bit, or like, hey, can you only play this kind of music? You don't.
Do you get to choose your set list?
Yeah, but sometimes they try to
Okay.
put limits on it. We haven't really done open on a tour. That was like probably like 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah. So.
Did you have a favorite of at least the big ones?
It was cool touring with Matoma.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Tom.
Tom was really
We did a
cool.
bus tour with him, and he's the man. We love Tom.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, who outside of you three has been the most instrumental in moving the needle on your journey? Like, did you be like an incredible manager, an incredible producer?
Our managers in the back are going to be just waiting for us.
No pressure.
Wait, what was the question? I don't know.
Probably like, if I had to say one person, I'd probably say Mike McGain.
Mike McGain.
Mike McGain is the biggest, yep.
Who is Mike McGain?
He was the head of a playlist creation at Spotify back in the day.
Cause like when we first started streaming, it was kind of like a new thing, and labels hadn't really like figured out what they were gonna do with it. So Mike McGain was kind of just like finding music that he liked, and he was also finding art, like new artists that he believed in, and that. So when we put out Sex, he was like, "I'm gonna make this." He was like texting us like, "I'm gonna make this fucking huge."
Well, he just put like even our second song we ever released, Adventure. He put it on a couple playlists and it reacted so well.
Yeah, it went viral
number one on global for Spotify viral songs. Whatever.
Yeah,
So it was just like it was having him give our music a chance in the beginning when we didn't have a label, we didn't have anybody like that really cared enough to put money behind it or anything like that. So the fact that he was willing to give it a chance and put it in front of listeners and it reacted well. And Spotify just they base all their stuff off the data. So if a song didn't do well, they would go down.
Yeah.
But because he gave us a chance, people liked it, reacted well. It kept going higher and people kept listening. So like people like him make a huge difference for new artists because they can literally change your life like overnight, which is literally what happened. Yeah.
So it sounds like Spotify then is your guys' favorite streaming platform, or is it?
Yeah,
I love Spotify
all day.
I like Spotify because the back end is like really easy to see like how many streams you're getting like per day, or like where the most streams are coming in from, and then also like
On the artist side, you mean?
Yeah, like the dashboard
Yeah.
for it. And also something really cool is we just did our bus tour. Was you're able to like send out notifications to all your followers that you're touring like in their city near them. So we have over I forget how many followers.
2 million now.
2 million followers. So it's like that's like really huge for artists.
Yeah, you guys are, I'd say, on my New Music Friday or release radar like every week. So.
Gotta keep them coming. So much.
Yeah. Okay, so your new song, "Afraid of Love," just dropped.
Yep.
Tell us about that song and which one of you is afraid of love?
Ooh, that's a good question. We did that with our good pal Jay Hart. He goes by Styles and Massey. He sings on the song. He's a writer, an artist that we've worked with for a long time, but he's written a few songs with us that we've released just in the past. He's just a super, super, super talented person. We love working with him, and the fact that we get to do a song with him, with his vocal on it, is really cool. He's super, super talented. His voice is crazy. He went and performed the song with us a couple times, and like when he comes out, he's just
so good.
Ready to go, guns blazing, vocal, like doing crazy runs that aren't in the song. I'm like, all right, I gotta step it up. Yeah, he's going hard. Yeah, so yeah.
So which one's afraid of love?
Ooh, who's the most afraid of love?
He is?
Who would you point out?
No, I was saying.
Jay Hart. Oh, Jay Hart. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean, out of us three, I don't know.
Well, did you guys write the song?
No, Jay Hart wrote this one. We just produced it. Yeah,
So maybe it is him.
Maybe it's Jay Hart.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not here, so he's the easiest one to point to. Right?
Yeah, it's gotta be him. It must be.
Alright, so after dropping Hellraiser's albums and then going on tour and wrapping the No Cap livestream event, you guys are probably exhausted.
Yeah.
So what do you guys do to stay focused and motivated when you're burning out?
That's a good question.
Well, definitely on the tour, like I would on the bus tour, I would be getting pretty tired, and then I would hit a workout and then I'd get a little bit boost of energy. So that was keeping pretty regular on that, like kind of helped me power through it. Meditating is good.
Self-care.
I probably should have kept working. I should have worked out.
Yeah, I didn't really work out.
Matt was always doing really good with that.
I got massages. That was nice.
I didn't do a good job of doing any of that stuff. I got to take better care of my body. Yeah, so I was exhausted. Still a little tired. But no, it's all good. We're happy to be here. It's a good way to kind of end the long few months of a lot of shows, but keep your Miami, so it's all good.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you guys are putting out a ton of new music.
Yep.
I feel like, as I said, you guys are always on New Music Friday. So do you guys have a big catalog of music that you're like ready to release, or are you constantly making new music like while you're on the road? How does that process kind of work?
Yeah, we always have too much music that we just can't release it all, it feels like. So it's one of those things where we're just trying to figure out the best ways to, release songs, get them heard without like overlapping, you know what I mean? So we have a lot of music and we have a lot to release over the next 12 months, I guess. So there's no shortage.
Yeah, and also just us being independent artists, it's like we can kind of do whatever we want. Like we can put out as much music as we want or as little, and you know, we're not on a major label, so it's not like
one song,
$1 million budgets like every time we drop a record, you know. So sometimes just us putting the music out and letting the music stand on its own is the best marketing, you know. So, but yeah, also during COVID, we didn't play any shows for 8 months, so we did have a big backlog during that. Like we're just like, let's just work on music, and so some of the songs like Afraid of Love, we finished during that time. So we do have, I think we're kind of nearing the end of that era of music that we did during that time, but I think we're going to take the month of May off to work on a bunch of new music as well.
So talking a little bit about that, do you guys have like a specific creative process or a place that you make music? How long does it take you to make a song, or like where do you start? Like, talk about that.
It's always very different. You know, it's like it's whatever is inspiring us in that moment, whether it's a vocal or a drum beat or a synth or some chords. So it's just kind of it's not, for me, it's not fun to get stale with making a song. Always having, like, some people have their way of doing it, but I think it's just more fun to kind of just go with whatever's, you know, hitting you that day. So yeah, as far as the creative process, it's just a matter of just, you know, trial and error, enjoying yourself in the process, and just not really thinking about it too much. Because the more you think about it, the shittier the music is. So just have fun with it.
Is there like somewhere that you go or something that you do when you're trying to get inspired?
No.
No.
Yeah.
You don't like go like on vacation and sit on a beach or
That
like
doesn't
go.
do it for me, you know?
No?
It's just, no, you gotta like, for me, it's like you gotta like make 4 songs before the 5th one's like really good. You know what I mean? You just gotta sit and keep making, and then...
It's like brainstorming, you know?
So how many songs do you think you guys have made that haven't been released?
Oh, so many.
Probably like 38,000.
38,000. There's hundreds though. I mean, I'll look at my phone and I'll like, even like last week I was going through my phone just looking through notes and stuff, and there's like lists of songs that we like never released. Just like, I don't know, it goes on forever.
It's like 200, 300.
Yeah, there's just so many songs.
Do you ever go back to any of those, or are you like you're always evolving?
Well, we have songs that like we did early on back in the day that we'll just like listen to sometimes that never came out. We're like,
Yeah. We should release that. Sometimes we'll hear like, oh, that was good if we finished it, but we'll like hear it and it sounds dated, or like the production's like old, or like I don't know. It's just like
there ain't no step, there ain't no snap.
Yeah. See, there's so many that come to mind. Gone in a minute.
Oh my gosh, yes.
So many funny ones. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of music just sitting around. Maybe one day we'll just put it on a hard drive and just put it on Dropbox.
You know which one I really like?
Huh?
Is that one, the one that should have been a 7-Up, the one that you did for Zed, the Refreshing? Bro, that one used to be for 7-Up, bro.
Yeah,
dude. That one's so good.
So did he release it? Yeah. Yeah, that shit was tight.
No, Zed like made some track and he just had like...
Trevor was just slaying it.
That sounds like a little bop, you know?
That sounds good.
Alright, well, 7-Up if you're listening.
Yeah, that's 7-Up. Or I'm actually more of a Sprite guy.
Yeah, Sprite.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or either one, I love it all.
True,
I mean,
but he'll take either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see Diet Coke?
I love Diet Coke. I'm a big Diet Coke guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Diet Coke?
Big Diet Coke.
It's the only thing he drinks.
I have like 20
Unpopular opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like it?
I mean, who picks Diet Coke over Coke Zero?
Oh, see, I can't do Coke Zero. It tastes like too much like Coke.
These are the important things.
What's your favorite soda, Matt? You have one?
Club soda.
Whoa, that's a shocker.
With or without vodka?
Does that count?
Just regular Coke soda.
Flavored soda.
Flavored soda.
No, it's not flavor. Well, I guess.
Yeah, what's your
favorite?
Well, no, what's sugar?
Oh, man, come on. Maybe like a root beer or a nutty.
Sugar, guys.
So he's the healthy one to take.
Yeah. I just don't really drink soda.
Alright, that's fair. Okay,
Don't make me drink soda. Sorry, I'm not playing this game with you guys.
Okay, so a lot of emerging artists start out solo, but Fiverr's mission is to give people the opportunity to connect with one another and provide opportunity no matter who you are or where you are. So when you are looking for people to collaborate, how do you decide who's a good person to collaborate and who should people be looking for during that process?
It kind of depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for somebody like creative or whatever, kind of just depends on like what art speaks to you and what you're going for, I guess. So I don't know. It kind of depends on what like specific task you're looking for.
Like if you are looking for somebody to collaborate on a song that you meet, maybe networking in LA, like what is it about them that makes you want to give them a chance? Is it because you've seen their work before? Is it their personality or their energy? Like
I think it's their energy, their vibe, and just like obviously their talent. If they show you something that they're excited about and it speaks to you and you're inspired by it, then obviously that's somebody you want to work with for sure. It's not gonna. Somebody might be something good, but it might not speak to you. It is what it is. It's just a matter of taste. So, it's just a matter of what you like, and just find somebody that you dig and go for it. Yeah.
At this stage in your career, do you guys feel like you would give somebody a chance that maybe doesn't have some impressive pedigree when you think they're talented?
We do all the time, for sure. There's artists that we've worked with that have literally hit us up on Twitter. Like there's an artist named Daniel Bloom who hit us up on Twitter. He was like 15 or something like that. He sent us some song ideas. We kept in touch with him, and finally he sent us a song that we really liked. We did the song with him. We put it out. It's called "Who's Got Your Love." It's got like 50 million streams, something like that. And he's been able to turn that into like a career for himself. He's been able to signed a record deal. He put out a bunch of music and.
He toured with us too.
Yeah, he toured with Jack Jones, that he said. Yeah, so he's done all sorts of cool. He toured with us. We got him on some dates with us, and he joined the bus tour with us with Steve Aoki in the UK. So it's just one of those things where you never, we love the idea of working with new artists, and we don't care if you have a big resume or not. It's a matter of if you're making something cool. And he was just a passionate kid who made good music, and we wanted to give him a chance and make a song with him. So
that's awesome. So knowing what you guys know now, everything you've done with your career and will continue to do, if you could give advice to an aspiring artist or to yourself back when you were starting, what would that be?
It's hard to speak like it was because it happened. It's easy to in hindsight. It's easy to be like, well, you should have done this and this and this.
But that's valuable.
Yeah.
People are in those shoes now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, like going back, I would say like I would avoid labels, and I would just really focus on like building a catalog that you own and that you have power over, and something that you can be, something that you have ownership of, as opposed to somebody like buying something from you that they're going to make money off of, and you're going to see a small percentage of that. So it's just a matter of like hustling with social media and putting out music consistently, not taking anybody's like no for an answer from anybody, like doing things for yourself and making things happen, and I would say owning your own catalog.
Yeah, owning your IP.
Yeah.
So, all right, a little bit more general. What are the best parts and the worst parts of the music industry?
Well, the best parts is like traveling and getting performed for people and like building fans that love your music. It's like the best feeling in the world when like people are singing your songs. Like, oh, we wrote that like in a hot garage in Van Nuys, California. People are singing it like in Mexico or like Amsterdam or something. So I think that's the best part. I think the worst part is probably just, there's a lot of like politics or like industry stuff that you got to do. Like play the game, things that people expect you to do, and it's like it can be a lot. A lot of people can't handle it.
So going back to your fans a little bit, what do you guys do to connect with your fans? Is there like a certain social media site that you guys frequent the most? Do you like go hang out with your fans after concerts, or have you become friends with any of your fans?
After the shows, we always try to go back and meet everybody and
take
sign
pictures
whatever,
with
take
people
pictures and do the whole thing. So we did that this last tour, like almost every show. So that was a blast being able to go say hi to everybody.
Nikki, there's one fan we know that's become a friend of ours. Her name is Nikki. She's been coming like all of our shows like forever.
Flies all over the place.
All over the place.
Wow,
and
loyal.
We always let her come hang,
and then she always comes backstage and so that's the whole show.
She never asked for anything though. She never
Nicest
expects
girl.
anything, so she's the sweetest.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, we love her.
So now, obviously, the industry has massively changed given like how big social media is, and people are exploding and becoming musicians on TikTok. Are you guys diving into that at all? Do you use it to like find music, or if you're releasing new music, like do you put it on TikTok? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's the craziest thing that's happened to social media in the last, or maybe ever. It's definitely a wave. I use it all the time. Whether it's just to on board, or if I want to like find some new artists and stuff. There's definitely some really, really talented new artists on there. Yeah, I use it all the time.
Yeah, the new music that like I listen to like in current day is like only from like TikTok stuff, like the viral hits.
I feel like all of the top songs are because they're being put on TikTok. I'm not sure if that's organic or being pushed by someone, but
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
You know?
They're all catchy though.
Yeah.
But I don't think, obviously that wasn't there a few years back, so now that's like a whole new opportunity for someone to put their music.
Well, it kind of changes the format a little bit too, because I remember when streaming was first a thing, Spotify, there was like people were kind of changing the format for Spotify so that, you know, you kind of like for the algorithms or like the analytics. So now it's like there's 15 seconds. If you have like a really good hook that makes is memorable with 15 seconds on TikTok, then it can go viral. So, but I guess the only issue with that is if that's the only good part of the song, then nobody wants to listen to the rest of it. That could be a problem, but.
Well, hopefully you get them in, so at least you get the stream, right?
Consumption rate is going up.
But also with TikTok now and all social media, I think it's become a little bit more about the artist as a whole. And I mean, obviously the music is super important, but on TikTok it's the video. You're probably in that video showcasing yourself.
Right.
So I think it's probably pretty cool for people to have that connection that they didn't otherwise have when it was just streaming platforms, so on Spotify or SoundCloud.
It's easier to fall in love with the person, you know, when you're seeing them and you're seeing like their work ethic and them posting every day, trying to get their, you know, career off the ground and whatever. So it's inspiring people. People, you know, get excited about supporting those types of artists and seeing them succeed and start from nothing. So it's definitely a whole new way. It's exciting.
Yeah, I think there's a different level of connection when you feel like you know them as a person and not just like you love their music, but you know who's behind it. So that's really cool. Okay, a few short questions and then we'll wrap things up. What is your favorite song that you guys have ever made?
I love Balenciaga, the song we put out a little while ago, just because I love the vibe of like going from like a very melodic thing in the beginning to something very heavy in the drop. I think that's a cool contrast, and I'd love to do more of that.
What about you guys?
I like probably the Feels Great, Fetty Wap. Yeah, that's a good one. I love that one. Takes you back.
Well, we started doing like a live set, so we've been doing like live drums and bass and guitar for our last bus tour. And my favorite one to always play is our song called Hurricane. We have a live version. Yeah, Tyson Ritter sings on the vocals, but we play it live like with guitars and bass and drums. And this guy named Arcando, who is this up and coming guy we never heard of until we did a remix contest for that. He made a version of it, and we've been playing it live, and it's like really fun to play live, and people seem to really like it. So.
One of my favorites is No Service in the Hills.
Hey, the cat on those vocals.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
Thank you so much.
That's the one with Bryce.
Bryce Vine. Stay.
Yeah.
Stay with the ice.
Yeah,
I love that one too. See, I might change mine.
You change yours to Stay?
Yeah, I love Stay.
You love Bryce?
I love Bryce. Great
It's
guy.
so vibey. It's really good.
You know they wrote that
about here, right?
In Miami.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
full circle.
But there's what?
Sorry to tell you.
It was Bryce and our friend JP. They wrote the chorus when they were in Miami, and they were here for writing sessions, and they didn't do anything all day. And then last minute, they're like, "Oh, we should write a song because we're leaving."
Because that's the reason we're here. Is to write a song. We just been like partying the whole time in Miami.
And so they
pushed back the flights.
I'm not gonna leave, but I want to stay.
Yeah.
So it was not about a love interest at all. It was about leaving Miami.
Yep.
Wow.
Miami is
Alright.
Well, it is a love story about
Miami. It's a real deal.
That's true. That's fair. Do you guys have a least favorite song?
No, I don't think so. I think
There's nothing you've ever released that you're like, ugh.
Yeah, there's probably a couple.
Yeah, it would be like.
I didn't know if there was like one that stuck out.
There's a song called Heaven that we did that bums me out.
But that song is so good.
I know, it just did not do well, and so it made me not like the song.
Really, that song is great.
I think sometimes too, like
you got so much hype for a song, like, I love it, and then it comes out, like, this didn't do well, no one cared. You're like, you're like, damn.
Also, I think sometimes the songs bum me out. Like Heaven, for example, we had for like a long time, and we made so many versions of it.
Yeah.
And then you get to the point where you're like, I don't know which version's the best.
Right.
So what do you do?
So then you just, kind of
outsource your
just
friends?
this is back when we were on a label, so you kind of just put out a version that, the label likes.
We
or
play the game.
whatever.
That's why it's not fun.
So then, it's not as fun, and you're just like.
It's another reason I don't like it as much, You're
like, well, they think it's the best version, then you put it out and like, it doesn't really do that well, and you're like, well, maybe they were wrong doing that.
So if the label's not involved and you're like, I don't know if this version's better, this version's better, or if this drop is good.
We don't make as many versions.
Well, do you guys ask your friends though?
Yeah,
do you listen to do you have people listen to like your more raw stuff?
We show people, but at the end of the day, we just gotta go with what we like. We can't really trust anybody else's opinion. We just gotta go with our gut.
Yeah, you usually make 2 or 3 versions and just pick the best one. It's not like it's not like when it's like becomes like a drawn out thing. Like when you're making art and creating it, it feels more like a job. It doesn't feel like fun. So then it's not as when the song's finally out, you're just like, whatever. I'm just done like dealing with this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Versus like, oh dude, I'm fucking hyped, and like you just finished it and then you put it out like a month or 2 later, then it's like you're more excited about it.
You made the video over the pandemic. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was remotely produced in like 6 different places.
Oh yeah.
That was something.
How long on average does it take you guys to make a song?
It's hard to do average.
What's
It
like
could
the
be fast, could be
fastest?
long. It could be fast, it can be really fast. It could be.
Sex is pretty fast.
But I mean, if you're taking the amount of time of like hours and work that goes into it, probably just take a couple weeks or a month. But sometimes that's spread out like over like a year. You might like have it 90% done, and you're like put it on the back burner, and you're like, okay, now we're actually gonna put it out. So let's like finish the mix or finish up like. Let's do one last version or something, or add a couple things to the production.
So you're working on like multiple songs at the same time. You're not just like thinking about one song.
Well, yeah, because trying to figure out like which one we're gonna put out next, like what makes the most sense and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys have a favorite song to play in concert? So one that like really gets people hyped.
Pretty Girl Goes Off.
Like Feels Great.
Sex.
Good answers. I like all those songs. Okay. Last question. If you weren't a musician, what would you be?
I've been working for Fiverr.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Matt?
That's a good question. Maybe I would have a landscaping business or something.
Yeah.
Have a landscaping business?
Yeah,
That is so outside the box. I didn't see it coming. Yeah. All right, we got landscaping.
Okay.
We got working for Fiverr.
That'd probably be NBA.
You'd be in the NBA.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
This guy was on his way and he had a big toe energy and a big toe.
Big toe energy.
Yeah.
Dude, you got big toe energy.
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, you stub your toe and then your career is doing.
Yeah, so I actually don't have a big toe on my right foot.
All right, so
He kind of wobbles like.
I lied. I can't end on that note. Big toe energy is great, but one last question.
Okay, no worries.
What is next for Cheat Codes?
We are putting out part 3 of our Hellraiser album, so it's a bunch of dance songs coming out very, very soon. One of which is Afraid of Love, just came out. And then we're working on a bunch of country collaborations that we're super stoked about. It's definitely a new world for us. But we've got some music that we're really excited about for people to hear. And I'm sure we're going to be going on another tour this next year. We're always playing shows, but hopefully planning for another bus tour around the States and maybe international again. That'd be nice. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's about all the time we have, but thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to us, and
thank you.
Go check out Cheat Codes on Spotify.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you afraid of? Are you afraid of love? Are you afraid of? Are you afraid to jump into the fire when the fire could burn? I can tell you falling, but you're falling asleep alone. Are you afraid of love?
Oh no no, just be careful, nah nah. Love ain't simple, nah nah. Promise me no promises.
At home, for sure.
Yeah.
At home, I got everything I need here. I ain't got to ask nobody what a plate's at. I just, it's cool. It's good. I can put the AC on whatever I feel like. I ain't got to worry about no menu book or nothing like that. Cause studios, you got to like see what's around and shit. Like I already know what's here. We good. I know where the chip's at. We good. Home.
Definitely in my bedroom. It's kind of my safe space to create. I'll lock my door, go away for hours on end, just in here making music, trying to just be creative.
I feel really inspired when I'm kind of here at my desk. I've created a really nice setup that works for myself, and I feel really at home. I feel really inspired, and I'm able to just kind of sit and work on whatever, free from distractions.
My favorite place to create music has always been and always will be my room. I think that my bedroom allows for the most room for failure and the most learning and growth, and I think I get all my best stuff done there.
I think my favorite place to create music is definitely in a traditional studio setting. I love the vibe that you get from it. I love the equipment that you have access to, and I do love the way that it sparks creativity in a room with other people in that setting. That being said, right here is probably where I create music the most. And that's because I'm very comfortable with creating in my own space, and I do like having that alone time to just sit and really lose myself in the music that I'm creating.
My favorite place is home. It's in my studio. It's on my program. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. It's my favorite place.
My bedroom. It's the most convenient for me because all my tools are here and they're just right in front of me 24/7. So it's always wake up, create, wake up, create, wake up, create.
My favorite place to create music is at my house. I find that the sweatpants are way better in my house.
My favorite place to create music would have to be my bedroom. That's where I've always kind of produced and created my music, and that's also where I'm most comfortable. That's very important as a producer.
Hi, my name is Kayvon Darragay. I'm the Artist Relations Director at Genius, formerly known as Rap Genius. I have been booking, interviewing, and creating content with Genius for the past 5 years now. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do at Genius and what Artist Relations is. First and foremost, shout out to Fiverr. Thank you so much for having me as a part of this. And the rest of this programming is really, really tight. Make sure you tune in for it if you haven't thought about doing so yet. And if you're not active on the platform as well, get in there. If you're an independent artist or an emerging artist who actually needs stuff done at a decent price, at a high quality, Fiverr is a great place to start looking for some of those pieces that you need along the way, especially when it comes to the creative aspect of things. I actually use Fiverr myself for my Twitch emotes, which if you tune into KVonMD on Twitch, you'll see as well. So again, shout out to Fiverr. Thank you so much for having me. As we get started, I'm just going to start from the beginning and tell you guys a little bit about me and how I got into artist relations and how I got into my position at Genius in the first place as well. So I've always been a music fan really since I was a kid. Most of my core memories kind of revolve around music or songs or listening to them or singing along to them. I was a violinist from the age of probably about 6 years old to 7 years old up until now. I still play. It's in the back behind me over there, but much less. I kind of, on leaving England, I'd really started writing songs. And so for me, I started as a songwriter, started as an artist. And when I got to college, that's really what I was doing. I thought I'd be doing that all the time. That was really like my main goal, was to make and release music. And I did it pretty successfully for a little bit until I realized the people I had around me did not necessarily have my best interests at heart. And so for me, the switch from being in the creative side to being in the business side was something that kind of happened organically over time. I think initially it was a bit of a selfish thing in me just wanting to be able to figure out how to do all of the other parts of this so that I wouldn't need to rely on anyone else to help me achieve my goals or bring my vision to life. And then eventually it kind of transformed into me wanting to help other artists become the best version of themselves and to help bring their visions to life. Or at least help tell the story in a way that was reflective of who they actually are and what the art meant to them. And I'll talk a little bit about that when we're talking about Genius and what I do there. But in my management stuff, like it's very much about like bringing the artist out truly and not forcing anything onto them. So that's kind of how it's changed for me. But as far as my career path goes, so I was an artist first, stepped back, started doing internships at studios, learning how to run sessions, learning from producers. I interned at a sync licensing company and kind of saw how running a sync licensing library worked and all the metadata stuff and just updating and uploading. After that, I graduated from school. My first job out of school, which I mean technically was the North Face, because I was working at the North Face and I helped open a store and sell coats for a little bit. My first music industry job was at Creative Artists Agency, which is one of the premier talent agencies in the world. Tons of clients across all forms of entertainment, essentially. And I started at the front desk. So initially I went in and I was just like, I just want to get my foot in the door. I don't really care what I'm doing necessarily. I just want to be working in the industry and be getting experience. So I started at front desk, answering phone calls, directing phone calls, cleaning the kitchen, putting the dishes away, like all that kind of fun stuff. And then started to take on additional work from assistants where I could. If there was anything that I could help them with, I was just like, yo, like I'm happy to do some extra work if you need help with it. If you don't have time, if you got other stuff to work on, if it's the easy stuff that you don't really want to do, like I'll just do it. So I started doing a lot of stuff like that at the front desk while I was answering phones and in between. And eventually I got promoted to being an agent's assistant. So after 2 months, I started working on my first agent's desk, which was in the country space, booking everything west of the Mississippi. So that's basically the entire western half of the United States, from anywhere from like clubs to theaters, amphitheaters, and arenas and casinos. So it was really like, you know, some lower value shows all the way up to like $1.5 million guarantee for an artist on a show, or like an arena tour, and like a set run of dates, which was a ton of experience for me. I learned a lot very quickly about booking, which then translated further into what I do at Genius. But also just in dealing with multiple teams and dealing with really high pressure situations and a lot of and a high volume of work coming in and out every single day. It also taught me how to be super organized, which now, even to this day, I keep a handwritten list of things that I need to do every day, which is something I learned from being at CAA as well. From CAA, I started to do media stuff and manage artists while I was still working as an assistant. So I was doing all my assistant work all day, usually from like 9 o'clock in the morning until about 9 or 10 p.m. at night. But then in between that, like on the way to work in the car, on the way home, like on my lunch break, I was either writing or listening to submissions or talking to artists and just building my network of artists that I knew and was supporting, and also managers and really just anybody that I could bring value to. I tried to really build my network and focus on building my network at that point in my life. I realized pretty quickly that I didn't want to be in live touring necessarily. I didn't really want to be an agent. So that path for me felt like a really, really long, difficult thing that I did not really have the passion for. Whereas I had started to talk to managers and really understand that, like, all right, management is kind of cool. Like, I kind of love the challenge of building an artist from scratch. Let me see if maybe I can do that. So I found my first 2 clients when I was working as an agent's assistant. I'm still with them today. And it's been a really, really cool experience to help an artist grow, or help 2 artists grow into what I feel like is almost the best version of themselves, which is why I'm still super passionate about it and love management. I went to school for music business, which I think gave me a really well-rounded understanding of the music industry, which I also kind of coming into management was like, all right, like I can at least help these artists figure out what they need to do next. And help them figure out the best ways to move forward, which I still feel pretty good about today. And I went to Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee, so you should definitely check it out if you are interested in going into that field. It's a really good school for it. They have a really great program, and it's a great place to get your feet wet in the industry as well. So back to career path, I was at CAA. I was doing freelance stuff for Good Music All Day, writing my Fresh Picks playlist. Well, my Fresh Picks segment, which is now a playlist on Audio Mac, but initially it was just like 5 artists a week from the submissions that I really liked and thought we should support. And it was actually through things like that I was able to find people like Jack Harlow and be one of the first, like, honestly, like he was like 15 years old. I remember getting the email and listening to the music and being like, this kid's super talented. So I was able to get in really early supporting artists like that, like Nav, Sylvan LaCue, Saba, some others, but you know, I honestly can't even remember. There's so many artists that I like really just enjoyed early on because the music was good, that I ended up posting about, and now I've been able to kind of see come full circle, which is tight. Like, that's my favorite part about this. So did that, quit, started throwing my own shows in Nashville, just paying for the venue out of pocket. Had great success with throwing curated live shows in Nashville, Tennessee, and then ended up doing more collaborative shows as well. So for a while, I was really just focused on curating both playlists, editorial posts, and then shows and live events. And that eventually turned into me, you know, flying up to New York and meeting people and networking and just being like, look, like, what can I do to help you guys? What can I do to amplify what you're doing? Do you have artists that you can put me onto that I should be listening to and supporting? And then eventually I realized like there was not the highest ceiling for me in Nashville, and I wanted to do more than I think I could get done there. And so I started coming to New York and just networking and letting people know I was going to move here. I met Rob, who's not my current boss, on one of my last trips up, and I just kind of told him, like, I'm down for anything. Like, I just want to work in the industry in New York, be around hip-hop and R&B, which is two genres that I've loved deeply my entire life. And if that means I've got to get coffee for people or whatever, like, I don't care. Like, I just want to come here and work. And so, you know, I didn't really think anything would come of it. I left. I got an email from Rob 2 weeks later that was like, hey, we're opening this job, which was Artist Relations Associate at Genius. We haven't had it before, so you should definitely apply. I applied immediately, like literally got the email and like had my application in like maybe 30, 40 minutes later. They sent me a take home. I sent back 9 pages on Monday. They sent it to me on Friday. But I just really wanted the job, and I wanted to demonstrate how much I wanted it. And so I found out I got the job the day I was leaving Nashville. It was amazing. I have now been at Genius for 5 years and have been promoted 3 or 4 times from associate to director. And you know, I'm it's really crazy to think about. I just passed my 5-year anniversary like last week. And it's really crazy to think about how much my job has changed in the years that I've been there. Like at first it was just booking predominantly for Verified. And then I started doing interviews for Verified and Deconstructed because I'm a producer as well. So I really understood like producing. And so for a while it was just me and Rob, and I was doing a lot of interviews. Like, you know, some weeks, especially if it was out of office, like some weeks, like 10 shoots a week, maybe. And that's a lot. There's a lot of interviews. So our team expanded. I started to move more into content strategy, keeping an eye on like how much we had backed up, how much we needed, what series we needed. I helped launch a couple series like Open Mic, which is really something that I was super passionate about when we were talking about it internally. And then when it came time to pitching and figuring out artists for it, I very much loved being a part of launching that series. And even now, like looking at it, you know, it's one of our biggest series. A lot of our biggest videos are open mic performances, and I just think that's amazing. Like, it's really, really cool to have been a part of that. As we transitioned further, you know, I got more into branded content, so I've been doing a lot of really cool branded content partnerships. I've done a lot of really amazing videos, like the Burberry one with Snow Allegra is one of my favorite. And then we did Genius Live for a little bit, which was our live interactive show series throughout the pandemic, which I was booking for, which kind of allowed me to get back into live touring a little bit with live music, which was really cool. And then, yeah, like now I'm working on our new project moving forward as well, which will allow us to work even closer with artists, which I'm super excited to get started with. We have a new client who's got new music coming out soon that I can't wait to talk about and tell everybody about, but I can't yet. So keep an eye out for announcements about that stuff too. But yeah, that is kind of like in a nutshell how I've gone from the beginning of my career to here. It's been a lot of just doing stuff and trying to figure things out. Everything that I do on Twitch and with Discord now and on TikTok is just stuff that I've tried. And if it works, then I continue to do it. That's again kind of the way that I've been guided through my career, is just trying things, figuring out what works, and then doubling down on the things that work and trying to build from there. Let's talk a little bit about Genius though. So Genius's mission and how it resonates with me, I think, you know, goes back to telling artists stories candidly and accurately. I remember seeing my first piece of Genius content, I think was Rob speaking with 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne about their joint album, which, you know, we don't all talk about now, but at the time it was just the tone of the interview and the way that he spoke to these artists was so, like, I'd never seen Lil Wayne as just a human, and that's not I'm not a human being joke, but it definitely was like one of those things where, like, you know, Lil Wayne was this icon, this idol, and I'd never really seen him in this human light before through interview. And I think that was something that always really attracted me, especially to Rob Markman's interviews, but definitely to the content that Genius was making, was just that it was so humanizing, and it was such a candid way of talking to and finding out information from an artist. And as I started to get into interviewing, that was definitely one of my favorite things about it too, was that I've been able to have these really, really candid conversations with people about what's inspired their art. and why it's important to them. And so I think, one of the things that Genius has always done so well, and one of the things that I love the most about it is that aspect of things, is that it's not about sensationalizing little things in these songs, but really putting context behind the stories that inspired the music and the art in the first place, and even the person. And that's one of my favorite things, is really getting into like who someone is and why they are the way they are and why they think the way they think. So I think for me, that's what Genius's mission feels like, is this candid and open and honest conversation around art and what inspires it and what inspires the people who make it. So that's why, honestly, that's why I do what I do. That's why I love what I do at the place that I do it at. I think artist relations to me is kind of all encompassing, like it's not necessarily just dealing with artists all the time, but it is predominantly dealing with them, especially in interviews and shoot spaces. It's making them comfortable and making sure that they know that they're appreciated and that they have the space to speak how they want to speak and about what they want to speak about. So, in interviews, it's if I ask a question, they want to talk about it. All right, cool. We'll move on. Let's figure out a different way to talk about this lyric or talk about this inspiration. We don't have to force anything. We're not trying to trap you in a conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I think a core aspect of this is making artists feel comfortable with the brand from the moment they step foot in the space. Like I always tell people, like, I really have like a 5-minute window from meeting an artist and their team to them being in the interview chair for them to feel comfortable with me and to feel comfortable with the crew around us. So I think that's maybe the best way of putting it. It's like, when someone comes into the office that's artist related, whether they're on their team or if it's them or if it's a manager or their publicist, like, it's making them feel like they're all welcome and special in the space. And then outside of that, there's way more, like it's dealing with emails and inquiries and like issues coming in from the site or on lyrics, or if lyrics leak, or if songs go up early, or if someone sees something they don't like it's dealing with everything that is artist facing at all. Like if anybody needs anything who's on an artist team and they reach out to artist relations at Genius, like, one of us on the team is going to be handling that first and foremost. Rob always puts it like we're kind of like the front line in a way, like we're kind of the first responders of Genius. If anybody on the artist side of things needs anything. As far as what my day-to-day looks like, it's a lot of emailing. It's a lot of Zoom meetings at this point. It changes pretty frequently because of the things that I work on. I get a lot of new projects across my desk, and with that, I think there are maybe changes to my regular schedule that happen pretty frequently. But for the most part, it's being in team meetings. It's interacting with other teams on the Genius side. Figuring out what we're working on, how we can work with talent, what that looks like. It's pricing on campaigns and potential talent partnerships. It's a lot of like emailing and thinking and directional lists, and then on the other side of it, it's really like scouting artists and finding things. It's like researching and looking for like what's next and what people are listening to, and kind of figuring out why as well, which is really just what I enjoy doing. So it doesn't really feel like a crazy day-to-day workflow. Like it's very similar day-to-day, but it's all stuff that I really enjoy doing, so it's a lot of fun. What role does my work play in an artist's career journey? I think that varies on the artist, right? So for some people it's been very impactful. I can't really pretend like it hasn't. Some of the stuff that's gone viral or helped an artist's song really go to the next level, like I think one good example is Rod Wave with Hard on Ice. That song became a bit of a sensation through one of our open mic performances, which actually went viral and I think brought a lot more ears and eyes to a song. So in some senses, it plays a big role because we have provided kind of a platform and a megaphone in some senses for certain artists and certain songs to take on an entirely new life, especially through viral content and through short form video content and all content being repurposed on platforms and other platforms. But I don't know that I think of it like that necessarily on the day-to-day. Like when I look at it zoomed out a little bit, yeah, but on a day-to-day standpoint, I think it's more just being able to support artists throughout their career journey. And for me personally, because I do a lot of stuff outside of Genius that is more so focused on independent and emerging talent at a very small level, I think for me it's For me, it's maybe more being there the whole time and having the overview of the entire career path. Like, I love to see something grow from a very early stage and it get bigger and kind of see what happens and then figure out how I can fit in throughout that journey. And I do think that the other people in artist relations feel the same way as well. Like, it doesn't feel as though I don't think we're sitting around being like, oh, we're the reason that this is like big, we're the reason this broke. Like, that's not how it feels for us. But I think when we can look back and reflect on something and know we had an impact on an artist's career, it feels really good. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's something we're all proud of, especially when something performs really well. When we pick something that we know should perform well and it does, I think that's where it really feels like we've been a part in the career journey more than anything. Or, you know, when it's referenced in things, like, that's the other cool thing is too, like, sometimes people will reference things in other interviews or talk about it or like do retrospectives, and that kind of stuff is really cool to see as well. The coolest experience I've had so far in the role, there's been so many, honestly. I think, and this is a personal favorite and I'll always feel this way, I got to go to the Revenge of the Dreamers sessions, which was the Dreamville collaborative sessions with like J. Cole and all of their roster of clients, and then a bunch of other really incredibly talented artists and producers, all just in the one space in Atlanta, just outside of Atlanta at Tree Sounds. Shout out to them, one of the incredible legendary studios in the Atlanta area. And I got to just be a fly on the wall and sit there in the sessions and like be around some of my favorite artists of all time, some of my favorite producers of all time. I got to meet some of my favorite producers of all time, and it was just like such an inspiring experience, while at the same time being extremely relaxed. Like, there was no egos in there, and it was just like a beautiful creative experience. I think I needed it in the time of my career to just like reinvigorate me from a creative standpoint, and I think it did. It just really inspired me a lot, and kind of honestly really inspired me to build community first and foremost, and focus on that as a way to grow everything that I'm doing. Most rewarding part of my job, like I said, is probably just seeing the impact, like being able to look at something and be like, yo, like, I was early on that and it killed, and it did extremely well. Like, you know, I think when I look at Genius content, like 3 of the biggest videos we've ever done, YNW Melly, Murder on My Mind, Open Mic was something that I already fought for internally. Pop Smoke, not Pop Smoke, Lil TJ and Polo G, Pop Out, Open Mic, which is like one of our other biggest videos of all time, was also something that I pitched and worked with John Vincent, Columbia Records, shout out to him, on putting together. And this was like pretty early on for both of us, I think. So it was a really big win for both of us when it worked out. And then the other one being Boy With You Toxic, which is something that we did recently, that just like, I don't know that any of us were expecting to be as big as it is, but is now like our second most viewed video of all time. So I'm personally really rewarded knowing we've done something that maybe might have been a bit of a risk that's worked. And for me, it's been very fulfilling to be able to do things and push for things that maybe feel a little bit out of the box or feel like aren't necessarily what everybody wants, and then see it work. Like that's definitely it for me. And then, do I have any advice for people who want to work on the business? Yes. My advice for people who want to work on the business side of music, instead of being the ones on stage, is to just do things. Whatever it is that you want to do in the industry, there's not a reason that you can't just be doing it on your own. It's harder, it'll take longer, but that experience is what you need, and you'll learn the most from the experience of doing it, as opposed to, like, I went to school for music industry, and it gave me a well-rounded knowledge of the music industry and the history of the music industry. That being said, I really feel like I learned the most from doing, and I think the music industry is an industry where if you just do stuff a lot, you'll pick it up. If you're willing to learn and you listen and you don't have an ego and you just go into things knowing like, hey, like, I need to learn more about this and I want to learn more about this, you'll be fine. I think it's kind of tough because it's not really a meritocracy, so I don't want to be like, if you're just good at what you do, you'll make it in the music industry. It's not necessarily the case. Networking is a big part of it, and building a community around you is a big part of it. But I do think doing things and just taking the jump and taking the leap and like really trying to make something for yourself or building your own platform will make it easier for you to have leverage going into these jobs or going into this industry. So you don't have to be an assistant. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you can skip that part and just demonstrate that you've been able to do something on your own. So that would be my best advice, I think, for people who want to work on the business side of music, is to just do as much as you can and network as much as you can. all right, a couple more things. So did the pandemic change my focus or the way I work/operate? If so, how? It gave me more time. I think that is probably the biggest change the pandemic made for me. Like, I went from having to commute to an office every single day to now I don't, and I have an extra hour and a half in the morning and evening that I don't have to commute in. I feel like I'm more focused. I don't really waste as much time. There's more time in the day for me to fit more things that I do into the day. So whether it's making TikToks or clipping stuff from Twitch, or if it's like updating things on Twitch, or just promoting a stream, or like even streaming in the first place. Like, I think being in the pandemic has actually given me more bandwidth to do more. And with that, I've been able to just expand everything that I'm working on in different ways that I really didn't even think about prior to the pandemic. So it's kind of forced me to evolve a little bit in the way that I look at work and working with artists specifically. What about social media platforms like Trilla and TikTok, which really exploded during the pandemic? Yes. Yeah, I'm very pro TikTok. Trilla, I don't use as much, but only because I don't necessarily know that the community that's on TikTok is the same as the community that's on Trilla. And for me, I really enjoy the community on TikTok. Like, I think I've been able to find some really amazing artists. I've been able to connect with really amazing artists and put them in playlists that I run, and even like send them to the Twitch stream and have them be a part of my Discord community. So I'm very pro TikTok. I think every artist should be on it. It's just a tool in the toolkit that you should be using. I don't think there's a reason you shouldn't be on it. I know a lot of artists are adverse to being on the platform because it feels corny or it doesn't feel like something they want to do. But at the same time, if everybody is doing it and that is the way that people are finding artists, you're really kind of shooting yourself in the foot by not doing it. It's also a really, really good way for you to test what people want from you and what they like. So I'm very pro TikTok. I just think it's a good way as an artist to connect with your fan base a little bit more directly and make them feel like they can know who you are, which I think is long term the best way to build a really engaged audience too, is to just let them into who you are as a person. So yeah. And then what in your eyes does the future of your role look like? What's the next evolution of artist relations as we know it? I don't know. I think the future of my role lies a little bit more in traditional A&R. It's kind of what I love and what I want to do long term. So I think it's figuring out how to work with artists in a more hands-on way, with Genius involved as well, which hopefully we'll see happen in the next couple of months. We are working on some new projects that I don't know how much I can say about yet, but just keep an eye out. Like, I'm pretty excited about what the next iteration of Genius looks like in 2022, and some of the stuff that we are going to be working on, especially when it comes to working with artists more directly than we have in the past. So yeah, I think the next evolution of artist relations is maybe just what it is now, but maybe more all-encompassing. I think we've started to see it even with some of these new tech companies now, and the way they kind of have artist relations function, which is almost more of an A&R role as well, and figuring out artist partners and management of artist partners and stuff like that. So, depending on what we work on, I could see it being something similar. That's really all I can say about it at this point, though. But yeah, that is in a nutshell kind of what my job is, what my role is, and how I got there. I think, like I said, best advice that I can give to any young people who are trying to get into the business side of things is to really just dive into community first and foremost. There are a lot of communities that focus on independent emerging artists, but then also up and coming, or people in the industry, people who want to be in the industry. So I would definitely go check out the Digilog. If you haven't, they are an artist, or they're a global community of artists, creators, etc. that really do focus on artist education, as well as careers as well for people who are trying to get into the industry. They post and kind of accumulate all of the job openings week to week of things that are new in the music industry. So it's a good place for you to find entry-level jobs specifically if you are trying to get into the music industry. Definitely get at me at KayvonMD on TikTok, Twitch, on Instagram. I have a Discord you should join called the Kayvon's House Discord community, which has playlists for the community playlists. We do a lot of educational stuff in there. We talk about opportunities for artists, and just try and build more of a network and a community around people who are trying to make it in this. So definitely get at me. It was really nice to be here. And again, shout out to Fiverr. Thank you so much for doing this, and for the programming in general, but then also for the platform. It's really great. So if you haven't, please dive in, use the platform, find the stuff that you need. Who knows? You might find a great collaborator on Fiverr. All right. Peace.
Hi, my name is Dami Olalere. I'm a freelancer on Fiverr. I play the guitar and I mix and master as well. My sister was in the choir, and I would follow her to practice every Saturday, and I'll just wait for her like 4 hours. And I got tired of that, so I will go to the piano. They had an old piano at the back of the church. Using my old experience with the piano, I could just I know what forms a major chord is 135, and I just apply that to the guitar, and I could play immediately. I'm like, this is way easier. I'll stick with the guitar. After playing guitar for close to 2 decades, about 20 years, I will record albums for people and they will send me the reference track and, hey, how do you like how it sounds? And I always have a problem with it. I'm like, it could sound better. So I will give the engineer a call and I'll start adding stuffs, and they didn't like me that much. So I end up mixing on my own and got better, actually went to school for it. I found inspiration everywhere. Not to sound cliche, like hear the bird sings and all that good stuff. One time I was mopping the floor and it sounded right, and I could sample that and just create sounds based on that fact. So I will consider myself as a fusionist. From R&B, I could be recording an R&B song right now, and I'll be on stage playing rock and roll, and back in the studio playing gospel. I think because of my experience and how many places I've lived over the years, it shaped my style and me personally, so I can actually fit into most settings. I grew up in Lagos, Nigeria, and that shaped me musically. It's a big city, and music is a big thing. Kind of the African sound as it is right now. And also, I live in New York City as well for a while. And I live in Jersey now, not that much of a difference, but yeah. So, and you travel a lot and you spend time in other places around the world. It shapes you musically and you hear sounds differently. Finding your own sound, and when you play a session, you don't just want to be a guitar player. I want to be, that's these that play that sound. So that's one of the major obstacles, finding your own sound and staying true at the same time. That's huge. And also breaking forth. And it's not like there's a manual on how to be a great musician. There are some, but good luck with that. Being a father, right, it's amazing. I have 2 boys. And one is interested in music, one is not. Balancing that means I start recording after they go to bed because they are my bosses. So it's really hard to keep that balance between being a full-time musician and being a full-time dad. But so far we're getting better, they're growing and they're loving what I do. So we spend time together these days, and that's really fun. They help me with the guitars, untune them when I tune them, and push my amps everywhere. And my studio is actually in the basement, so they love being in the basement because there's enough stuff to play with. Not my favorite parts, but... Well, I'll pick an overdrive pedal. Why? Because you can shape it, you can make it sound like it falls, you can make it dirtier, almost distortion-like. It's a whole new platform for me. I could be in my basement in New Jersey and be working with someone in Germany and be on a Zoom call with someone in Manchester. It makes it global, and the reach is, there's no boundaries. I've had a lot of projects that got too heavy for me, and I'll still look for other freelancers on Fiverr to share that with. That is priceless. And it just opens a whole new world with no boundaries. And I think that's an amazing thing. Not to sound cliche one more time, but it's an escape. There's a lot going on around the world right now, and a lot of things don't add up, but when you put a piano and a guitar and you have bass to that, that all adds up and it makes sense. So it's a good escape to me.
Feel like sun on my skin.
Hey everyone, I'm Adam Fine, head of music and audio here at Fiverr. We're lucky to be joined with Jake here. Cool, go by Jake, right?
Yes, sir. What's up, y'all?
Awesome. So Jake is a musician, singer, songwriter, producer. I feel like we could go on forever. Social star. How do you define yourself?
Yeah, I would say I'm mainly a songwriter. That's like my first love. I just love making songs. But yeah, that bleeds into so many different things nowadays.
Totally. And I think you're a perfect representation of the modern musician who's involved in so many different facets of the game. So let's go to the beginning. Can you tell me just a bit about who you are, where you're from, how you got into music?
Yeah. So I'm from Rhode Island, smallest state in America, and I grew up in a very musical family. My mom is a music teacher for elementary schools, and so starting off real young, I was taking piano lessons, and then I was giving her a hard time, so she let me take drum lessons from someone else, and then later on, I took guitar lessons, and so through that time, my mom just kind of forced me to practice, but I never really loved it. And through that time, I also was playing on my church band team, playing drums or guitar or piano. And so after about around the age of 14, I came across Logic Pro X, which is what I used to make all my music. And I absolutely fell in love with the creative process. And that's when I really just started using all my free time to make music. And now I'm 21. And so since 14, I started off making beats, and then I would just record something over it. And then that's kind of how I got started.
That's awesome. It's actually crazy similar to my story, with piano first, then drums, then guitar, and my mom's garage band.
There we go.
Now Pro Tools, Logic. But so would you say your mom or the music you were playing in the church, was that kind of your initial influence, or was other music coming in? What was that like?
Yeah. So throughout kind of going to church, growing up, I was listening to a lot of just like Christian contemporary, nothing like super gospel. So that sort of music is really simple and easy to kind of understand the structure. And that's where I feel like I really learned song structure. But then when I was like 9 years old or 8 years old, I came across my brother's iPod, which had pretty much like tons of hip hop, and I just completely fell in love with hip hop. That's when I really started actually listening to music. And some of my favorite artists from there at that time, and I'm pretty young, so like it was like Kanye West, Drake, people like that, and I just completely fell in love.
Nice. And do you feel like those artists are still, you hear them a bit, that influence in your music now, or it's something that really started and now you're in a new space?
Yeah, so when I started making beats, like I was doing a lot of hip hop stuff. Occasionally, when I just feel that itch, I'll go make like a complete hip hop song, which I always love to do. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of influence from both of those guys. Whether it be to like just how the drums hit. Sometimes Kanye is definitely a big influence for me. So yeah, they definitely stuck around quite a bit for me.
Yeah, I think Kanye is a big music influence for a lot of people. And did you see the documentary recently?
Yes, I did. Yeah, loved it. It was so good.
Special to get a behind the scenes peek into his creative side. So then, when did TikTok come into the scene for you?
Yeah, so basically I had tested out a couple things on TikTok early on, right as it got switched from Musical.ly to TikTok, and like something kind of popped off, but then it started to die out, and then I kind of stopped. But then COVID happened, and I just had all this time on my hands, and my parents were home, and so I decided, I had this idea. I was like, what if I took one of those beats that I spent like 2-3 hours on and just had my mom walk in the room and act like she made it in 5 minutes? And so basically I did a series of those videos, and they just progressively kept like blowing up more and more. And to the point where I was like, all right, now I should throw my vocals on one of these songs, and maybe I can just like kind of become an artist casually through this. And that's kind of exactly what happened.
That's awesome. And were you expecting it to latch on the way it did? Were you expecting that concept to get so many viewers?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely believed in it. I thought it was like a hilarious thing. I remember like there is a video somewhere out there in the world of Twitter where I posted a video with my mom making a beat, and at the time it got like 20,000 impressions, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. And I remember having that idea for a while, and I knew that there was something special about it. And so when I actually had the time to go flesh it out and do it, we kind of adjusted the structure of the video a little bit, and then it just started going. But yeah, I kind of forgot about it, and then once it started going, I was like, this is gold. Like, we can do so much with this.
And so does your mom say that you owe her for getting things started?
Oh yeah, she'll be like, hey, I filmed a TikTok with you yesterday, so come do the dishes or come do this or that. It's very typical.
It's totally fair. Totally fair.
For sure.
Nice. And I'm curious, so do you feel like that type of content was, what do you think made you stand out on TikTok, especially in those early days? Obviously they were amazing videos, but is there something that you think really made them stand out?
Yeah, I think mainly it was the fact that my skills that I had been working on for I guess 3 years before, like I had dropped out of college, and then like I had just been trying to perfect my craft. And so once I had that moment to shine and the views were coming in, like I was really able to capitalize. Like I ended up going to LA and using my TikTok platform to connect with other TikTokers and write songs for them. And pretty much like, since I had that skill that I had been working on for so long, I was able to seize the moment. And I'm glad that I didn't blow up earlier, because then I probably wouldn't have been able to make the most of all those opportunities.
That's a really interesting point. I think when you first started putting out music on TikTok, it was more towards the mashup side of things. And then how did you decide to kind of incorporate your own music, and what was that transition like?
Yeah. So the idea with the mashups was like, let's make a beat that's really fire, but let's mash it up with a song that's already trending on TikTok. So I would just scroll through my For You page, try to find like what sounds are being used the most, especially in that whole dancing era of TikTok, where there were tons of TikTok dancers. They would just be using these songs, and I would just use that virality of the song and then make a beat out of it. So that's how it kind of started. But then I made that slow transition into releasing my own music. And it was kind of like I was skeptical that my personal music would work on the platform, because I had so much success with mashups. I was kind of scared to walk away from that. But yeah, as I started posting things, it started to resonate with people. And now we're at the point where most of the content that I'm posting is just like personal music for my own albums and whatever, all that sort of stuff.
Really cool. We're definitely gonna touch on TikTok a bit later. It's gonna be a theme, but I want to jump into a little more of the kind of just the music side, the production, songwriting. I think you're obviously a very talented songwriter, but also a skilled producer. How do you kind of find the balance when creating a song? Do you usually start with production, or is it more of a songwriting first? What's your approach?
Yeah. My approach has definitely adjusted over the years. As I've been like, I'm super intense about finding like the most efficient way to create amazing songs. I just want to kind of be a machine. That's when I feel like I thrive the most. And so, I started off just like doing what I was good at, which was like making beats and stuff like that. I wasn't super great at songwriting at first. And then I realized like, if I'm already good at these things, I should just put all my attention on the things I'm not good at. And so for a while, it was like I wasn't great at writing melodies, and then I got better at writing melodies. And then I felt like I wasn't great at writing lyrics. And so I would just start the song with the lyrics. And so now I'm at a point where I've been trying to fine tune all my different skills. And so I'll start typically songs a lot of different ways, but in general, I think my weakest point is lyrics. So I just really triple down on lyrics and make sure those are great. And I start from there, start with a great title, start with a great lyric, and then I build the song around that. So that's kind of how my process has been recently.
Nice. You said something there that's really interesting. You take a weakness and then you hammer it down. You really focus on that weakness, so it's not a weakness anymore. But what you said is really simple. Like, I was bad at melodies, so I was focusing a lot on the melody side, and they got better. Do you feel like it was really just about practice and the reps kind of helped you improve, or were you collaborating with others that helped you build the melodies? Like, what did that look like?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes with just time, just working on it and comparing your music, and like testing it out on different like platforms is really good too, because you can see what people like, what people don't like. And there's always, if a song isn't doing well, there's always a reason why it's not connecting with people. And that really has been my focus, is like, okay, if this isn't working, why isn't it working? What can I be doing better? And so that constant like analysis process is what I'm always running through in my brain, like throughout the day, and just trying to, use my brain to understand what went wrong. And so through that, like, it kind of is just like, when I recognize, oh, that doesn't work when I do this, then I just cut that out of my process, or this or that. Like, slowly you just kind of get better and become a more I guess pointed songwriter, where you can make a song and it just like it works because you've been practicing in all those ways.
Right. When you say testing out a song on a platform, is that something that you do regularly? You work on a beat, a melody, and then bring it to TikTok and see how people react?
Yeah, it's typically like I'll make a lot of songs. Like, that is something I love. I just like creating new music. There's certain songs that I'm like 100% confident, like, yo, this should work. And so sometimes I'll just go straight out and release it. But for the most part, like, a lot of songs, I like them, but I'm not sure if they'll actually resonate. So I'll just make like a casual video of me just playing it in the studio and see what people think of it. Like, in the comments, just scrolling through, and people, the negative and the positive comments are all helpful. And sometimes, and that's really what happened with my biggest song, This Is What Falling in Love Feels Like, is like, I posted it up just casually, and it just got a lot of great feedback, and it told me like, okay, you should probably actually try to promote this, put it out, and see what happens. And that's kind of exactly how we did it.
Yeah, really cool. And is that something that you would recommend for up and coming artists, to really show fans more of a behind the scene process, and kind of give them these sneak peeks and get feedback, instead of just keeping it in this black box and then putting it out?
Yeah, it's kind of foolish not to. It's such a great opportunity to test out your music. Like, if you have a great song, you should just throw it right onto TikTok, just see how it reacts. And it's better than finishing the song and spending an extra like 5-10 hours on it and then putting it out, just to realize that there was like one main piece that people didn't like, and if you adjusted it, it might have worked. And so, yeah, I think people are wasting a lot of time, and nowadays, like, you got to be able to preserve your time and your energy. And that's a great way. Just test it out real quick on TikTok, see what people think.
Totally. I'm curious, you also say, there might be a part that people don't like, but what about the opposite, where there's, you make a whole 3-minute song, but then TikTok latches on to these 10 seconds. Is that something that you look for, these moments? Are you able to identify them when you're creating a song, or is it something that happens more organically?
Yeah, it's funny, as I've been working, trying to, really purge the space of TikTok and just be a presence there. Like, I will kind of handcraft areas of the song and be like, okay, I have to imagine, well, with every TikTok sound, typically they're about 15 seconds long max. And so as I'm creating a song, if I can say like, okay, I really like this part, but I also like this part, how can I make it so that they're not 1 minute apart? And so, yeah, like, creating those moments is something that, like, if you're in the TikTok space long enough, you'll realize like, oh, like, if I just cut this area down here, make it shorter, like, this moment will just be like 15 seconds of like amazing virality. And so, yeah, I'll just like work on a song, recognize the great part of it, and then kind of cater that 15 seconds towards TikTok. And you can see that as a common thread throughout my recent songs that I've released.
That's awesome. I think that makes a lot of sense, and something that artists might shy away from, to not kind of change their music to fit for social. But a lot of times people don't realize that actually might make for a better, more catchy song too. And there are songs that do well on TikTok where then they're 2 minutes, they get to the chorus first. It's just packs a punch for sure.
100%.
So now, how does TikTok play into your release strategy nowadays? Like, obviously you touched on kind of previewing your music. Is there a playbook that you feel like you have that you go to, or it's different every time because TikTok is evolving?
Yeah, I would say as of recent, I definitely adjust the structure a bit as I see things working and not working. But as of right now, it's really like I'll make a song. If I think it's really good, I will go and kind of finish up the lyrics, or at least like the clip that I think is really good. I'll finish that piece. It might even be 30 to 45 seconds. And then I'll go on TikTok and like just leak it. Like literally the other day, I made this like 15-second clip, maybe 20 seconds, recorded myself doing it, and now like it's starting to really move. And so but I don't have the song finished at all. Like I literally just have that clip. And so but that's the thing, is if you have one viral section, the rest of the song kind of writes itself. And that's the nice thing, is like you don't have to necessarily finish the whole thing because you already have the idea. The song literally just kind of writes itself. So that's been my process. I'll throw it up on TikTok if I'm questioning it, and then if it goes, then I'll finish it and release it.
Nice. I think we've seen some artists do a lot of variation of that. One example is obviously Charlie Puth, who teased his song for what feels like a year on TikTok before dropping it. But I want to segue that into you working with Charlie. Can you take me through a bit about kind of how that came to be and what that means for you?
Yeah, man, it was an insane thing that even happened. Like, it sounds kind of crazy that that you're saying that I worked with Charlie. Like, that's kind of crazy because I'm such a huge fan of him. And yeah, I listened to a lot of his music throughout the past few years. And so, yeah, pretty much how that happened was, as I said before, I decided to throw my vocals on one of these viral mashups that I did with my mom, just right at the end. Like literally we had 15 seconds and that was it. Like it was the mashup, a little bit of drums, and then I just rapped and then sang at the end. And it was 15 seconds long and it just went completely viral. Kind of took us by surprise. It was the first moment where it was like, oh, my vocals are on a song. I'm about to release this as an artist. And so, yeah, my first song just went completely viral. And from there, my management was kind of connected with Charlie Puth from kind of day one. And so my manager had sent him the song like, yo, have you heard this song yet? He's like, yeah, it's all over my For You page. I would totally be down to do a remix. And so it was just kind of this crazy moment where we orchestrated this thing on TikTok just for like the content, and went to his house, was able to work on the song with him, and then we filmed some content for it. So yeah, overall it was like a crazy experience. But I'm yeah, just blown away at the fact that even happened.
That's amazing. And for everyone here watching that might not be familiar with the song, when he's saying viral, you really mean viral. This was like top song on TikTok for a long time. How many streams on Spotify is it at now?
Yeah, on Spotify it's probably, I think, like 80 something million.
It's amazing. No, really exciting. So was that, obviously it's amazing collaborating with Charlie. Was that a dream collaboration for you? Are there other people that are, no knock on Charlie, of course, but are there other people that are high on your list of dream collaborations?
Yeah, no, it was funny because I had an interview really early on. They asked me like, yo, who would be like your dream collaboration? I was like, if I had to say anyone, I'd probably just say Charlie Puth. And that was before the collab even happened. And so now that already happened, I'm just kind of like at a loss for words. And it's like literally my first song, like I got a collab with my dream collab. But if we're gonna get stingy here, I would have to say Kanye at some point. Definitely want to work with him. And maybe Frank Ocean, something like that. Like huge fan of both of them. So we'll see if that happens. But yeah, I'm content with Charlie Puth for sure.
Hey, I mean, you said Charlie in an interview in the past. You said Kanye now. I think it'll happen.
Let's hope so.
You can make it work. And so, in general, is this something like, obviously this piece with Charlie? Is it something that you do a lot where you collaborate with others and get in the studio with other people, or you're mainly kind of by yourself in your process?
Yeah, it's funny. For my music personally, I work on it typically alone, and then I'll send it to my brother, who's my main collaborator, and he lives like 10 minutes from me, and so he'll like flesh out the lyrics or fix the structure, all that sort of stuff. But in general, like the creative process for me is like I'm pretty much alone. I'll go to the park, try to come up with ideas, come back, produce it out, record it. And so, yeah, like with my own project, I'm typically writing most of the stuff myself and fully producing it myself.
Awesome. You mentioned there your own project, and you said in the past you're writing for others too, for different TikTok artists and publishing deal, everything. How do you decide what projects are yours and what goes to someone else?
Yeah, it's funny because like that is my main thing is just writing songs. I love it so much, and so I have tons of music. But it at first I wasn't really sure what direction I was gonna go in for my project, like what type of music I wanted to drop. But now that I've been releasing things, seeing what resonates with other people and what resonates with me, now it's much easier to be like, okay, that one's for me. Like I definitely want this. But this one is a great song, but it doesn't necessarily fit my vision. So I'm super down to like pass out amazing songs, even if like, you know, they could be like hits. I'll just be like, yeah, it's just not for me, you know? So I'll still like send out songs here and there.
No, it makes sense. I want to talk a bit about what's to come for you looking forward. Obviously the kind of rise to fame was during Corona. Things were locked down. Now you started venturing a bit into the world of live, and I'm curious how have your first few shows gone, and what are your expectations there for the year?
Yeah, it was crazy. I obviously was locked down for a long time. I didn't know what the scope of my influence really was at the time. And so I decided to do a show in Boston and a show in New York. And then I went to a festival and performed in Mexico. And so those are my first three. And it was crazy. I remember at the first show, it was sold out. And like, as I walked out, like I just saw everyone and just heard like the crowd, and then like I sang the first lyric and it was just the whole like room just erupted with people yelling the lyrics. I was like, what is happening right now? And so man, the live scene really opened up my eyes to see that like the stuff that I was making in quarantine was actually connecting with real people. And like, yeah, it's become one of my favorite things, just going out singing my songs and seeing who it's connected with, meeting the people who've been supporting me and stuff like that. It's been a really dope experience.
Amazing. Yeah. What does that feel like being in a room where hundreds of people are singing your song?
Man, it's definitely surreal. Like just to know that people like my music and are memorizing the lyrics just because they like it so much. Like I just remember as I was, you know, coming up and writing songs day after day after day, that was definitely like a dream of mine to see how my music is affecting people. But I had never had that real experience until I had performed. So yeah, it was definitely an adrenaline rush.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense. We have a lot of people, a lot of musicians and artists in our community, Fiverr Music, that are, you know, really trying to touch all the bases and trying to figure out how do they make it as an artist or as a producer or a writer. And as I said in the beginning, you're someone that really juggles so many different roles. How are you able to kind of play the social media marketer while also doing the producer? How do you find that balance, and how do you recommend people split up their time?
Yeah, it's something that I've wrestled with a lot. I've gone through seasons of just like working mostly on content and less on music, and then mostly on music, less on content. So I think it depends on the time and what's working. But if someone's still yet to have their big break, I would definitely tell them like every single thing that you make that you believe in, you need to take the time to promote it and see if it has a chance. Because if not, like that song that you made, like it doesn't do anything for the world. Like it's not going to ever get its chance unless you test it out. Right now, like TikTok is just or even IG Reels or YouTube Shorts. It's a free way to just test out your music. And so I would definitely tell people, like, if you have any songs that you're really loving, you need to test it out on one of these platforms, because you never know, because it could like change your entire career.
Yeah, I mean, it did for you, I guess.
For sure.
And besides that, just looking forward, you know, you wear all these hats, you produce your stuff, but then you also mix it. And really are involved with so much. Do you think that's going to be a consistent thing for you in your career, where you have to touch on every facet, you know, in the Kanye mold almost, or is it something that you see yourself collaborating with others, kind of outsourcing different parts of the chain?
Yeah, I'm definitely open to working with other people. I've just found that, like, if I have a vision, it's hard for me to trust other people to just kind of flesh it out. And, you know, my visions are so, like, just clear of, like, yo, I want it to sound exactly like this. And so since I've been producing for a long time and writing, I just can't help but just try to do it myself. And so, yeah, but, like, I've definitely made a lot of dope stuff while I'm collabing with other people. So I'm open to it, but I've found that a lot of times it's just like, if you have an idea, you should push it out and flesh it out, learn what you need to learn in order to do that. Like, I remember early on, I would have ideas, but I didn't know how to really produce. I didn't know what sounds I was hearing in my head. And so, yeah, I would encourage people to, like, you know, perfect your craft, get great at it so that you can wear any hat at any time and, you know, do what you need to do to make it work.
Totally. So looking forward, what do you expect in 2022? What's kind of on your horizon? Are you focusing on some singles, on another EP? What's that look for you?
Yeah, so not sure. Yeah, like the future right now is just kind of all over the place, but I will say, like, I have tons of content on the way. I got a song releasing April 1st, which I'm really excited about. I think that people will really resonate with it. And so, yeah, we've just been making, like, multiple pieces of content for that because we believe in it so much, and we're just going to promote the heck out of it right when it drops. So we have all that stuff loaded up. So stay tuned for that. Like, I've been working on so much content recently, and even, like, I've been posting a lot recently just to kind of prep my page for when I start promoting the song, because if you take some time off of, like, TikTok, sometimes the views are slow to ramp back up. And so I'm prepping for that release. And yeah, there's tons of new music, stuff that I'm super excited about that will definitely be dropping near in the future. But there's some stuff in the works, so I'll keep my lips shut for that, though.
Awesome. No, I'm sure everyone's excited about that. We're almost out of time, so I just want to, first of all, say thank you again. And second of all, say you've already dropped so much knowledge and things that'll help our whole community out. But are there any other words that you would say or tips to aspiring musicians, producers, engineers? Anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would definitely say, like, there's nothing, like, no talent can outdo hard work. Like, that's kind of a given in the industry. You do have to have some sort of talent, but it's the people who are working hard and trying to get better that are going to make it work. And so, yeah, don't expect things to naturally come. Like, if you want to be an amazing producer, go out and get it. If you want to be viral on TikTok, like, you gotta go out and get it. And I think a lot of times people will just kind of sit back, but yeah, there's in this day and age, like, no one's really handing anything to you. The labels love people who make their own success, and that's kind of really where you have to be at this day and age. So I would encourage people, like, go out there and get whatever it is your dreams and aspirations are. Work hard at it.
Love it. I think that's the best way to sum it up. Jake, thank you so much for joining us at Now Playing. If people haven't found you already, where can the people find you?
Yeah, I am on all social medias. You can just search up JVKE and I should come up. And yeah, on Spotify, Apple Music, all that stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for having me. This was really dope.
Yeah, of course. All right,
man. Peace.
Make a song from scratch using Fiverr. All right, let's do it.
Don't call me when it's over.
I feel like it could use some gospel piano.
Call me when it's over.
And Fiverr hooked me up with an EDM producer who turned that into this. Hey! And last, let's add some drums and get some cover art from Fiverr. That looks fire.
Now that you know a little bit about me, let's get into it. So we're going to be taking an inside look at how I made my song, This Is What Falling in Love Feels Like.
Feel like sun on my skin. This is love. I know it is. I know it sounds super cliche, but you make me feel some type of way. This is falling, falling in love.
As you can see here, I got the original file on the screen. And a quick history on this song. Basically, I had posted it on TikTok, just kind of tested it out to see if people were vibing with it. I personally was like in love with the song. I remember just being super skeptical as to if people would like it or not, because it's super unconventional. And I'm going to be showing you guys exactly why it was so unconventional. Everything from like tempo changes to complete instrumental changes. Like this thing is just different. And so I posted it on TikTok, and I didn't think it was going to work at all. The other day, it actually just became my most streamed song, which is absolutely insane. And I'm so happy because I resonate so much with this song versus some of the other songs that blew up of mine. And so this overall has been a really cool experience to see this song that I love so dearly become such a huge hit. So getting into the production and how I actually made this song, I started off the idea with this violin, and a lot of people ask me like, yo, did you like hire a violinist to play it? Actually, this one, I had just bought this new plugin from Spitfire. It's called Spitfire Solo String, I believe, or Solo Violin. And check this out. It's a very, very nice, real sounding violin. And I had this melody that I had tried before, but it didn't really work out. And then I tried again with this violin, and I was like, this is gold. So a lot of people have probably heard this before. So that was the violin that I made from MIDI, literal MIDI. And I had the idea to bring this violin part, try to fill it in with a bunch of stuff. I'll show you guys what else I added here. So it has this part here, and then it starts to slowly add in some other instruments with a piano. And then there was this, a couple little pads here just to kind of fill in the space sonically. And then just cut it out right there. One little thing that I definitely suggest y'all do when you're making music is to put it in a space that people are familiar with. A lot of people, when they hear birds, they think of a certain place in their mind. For me, it just reminds me of like a summer day. And so I added that just on top of everything, just very subtly. It just adds to this bright feeling of the track. And then if y'all know the song, it instantly goes into Feel Like Sun. So I'll play that part. And the whole vibe is just like this bright, warm, love type of vibe.
Feel like sun on my skin.
So getting to this part now, this section, it sped up a little bit from the last section. It's now at 103 BPM, as you can see here. And so right here, I'll break down how I made that big drop. A lot of people were asking me like, yo, what synth pack did you use? And literally, it was just a bunch of synths stacked on top of each other. Like there isn't just one synth that I use to create this huge, massive soundscape for the synths. So just to play that again, you can hear the fullness of these synths.
Feel like sun on my skin.
So let's break down each section here. So right here, let's see which one this is. Oh, that's just all of them on top of each other. Whoops. Let's check this one. That's one section with just that deep, like with a little bit of the brightness. Now this section is kind of this very rapid moving, like it just feels alive. The drop doesn't feel like just a straight sine wave. It feels like there's movement, like you can subtly hear that on top. Let's find the other sections here. Looks like I bounced out most of them. So I'll unmute these and we'll go one by one. So we have here a deep, low sub kind of synth just to fill in the bottom. Then here we have, I think, some brighter, like they kind of cut through the mix. So far we have lows and then we have mids and a little bit of highs. And now let's hear what this one is. And that's just this wider with some reverb down in the lows. And then we have, like we played before, the fluttery synth. And with all those together, it sounded like this. But as you can see, there's reverb tail on the end of all of these. So I bounced them out, and that's why you can see here we have all of these are cut off right after this section. There's little spaces so that there's no reverb. It's just so obnoxiously like in your face, like, and then it pauses. Just gives this dramatic feel to the track. And I think that's why people like it so much. It's so unexpected. So let's play that back a little bit.
Feel like sun on my skin. So this is love. I know it is.
Honestly, the way this came to be, it just kind of proves that there are no rules in music. Like, if you want something, if you imagine something in your head, which really just in my head, all I could hear was like the violin. And then I just heard this. I didn't know how to explain it or like describe it. I just knew that I wanted to be fully filling in the range of the sonic palette of the EQ, you know, having highs, lows, mids, and just feel like you're getting punched in the face with music. And so, yeah, on top of that, I added a kick and a bass. Let's find that bass. Here we are. A kick and a bass just to fill in that real low. And that really filled in the lower bottom end of the mix. So continuing on here, let's hear the next section of the song.
I know it is. I know it sounds super cliche, but you make me feel some type of way. This is falling in love.
Okay, so this section here, as you can see, I just took the synths that I just made and looped them each 4 times. And just to give them a little side chaining effect, you can see that I have some fades on each of these, just to feel like you're really in the moment. There's a lot of room for the kick to shine and really knock through the mix with that side chaining effect. And then continuing on, I added some vocal layers, some harmonies that you'll be able to hear. And this is probably one of my favorite additions to the track. They're very subtle, but they add so much space and so much lush melody to the track. Let's hear it. So that's with the mix. Now here is without the mix, just the choir.
This is falling in.
Falling in. All those abrupt pauses, they just make for very dramatic music. And this song is very dramatic. And I think I really nailed that vibe. Just by all these different pauses, they hit you unexpectedly. It feels like you're kind of just in a moment in a movie, so to speak, of just falling in love. That's really what I was trying to crystallize with this song. Just get it to feel like what falling in love feels like. It's just this like really intense but abrupt, like kind of you're just following along a trail and just all these different emotions are just hitting you. And so that's really what leads us into this next section. I wasn't sure what to add next. I just kind of naturally felt like, what if we added like a piano? So this is what kind of my brain just pushed out. I was just like, all right, let's do it. I just heard that piano in my head. I was like, it doesn't really make sense because it's not the same tempo. As you can see, 103 BPM, but now it's 129 BPM. Like, that's not typical for a pop song. Hence just why I was so concerned why people like, I don't feel like people would like that, but for some reason it worked. And sometimes following your creativity is the best thing you can do. And yeah, this piano, I'll play it again. Just got that real light vibe. Feels exactly what just, innocent love feels like, it just feels kind of childish in a way. But yeah, for whatever reason, it worked in the track. Later on, I just kind of, spat some melodies out, added some lyrics later, and this is what it sounded like.
Got me looking forward to the end of the day. What you say? You and me. Just forget about the past.
And then I was like, let's add in the violin.
What you say? You and me. Live the life we never had, like we're never going back.
And then everybody knows what's coming next. Whenever you have that pause of the violin, it's like, oh shoot, he's going back to the drop. Yeah, just making it even more dramatic. It's kind of funny. This song somehow makes sense that it worked on TikTok and all these clickbaity formats, but it seemed to resonate with people on a more musical level. You can make clickbaity music without it feeling clickbaity, I feel like in this clickbait culture, people are looking for real music, but if you can kind of meld the two and make something that grabs people's attention, that's when you're going to really win in the modern music industry. And that's what I've seen, at least for me. So I encourage y'all to try out different techniques to grab people's attention. If it's not engaging, if the song is just kind of chill and boring, you'll probably find your music will just kind of get pushed to the background. So moving on to this transition right here, as you can see at the top, this is the tempo slowing down just at the end. I remember messing with this just to get the right feeling. It wasn't mathematical, like, oh, we got to go from 129 to 108 at this exact timing. It's like just whatever feels right. And that's not very typical for a pop song to switch tempos, but it just felt right. And so I ran with it, and this is what it sounded like.
Hey, you and me. Live the life we never had, like we're never
slowing down to
feel like sun.
And now I was feeling like the song was just a little bit slow from before. Like I played it and I put it back to 103 BPM, which is where the song started. And it just felt boring. And so I was like, you know what? We've already come this far in creativity and unconventionalism, if that's even a word. And let's just send it and put it to 5 BPM faster. So it was at 103 at this drop.
Feel like sun on my skin.
And you'll be able to feel it. It's a little bit faster, 5 BPM.
Feel like sun on my skin.
So you can definitely feel the tempo change.
I know it is. I know it sounds
especially here.
But you make me feel some type of way.
So the same sort of thing, just it feels like it's picking up with the emotion, the speed. It just feels more intense. And then again, one more intense stop of the music, and then it's just like Hail Mary, just go as crazy as you can, add in as many instruments as you can. That was my idea here. Just pause it for one last finale. And as you can see, the song is only at 1 minute and 29 seconds at this final drop, which, I believe the song in total is 2 minutes long. So it really just pack a punch for just the moments. There's so many moments in here that are they just cut right out and then go into this huge drop. Like that happens multiple times here, but the fact that it's all in 2 minutes is kind of insane to me. I can't believe how quickly this song, I finished the song. I was just like, yeah, 2 minutes is good. Like, let's just run with it. So yeah, we had this one more pause and then into the big drop where you put in as many different instruments as you can. You want to just fill in that full range of sonics. Think of like the EQ range from lows, mids to highs. You want to have everything there, everything filling its spot. So yeah, the one last pause. Let's hear it.
This is falling in love.
Again, those vocals in the background, let's just solo those out just so you guys know how many different vocals I had on this thing. Let's make sure these are all correct. Okay, yeah, so here's all the vocals in one shot without the main vocal. Cut out the reverb. And then it's just right back to the dry piano that is already familiar to everybody. That's one rule of thumb I always go by is like, if you have different sections to a song, you can only have like maximum 3 to 4. If you're getting 5 or 6 different sections, you're most likely losing out on just the catchiness of the song. And so I encourage a lot of people, like, just keep it simple, take your best sections and just repeat them. People want to hear it because they like it, and adding too much stuff makes people appreciate each moment less. That's kind of the cost of trying to be iconic. If you want to make iconic music, you have to stick to less amounts of ideas. You got to stick and own that idea that you have. And to me, the main ideas here were the violin to the big drop and then the piano section. Those are like the 3 defining moments, and that's enough for this song. So I just go right back to the piano, and by that point we're already at the 2-minute mark. Just to die out with those birds in the background. And that whistle, just to remind people of the melody that they are hopefully not forgetting for a long time. It's very sticky, and I just felt like, yeah, if we whistle, it's like as you're leaving, say you're walking out of a store, like you hear that whistle, you're just going to be whistling it on your way home. And so I wanted to stick that melody in people's heads so that it would be stuck in their head for the rest of their day. So that was the idea behind the whistle. But yeah, that gets us to the end of the track where it just fades out. And so yeah, that's pretty much the entire track in a nutshell. I tried not to hide anything here. These are all my secrets. So yeah, thank you so much, Fiverr, for having me. This was a really dope experience. I always love to look at the creative process. So yeah, thank you so much for inviting me to share at Now Playing. And yeah, I hope this was helpful in some way to you guys. Hopefully it was inspiring and will get you out there creating more. And remember that there's no rules to making music. And really in this day and age, people are looking for something new. And something that hasn't been done before. So yeah, stay creative and make sure to keep working hard. Peace out, y'all.
Feel like sun on my skin.
Hi, my name is Austin. I'm a seller on Fiverr, specializing in hip-hop music and songwriting. I think it happened kind of gradually over time. I grew up listening to a lot of music, a lot of hip-hop music, and I just started writing raps when I was in college, and it just kind of clicked one day, like, I want to make music.
Never see me coming, I'm a landmine.
Yeah, I think growing up in New York, you kind of naturally gravitate towards hip-hop. I guess when I was in college, I started writing music with the intent of like releasing my own music, but I had never kind of like released anything because I just never felt like it was good enough. or I just wasn't content with it. But then I started working on Fiverr like 2 years ago, and I realized that it was a lot easier for me to write music for other people rather than myself.
And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to
I think I'm just kind of like, I'm not thinking as much, you know. I'm not like putting all that pressure onto myself and stuff like that. So
run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah.
So when I have writer's block, usually I like to take a break from writing and step away from it for a little bit, whether it's like for 15 minutes, an hour, or like even a day. And then like in that time, like I could be like watching a movie, reading a book, listening to music. My number one tip, I think, would be to just kind of keep an open mind, put yourself out there, and be open to trying new things, or like, I guess, considering new ways of making music. Prior to Fiverr, I never expected to be freelancing songwriting like this.
Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the road, here we go.
I think an obstacle I've had is trying to find ways to stay creative. I think after writing so much music, you know, it's easy to get burnt out. But I think reminding myself that there's always new ways to improve or something to like learn. My most memorable gig on Fiverr was probably, I had worked with an independent game developer, and it was for a video game trailer. And then after I had finished it, he had reached out to me and told me that the game was going to be released on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox. And I thought that already, like, enough was cool. The trailer, which with the song that I had worked on, ended up being featured on Nintendo's Indie World. And that was #1 trending on YouTube for a little bit. And I think it's at 10 million views now.
Here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey.
Ain't never seen anything quite like this. I'm in a league of my own. I'm one of a kind. I be in the zone. I be on the grind. Now leave me alone. You wasting my time. The clock's ticking. I'm not slipping. I gotta get it every second, every minute. Yeah, it's been a while.
Hey. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah. Maxed out, put the pedal to the
Man, I don't know. I think it's just listening to a lot of new music. There's like a lot of great artists out right now. It's funny that I make a lot of hip hop music, but then I typically don't listen to a lot of hip hop. It's actually a lot more like R&B and maybe like oldies pop songs too.
What's up? My name is Andrey Azizov. I'm a musician and designer based in Brooklyn, New York. This past few years, I've worked with some really awesome artists and brands and built a really cool community along the way. So I just wanted to talk about my experience as both a musician and designer and things that I've learned over the course of my career so far, hopefully in a way that's helpful to up-and-coming artists and show the importance of design in the music world. I think definitely as a designer, I'm pretty biased on the subject, but I will say that I think just generally that album art is like super, super important, especially for smaller artists and like artists just getting started. I think we live in like a very visually and aesthetic kind of obsessed world right now. So, you know, the album art is kind of your first judgment that someone's having. And I think it can really even make or break if someone clicks on your song, like takes that effort to just double click your song, or even just get past like the first 10 seconds, even if they already are listening to it. I think people are just going to make a judgment based on what your art looks like. I know there's definitely many examples of me kind of just skipping a song just because I'm not really into the art and I don't like the first like 5 seconds of it. So I will already make that judgment. And at the same time, I think there's been plenty of times where I will try to give a song or album a chance just because I like the art and I want that like art in my recently added or recently liked or wanted in a playlist, for example. And I think like a really good like example of this is, for example, I'm going through a playlist, like let's say like a new music playlist, and I see some kind of handcrafted or hand painted art, that immediately will kind of denote to me that this is like an indie artist or someone that like really cares about their craft and is like someone I should give my time to and kind of explore a little more deeply. Whereas, for example, I see art that looks like it was just like cranked out and like put together by a label graphic designer that's like probably overworked and has all these deadlines to hit. I'm probably less likely to give that song a chance because I'll assume it's like something more poppy or like mainstream or whatever, which isn't like a judgment call, just kind of like how I think about it. And I think how a lot of people do think about it. So at the end of the day, I think even subconsciously, especially like for people that are like visually inclined, you're making like a judgment based on like, if this person cared about their cover art, which is like almost like the first step, they will care, even if it's minimal or even if it's someone that's not like super design oriented, they care about their music because they cared about something as like seemingly insignificant as cover art, that they'll care about their music too, which is like obviously what you're there for. I think it's just kind of at the end of the day, it's just like a way to stand out, which is super important when there's like hundreds and hundreds of artists that people listen to like a day. Yeah, like I said, it definitely is an important first impression, but not just of a song, but of an artist as a whole. And if you want to grow as an artist, I think it's really important for your audience to identify with you. And cover art is kind of like the first building block of that. That's what they're going to see before they ever, go on your social media or, check out a whole album or anything. So I think it is kind of has like a heightened importance like that, because every piece of art you put out, every, cover art, music video, tour poster, anything kind of contributes to your audience's perception of you. And that's super important if you want, people to identify with you. And I think the reason your audience identifying with you is so important is because that's kind of what takes them to the next step of supporting you. So, even just telling their friends about you, because people want to feel like they have like this cool new artist that they're excited about and tell their friends about. And they probably won't do that if they don't identify with your aesthetic, for example. And then beyond just that, that's like what will motivate them to buy merch, go to your shows, follow you on social media, because they identify with what you kind of do visually and then outside of that. So I think, yeah, the cover art is just like the first building block of that, and is like holistically kind of combines into your identity as an artist and other people identifying with you. And outside of like the music side of that, I think also your cover art is like a really good opportunity to kind of make a moment on its own. So I don't see a lot of smaller artists doing this, and I think it actually could be very cool if more smaller artists were doing this, because it's like creating a moment around your cover art. So obviously big artists like Halsey, Drake, Kanye do this like pretty regularly with like super memeable cover art. But I think like there's a very cool opportunity for smaller artists to make something that's like maybe provocative or funny that can get attention on social media outside of the music, that will draw more of an audience to their music. And I think cover art can do that. Good cover art doesn't just have to be, aesthetically pleasing. Like maybe it is something that's provocative and gets people's attention, because it's like also a very important marketing and sort of like public perception piece that can go viral on its own and create listeners and an audience that way. So that's, I think, two ways that it can impact an artist's career, and like growing and creating an audience that identifies with you. Yeah, I think your art can definitely, if you're trying to break into a certain genre or a certain like aesthetic and space, for example, yeah, like indie pop or like maybe hip hop and rap, or like some sort of underground kind of hip hop and rap, or even pop. There's like a lot of signifiers that are present in the art. Like, so if someone is seeing art for the first time, I feel like you can kind of, obviously there's exceptions to this rule, but if you see art for the first time, like, for example, I think I could identify, and most people could identify, like a metal like album cover art as opposed to like a pop cover art. Like, there's just different visual signifiers and stuff that kind of can help categorize and, you know, help people discover you just through your art. So I think that's definitely a good example of that. Because yeah, at the end of the day, it's like a signifier of your song and your aesthetic and genre. So it's definitely a good balance of like being similar to others around you and also standing out in a way, because you don't want to be doing like, yeah, you don't want like some sort of like crazy aggressive cover art if you're trying to appeal to like a big like pop audience. Whereas, and also like you don't want, you know, a super bubblegummy kind of like cover art if you're trying to appeal to more indie kind of leaning artists and an audience. So I think that's like an important distinction, definitely, when you're creating and thinking about your cover art. I think color, I don't think of too much, but I think that's pretty subjective, like color wise, because I think like, for example, different songs like sound like different colors to me, but I think that is also kind of like a self-fulfilling thing. When I see cover art, I'll probably identify the song to that cover art. Also, it kind of brings me to a different point, is like the cover art can kind of influence how people see that song. For example, like if someone just hearing a song for the first time with no sort of visual cues or anything, they'll probably create their own image in their head. Whereas if they're seeing something paired with cover art or like with art, that can kind of influence the way they see that song being. Like, I think it would be like an interesting experiment to like pair like completely different genre cover arts to like a completely different genre of music, because I think it definitely does like subconsciously influence your perception of music when it's paired with some sort of visual. I think what's inspirational to album art and cover art in general to me is just the ability to create a world around your music. And that just like adds so much depth to what you're doing and who you are as an artist. I think, like, for example, something that I really love that artists do is when their single art kind of builds up or hints to the final cover art, or like there's a series of, you know, things being revealed as the singles go on. I think that's just like a really cool way to use your cover art in a way that can get like people engaged, fans, even just like people that aren't fans, just like creating intrigue. I think is like a really interesting like opportunity to create someone like interest in you. I think like creating a sense of mystery around your music is like another really cool way that you can use cover art. And I think especially for smaller artists, like being mysterious with your cover art, like not revealing everything or hinting at things, is a really cool way to create interest in you as an artist. And I think that's something that I like would love to see like smaller artists trying out. I think like a lot of artists have definitely like broken like that with kind of iconic and mysterious kind of cover art. So I think that's definitely a really cool thing that like inspires me when I see new cover art for artists I don't know. It's just so inspiring that you can create something out of nothing. Like when you sit down to write music, you have endless opportunities, and likewise when you're sitting down to make cover art, you have just so many opportunities to create like something completely unique that no one's ever seen before. So that's why I think like people should take cover art as seriously as the music, because like, you know, it's just so much more interesting when you have something like effort put in rather than just, you know, slapping like the song name over a press photo or something like that. So that's what really inspires me. It's just like the endless opportunities you have to create something new and unique. I think like a few different examples of the kind of building single art into the final album art. One of my favorites that I've seen, I can't remember the artist, but each single, and I've definitely seen this like from a few artists, but each single has its own little symbol in like the corner, for example, is like really small. And then the final album art has like all the symbols arranged together. I think Jeremy Zucker actually does something like that. So I kind of just, I like the idea of like using symbolism and tiny little things like that, like to denote the different songs. And it kind of makes that whole album, like at the end, feel just even more special because like each little single is its own moment. So that's like another really cool one. I think other art or other examples that I've seen is just like the single art is just kind of small portions of that final cover art. And I think it's just really cool because you're almost like slowly doing a reveal of the final piece. And it just adds just so much more depth and like intrigue as people are trying to piece things together. Definitely, I think for bigger artists, like with like a big following, that's like super helpful because, you know, there'll be a lot of like chatter and social media talk and everything about the you know, what the meaning of behind everything is too. But like I said, I think like the mystery and intrigue can work just as well for like a smaller artist, because I think just anyone presented with some sort of like puzzle like that is going to try to figure it out if they're interested enough. So I think that's definitely a good marketing idea. I think it's definitely a good way to tell your story. If people don't have like the luxury of like doing a whole music video with like all this like pieces of symbolism, and it's just a way to show the audience what the song means to you, because there's like definitely rare opportunities to be able to do that. Like literally the only other thing I could think of is like a music video or an interview where you're going through exactly what the song means to you. But I think it's like super cool that you can kind of insert your take on the song and like what it means to you personally just through the art. For example, like just creating like the symbolism around it visually, so that people will at least like kind of have a sort of context around what inspired the song or what it means to that artist. So I think that's just like a really cool way to insert more meaning into the song and like give it more depth. Like I said, I think the whole thing is that just like it adds another element, more depth, that can even like go beyond just the song itself and like create the narrative around the artist. Sure. I think there's so many that I see every week that kind of super inspire me, but I think like I have a few recent ones that I'm really into. So the first one that comes to mind is 2.5 by Aminé. Nick Holiday, creative director for this one. Shout out Nick. It's honestly like one of my favorites that I've seen recently for a bunch of reasons. I think it really like does hit like a bunch of the things that I talked about. It's weird, but like in the absolute best way. It's like visually interesting. It's abstract, so you kind of like have a bunch of different ways to think about it. You know, like the brain exploding like could mean many different things to different people. And I think it like matches the music perfectly. It's off kilter, and it's also like perfect as far as like colors. Like it's like super bright colors. It would stand out in a playlist. It would stand out if you're scrolling by it. And it also feeds into Aminé's brand. That yellow is like super identifiable to him. I feel like that like I've seen that since the beginning, that the yellow is kind of his sort of like brand thing. And I think it helps with the overall image of the album. So the next cover art that I really like recently is Uncanny Valley by Coin. Shout out Andrew, who's the creative on that. I think it's just super, super interesting. Just honestly, like the minimalism of it is perfect. It kind of feeds into the concept of the album, like where it's just uncanny. It's definitely like an interesting thing to look at and would also stand out, I think, in playlists, especially at that smaller size that you see on playlists. It would catch my attention. It's also super versatile. Like it's been used on like, I think their merch and tour posters and everything. So that's like another point for it. And at the end of the day, it's just like super unique. I've never seen anything like it. And it kind of is taking this mundane object and making it into an interesting cover art. So yeah, kudos for that. So the last cover art that I'm really into recently is Ethereal by Snot. I think like the color is just perfect. It takes it a step beyond just like a regular photo by just adding texture and more like intrigue and kind of that mystery into it. I think like the colors are just perfect and super eye-catching. Again, it's something like if you scroll by, it would catch your attention. And also like points for minimalism too, because it works at smaller sizes and it's something that you just want to click on. Definitely like one of my absolute favorites from this like recent kind of few months. So I think like what all three of these kind of show is that minimalism is kind of key, especially when these are like smaller, going to be seen at smaller sizes, thumbnails. None of them have text on them, which is definitely like a creative choice. I think there's, especially me, I love fonts and typography, so I kind of love putting text on my cover art, but I think these ones, like the creative is so powerful on its own that it doesn't even need that. So I think, yeah, like definitely takeaways from all these is just like stark colors, minimalism, and just like an interesting element that can grab people's attention and create a narrative around what the album means and like building towards that artist image that they're working on, you know, creating. Yeah, so I wanted to go through a few of my own cover arts that I've designed and created myself. So this first one is for my project called Before It's All Over. And I think this one works for a lot of the same reasons that the other ones that I was talking about work, in that it's like minimal, it's stark and like interesting. It creates intrigue and, you know, can be up for interpretation for anyone looking at it. But it means something to me and kind of signifies like the meaning of the project to me. This one also doesn't have text because I thought like the image was kind of interesting enough. It's this photo that I took with this photographer, awesome photographer, Nick 80s. And then the car is superimposed into the background in Photoshop. And yeah, I think it just like kind of works because of the different like elements working together and creating an interesting story, visual story. So this next one is for a song I have called Too Loud with this artist Simone. And this is kind of completely different the other ones that I've shown so far in that it has like a lot of text and it's kind of very busy. But that was like a conscious choice because I was looking at, as references, a lot of like old punk posters. So I found like a lot of references of punk posters. There's a lot of collage together text, imagery, a bunch of different fonts. So for me, that was like a signifier for the kind of music that I wanted to be kind of grouped in with. So that was my decision, conscious decision to create album art that had those signifiers and looked like this. And it also, I think, stands out a lot because of that, and is different than a lot of different art that would be like around the same genre. For kind of like my quick and dirty tips and tricks when I'm creating cover art, at the very technical, I'm usually using Photoshop because you're working with like pixels and like complex imagery. The standard size that I'll say that works for most distributors is around 3,500 pixels by 3,500. So that makes sure that like no matter where the art is, it'll still look high resolution and look good because you put a lot of work into it. Obviously, you want it to look good. Just to reiterate like a lot of the points that I was saying earlier, I think when you're working for creating album art in like the digital age and for things like Spotify, you want it to work at a small scale. So you want something that is eye-catching at, you know, the tiny thumbnail scale as like people are scrolling by, but also looks good when it's, you know, blown up. So yeah, just like everything to remember is like that you want to create album art that's has a purpose, adds depth to the music, adds kind of like to the image and perception of you as an artist, and also kind of is a good signifier for like the genre you're in and the kind of aesthetic that you want to create around your work and the world that you want to create around your work. So I think those are all just good things to keep in mind, and even going through like a checklist when you're creating art is super helpful. way to just make sure that you kind of check off all the boxes when you're creating art. But at the end of the day, it's super subjective. So if you have an idea, I think like trust your gut and create what you think works.
Still CeeLo. That's not going to change. Still CeeLo. Yeah.
CeeLo.
Mm-hmm.
As far as who's inspired me to make music the most, I would say that Mac Miller and Dominic Fike have inspired me the most. I think a lot of that is because their vocal tones are the most similar to mine.
Who has inspired the music that I make the most? Well, from a writing standpoint, I listen to a lot of pop music, a lot of Lorde, Taylor Swift, Marina and the Diamonds. That style has been very influential in my songwriting. From the production standpoint, a lot more on the electronic side. So Porter Robinson, Flume, those styles of production.
I kind of answered this question already, but I would say that Kanye West has probably inspired the music that I make the most. I come from classical because I played violin as a kid and in orchestras my entire life. So I take a lot of inspiration from classical music, and I love the way that Kanye has kind of brought sampling to the forefront of what he does in a way that is so different than traditional sample flips. And that's not to say that at the beginning of his career that's not what he was doing, because it's definitely what he was doing. But I think as his career has progressed, especially as we get into like 808s and Heartbreak, where I felt like he was really creatively pushing the envelope of what people were listening to, and into My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, which has all these lush string arrangements and the layering of samples and the complexity of the layering from different songs, different styles, and making them all come together, as well as the collaborative aspect of working with so many producers and artists and writers to get these songs out. I think that's really been one of the things that's inspired me the most. Outside of that, I will say like J. Cole and Kendrick and what they've done with TD and Dreamville specifically, I think have also really inspired the way that I make music and the music that I make too, because it's so community driven. And I've definitely come to a point in my career where I think collaboration is really the best way to get incredible art done, because it brings a different ear or a different eye to the product and to the project, and it just gives you something really unique and cool when you have multiple minds creatively thinking about the same end goal.
I think my life inspires me the most, if I'm being honest. I feel like I've been through so much I can pull from any point in my life. But back to my favorite artists, I think Prince, Andrey 3000, everybody I've ever listened to. But if I had to be honest, it'd be my life. That's what inspires me to make the music I make.
Ian Asher and Peggy Goo. I discovered Ian Asher through TikTok. He was doing DJ mashups and everything, and I just fell in love. And Peggy Goo, I discovered her when I was in a party.
My greatest inspiration for writing music is, of course, the epic drama Cheers and the will they or won't they aspect of Sam and Diane. They won't, but they should.
I would say that my biggest inspiration for my music up until now has got to be the Chainsmokers. I know it's a little biased, but I've been a huge fan of them for so long, and something that's always inspired me with them is their versatility. They can make a lot of different types of music, but at the end of the day, it always sounds like a Chainsmokers record. So I'd have to say the Chainsmokers.
The artist that initially got me into electronic music and then wanting to eventually create my own music was Porter Robinson. And I think throughout the years, as his style has evolved and as my style has evolved, it's been he's been a constant source of inspiration that I can always kind of look up to.
I would have to say God, because he made everything and inspired everything. So yeah, God.
Hi, my name is Morgan. I am a freelancer on Fiverr specializing in vibraphone recording. The vibraphone is a similar version of the xylophone but made out of metal. I had played percussion all throughout school and band programs, and I had played piano a bit as well. And then when I started college, I was able to find a teacher specializing in the vibraphone, so I decided to pursue it full-time from there. I just think it's really unique. It has this really beautiful, warm quality that only that instrument can produce, so I think it's really cool. I think I just learned by taking sort of a leap of faith and jumping into the instrument just because it attracted me at first. I just wanted to learn more. And once I started playing, I started to find similar people who wanted to work with the instrument. And when you start to study it, you start hearing it all over the place. It's used in podcasts, video game music, jingles, all sorts of things. Fiverr has made my pursuit of my career easier in so many ways. Just in the ability to collaborate with other creative people that I wouldn't have met otherwise, geographically being all around the world and people that work in fields that are different from mine. And also the fact that I do love my instrument, but it is a bit difficult to lug around, so it is nice to be able to work from home. There definitely have been some obstacles that I've come up against. One just being finding representation for female instrumentalists, but also just vibraphone players in general, having like a lack of examples of many people that have taken that path. Prior to the pandemic, I had been doing a lot of performing and recording and working with other people, so when I had to just isolate at home, I had to find ways to do that by myself, which Fiverr was a huge catalyst for. I have so many that I've really loved working on, but I had one composer that reached out to me from Sweden, and he had a really interesting story, being he's now in his 60s and he had a piece that he wrote in his 20s, and after all these years he wanted to have it recorded, and I thought it was nice that Fiverr was able to connect him with musicians from around the world. In 5 to 10 years, I hope to still be playing the vibraphone, performing, recording, and traveling more often.
What's going on, everyone? This is Siegz coming to you from Brooklyn. I wanted to take a bit to talk to you sort of about my story as a musician, as well as diving into my writing process a bit. So I'm originally from Alexandria, Virginia, about 10 minutes south of Washington, D.C. I'm a recording artist, so I make my own solo music. I'm a music producer, so I make beats for myself and others. And I'm an audio engineer as well, so I mix and master. To start from the beginning, I've been going to concerts since I was about 6 or 7. You know, I've always really loved music. It's always just been kind of my thing that I've been obsessed with. I was in middle school band, all that good stuff. So I kind of started to veer towards it early on. And when I got to high school, there were a lot of other people around me who were doing the same thing. So that's kind of when I started doing stuff that I was at least semi-serious about. So the first thing I did, I joined a band with some friends. It was sort of a reggae rock band. I think this was 8th and 9th grade. I played bass and sang backup in that band. And that was a lot of fun and kind of solidified my love for music and my determination to do something with it. The next thing that happened was probably as I progressed through high school, I found myself sort of surrounded by a lot of rappers and digital singers and modern artists. So what I decided was I would be a producer, right? So I started making beats for all these people that went to my high school and neighboring high schools. And then I started recording in my basement, you know, building my studio, well, mom's basement. During that time that I was producing for friends, I wanted to start mixing and mastering as well, because I kind of wanted to be a part of the entire creation process and just learn as much as possible while I was young, right? So that was kind of the start of my audio engineering career as well. I also was doing live shows, DJing for some of these rappers as well.
Yes, it's gonna leave you breaking. Please just let me finesse.
So that was my introduction to live performance as well. So all of that kind of started in high school when I knew that music was something that I was into. As high school was coming to a close, I realized that this is what I wanted to do with my life, and I decided that the next step would be going to college for music. So I ended up at Elon University in North Carolina to study music production and recording arts. When I got to school, I kind of just kept on doing what I was doing at first. I was still producing for people back home. I was producing for new friends at school. I was meeting people online to produce for. Really just trying to collaborate with as much people as possible. I would mix and master for people. I would go home sometimes to DJ friends' shows. I was still trying to DJ events at school, whether it was parties or sorority events or whatever I could really do, I tried to do it. And then as I was kind of growing older, growing into a better musician, growing into a more confident person at school, is when I kind of decided that I wanted to try my own hand at writing and singing and rapping vocally.
Yeah, they can't control me. Feel like I'm the only one that sees the bigger picture, got me feeling lonely. Don't get me wrong, I love all my homies. The rest of them just phony. I'm going like I'm Tony.
So that is when I started to become a solo artist. So I got to work kind of trying to figure out my sound. I was writing and singing and rapping, and I dropped my first single going into my senior year. It was called Broken. And then shortly after that is when the pandemic hit, actually. So when quarantine started, I moved back home to work on some music and dropped a couple more singles during that. September 2020, I decided that I needed a location change. I just kind of wanted a new network in a new city and a new environment to get the ball rolling. So I decided that I would move up to New York. After the move, I kind of just continued to make some music, tried to meet as many people as possible up in New York. And once the pandemic kind of slowed down to the point where colleges could start booking people, I went on my first tour. This past fall, I got the opportunity to take part in my first tour. We went and performed at a bunch of big schools like Oklahoma, Ole Miss, UT Austin. And I got to open for some staple names like Murda Beats and Waka Flocka, which was a very great experience. And that was all thanks to a good friend of mine named Marid from a company called Refresh Music Group that he started. So this is sort of a lesson on it's all about who you know, right? So backtrack to high school. I was working with a friend of mine named Hef as a producer, and his manager was actually Marid from Refresh. I kept in touch with Marid for years through producing or DJing or whatever it was that he was helping me with or I was helping him with. And he started booking more and more shows as the years went on. And eventually he asked if I wanted to open on his fall tour this past fall. So that's kind of what led up to that and how that happened. So as of now, that's kind of my up-to-date story. And now that you know a bit about me, I kind of want to dive into my writing process and what inspires me. So something that I've learned over the years is that everybody kind of has their own way of doing things in music, their own process. And a lot of people even have several processes that they juggle between. I'm definitely one of those people that kind of switches between different paths depending on the song or what I'm trying to get at. But basically, I would say the majority of the time I start with a feeling, right? So whether it's me making a beat, I'm creating a feeling. Or if someone sends me a beat and I'm looking through the pack of beats they sent me, I'm listening to the beats and I'm drawing, like, what do I feel from this right now, basically.
Yeah, cooking up. That's hard. Yeah. Good for them, bro.
So once I create or decide on a feeling, the next step is I kind of take that feeling and look at what topics or concepts would work with that feeling lyrically or visually. Well, I might think, this beat is making me feel sad. The broad topic might be, depression or heartbreak or whatever it is. And then once I kind of have a realm of topic, I have to decide what exactly I want to portray. Like, what image do I want to put in your mind? What do I want to make you think about? What situation do I want to give off? Now that I have the situation and the image in mind that I want to portray, I start to write lyrics and melodies. I know that my biggest strength is melody making, so what I'll do is kind of hum out or use filler words and create all the melodies and flows that I want, and then go back and sort of fill them in like a puzzle with lyrics. That's probably my most typical way of writing. There are definitely other times where I'll write in my journal or in my notes, and then I'll hear a beat later on and kind of think that that would just fit really well, and I'll put it in there that way instead. There are also times where the process is just kind of more of a freestyle, depending on how hard the beat is or how inspired I'm feeling. Inspiration definitely plays a big role in like deciding how I'm going to go about writing a song. If I want to have a lot of fun and I'm just kind of in a great mood, I might freestyle it. If I want to write something really real and something really personal, I'll probably take more time and actually write out the bars in my journal or in my notes. But yeah, I think kind of being inspired and being passionate is one of the most important parts of being an artist for sure. And there are a lot of different things that I personally draw from. I would say the way that I get the majority of my inspiration is from listening to other artists. I'm definitely someone who likes to blend genres and create music in a lot of different genres, so I find it very, very important to listen to different genres and a ton of different artists as well. Whether it's reggae, rock, rap, pop, indie, whatever I'm listening to, I try and listen to different things that I really love about that song or love about that artist, and see how I can kind of like incorporate maybe a version of that into my music. Another place that I like to get a lot of my inspiration from is TV and movies. Personally, I like to watch a lot of anime. I think that anime is really visually inspiring. I also think that the framing and the detail that they put into their storytelling and character development is always really impressive and something that I look up to and draw from often. They also teach a lot of lessons and morals in anime that I put in my lyrics and songs often. And yeah, I think it's just a very emotionally intelligent form of art. And collaborating with others is definitely always a good way to get out of a slump or get some extra motivation or push. You can look at their process and maybe try out their process. You can look at the things they're talking about. You can just talking to other artists always helps me kind of work through what I'm trying to create and help me like solidify my vision. So that was a bit of a look into my process and kind of what keeps me going and keeps me inspired. A little bit about myself. Thank you all for listening. Follow me on IG at Siegz, SIEGZ_, if you want to follow along. And yeah, just keep going, everyone. Appreciate it.
Hello there. My name is Sasha, and thank you for having me today. My presentation aimed to showcase the ultimate guitar as a platform for musicians to promote their work, recent releases, and events. Before we go further, I want to quickly mention who is my targeted audience today and why this presentation will not be a waste of your time. I created this presentation for every music content creator out there. You could be creating music, writing articles, recording courses. Sounds familiar? This presentation is for you if you want to get additional ways to promote your work, your name, your brand, your band, or you want to start a new revenue channel. If you're any of this, we're good to go. But first, I want to introduce you to our platform and myself. Like, why you even have to listen to me right now, right? From its inception as a web-based collection of guitar tabs to its present as the world's largest community of musicians, Ultimate Guitar, also known as UG, is the most popular platform to advance and share your music talent. UG is famous for its collection of tabs. We offer over 1 million tabs and chords for popular songs across various genres, including rock, pop, and my personal favorite, soundtracks. Another side of our website that we started to develop back in 2018 is being a platform for performance. Whether a cover of a favorite song or your original work, Shots, and I will talk about this feature in details later, allows members to reach a highly engaged international audience and share their content. Right now, Ultimate Guitar is 200 million users a year, 30 million registered users, and you see all these numbers right now there. A quick note about myself. I have worked with Ultimate Guitar for 6 years already. I started as a community and social media manager, moved to editorial, partnerships, mobile platforms, and I'm now in a strategy team for Muse Group. Muse Group is a parent company for Ultimate Guitar, MuseCore, Audacity, StuffPad, etc. I talked at conferences about love, music, took part in NAMM and Midwest. Big Guns N' Roses fan, and I mention it all the time, like even if it's not that necessary. And while I'm not an editorial anymore, still helping musicians to get featured on our platform. By the end of this presentation, I want you to have my email so we can continue this discussion on how Ultimate Guitar can help you. Okay, let's stop here and think about why you need to spend next 10 minutes listening to this presentation. So there are too many platforms to promote yourself, to be honest, and sometimes it's not enough. Content may get lost between puppies and trends, and finding a dedicated audience sometimes is not as easy as advertised. On UG, we gathered a community of musicians that scroll through the feed looking for a skilled performer, and it's a good chance for you to get new fans. Today, I'm going to cover 3 topics: Shots, what it is and how to get featured; articles, UG news and collaboration opportunities with UG editorial team; courses, your opportunity to share your knowledge and earn money. Everything that I'm going to mention today is free for our authors, and in case of courses and articles, you even can get paid. So let's start with our most engaging feature for a community that was released 4 years ago: Shots. Shots, it is an online version of an open mic. It is an excellent opportunity to perform your favorite song to millions of music fans around the globe. The main advantage of this feature is that it was made by musicians and for musicians. The feed that you can find on the website or in the app is dedicated to talented musicians. You go there and expect to see people singing, playing instruments, showing their skills, original work, or performing covers. The UG community team go through Shots to feature the best videos and partner with brands and bands and everyone basically to create contests and giveaways. We also look after our audience and ensure that our community guidelines are fulfilled. Here are a few advantages of recording and uploading Shots. So the first one, obviously, to promote your original work. Shots are linked to tabs, and by showing the audience how to play your song, you promote your tab and music. Secondly, show off your skills and get new fans. It's nice to be appreciated by the fellow musicians. They're not only listening to music, but they also try to repeat and learn it. Before recent events, I was telling authors that they are building their brand simply by putting their face out there. Now I have a fantastic success story that levels up opportunities you have in Shots. Recently, we got a message from one of our authors with unbelievable story. Melissa got discovered and appeared on CBS News. According to Melissa, one of the CBS News producers found her while scrolling the shots feed. Needless to say, Melissa increased her fan and the following base in minutes. The next step will be articles. Ultimate Guitar article section exists for over 40 years already. We started to share news back in 2008 and never stopped since then. There are two options to get in the UG feed. The first, the fastest, and probably the easiest one is to publish an article by yourself. The best articles from a community feed are featured on our social media. Artists use articles on UG as their way to communicate with their fans, not for featuring, not for discovery, but as a blog. Worth to mention that UG optimized for searching engine, and our articles appear on news recommendation websites like Google Discover. So we already did everything for your article to succeed. You just need to put your story out there. The second option is for professional writers and those promoting their blog or courses. Editorial always looking for authors to write about popular and niche genres, as well as geeky guitar stuff. Well, we're Ultimate Guitar, after all. There are guidelines available on the website, so pitch your story, write it, and get published. A quick tip about our articles. One of the things that differ UG News from other music news outlets is our community. Guys post comments and post them a lot. So if you want to succeed with your article, make it engaging. Let community comments, vote. Let them share their opinion. The next type of content is the catalog that we launched last August, and it's growing faster than expected. If you create lessons and educate musicians, this part of Ultimate Guitar could help you promote content and earn money. Last year, we launched a catalog of online courses designed for players of every level. This part is for you if your mission is to expand musicians' knowledge and improve their skills. Whether it's acoustic or electric, bass, or you teach how to write a hit song, we've got it covered. Well, that's pretty much it. But before I give you my email, let me sum up this presentation. Basically tell you in 60 seconds what I was talking about in the last 15 minutes. Ultimate Guitar is a platform for you to promote your original work, band, brand, and name, as well as find new fans and students. With Shots, you can promote your original work, engage with your fans, run contests, giveaways, announce important news. Through articles, you can promote your latest releases, music, blog, courses, and again, engage with your audience. Don't forget about the opportunity to be featured on UG social media. And last but not least is for educational content creators. Publish your courses on Ultimate Guitar, get students, and earn money. All your questions you can redirect to me so we can build your presence on the largest platform for musicians together. Thank you for being with me today. Bye.
Hey there, and welcome. My name is Michael Pearson Adams, and I am the Director of Training Development and a Product Manager for a company called Waves Audio. Now, Waves Audio is a company that you may or may not have heard of. We are, though, a company that has developed software that is used in pretty much 3/4 of the records that you hear on the radio, the movies that you see at the theater, and all of the audio that you see on TV. We're a plug-in company. We're also a company that has taken the processing that we use in those plugins, and you'll find it in a lot of the hardware that you use every day, from exercise equipment that you have around your person to headphones to microphones to computers and TVs. We're pretty much everywhere. Now, I love my job, but until the beginning of 2020, a lot of my job was travel. 2019, I think I was on the road for approximately 261 days out of the 365 days in the year. Now, from my perspective, it's awesome because I get to do what I love, and I get paid for doing it. However, one of the things that the beginning of 2020, like March-ish, I think it was, brought on was a sudden drop in how much we were traveling, how much we were able to travel, how much we were able to spend time in front of and in the proximity of other people and communicate in a face-to-face kind of manner. So there was this whole surge of how do we work remotely? How do we have impact remotely? How do we work with video? How do we work with audio? How does everything from the home office or the normal home studio sound better? So I spent the better part of 3 or 4 months working out for Waves and for me how to improve the experience for the entire Waves staff and sales team, specifically the sales team initially, and the guys doing all the demos, so that they could actually work remotely, work effectively, and still have an effect on people's lives. Now, the reason that I'm doing this little session for you, which I have affectionately called Working Virtually in the Creative World, Making the Impersonal Personal, how to improve your online presentation and meeting skills 100%, is because there are 3 things that are super important about the whole experience. If you're new to working online and working with clients online, or online meetings, everything from a Zoom call to, a full-on presentation and demo, to working remotely with an artist or a singer, a vocalist, and from your home studio, there are a few things that I'm going to share with you right now, with you guys online, that are going to help. The first one is going to sound really weird, but it's the one that everybody misses. It's eye contact. The simple reality of the fact is that when you are talking to somebody, your brain automatically says, okay, eye contact, look at their eyes. So when you're on a video call, you tend to look at their eyes, and their eyes is not at the camera like I'm doing right now. Their eyes are on the screen. So that would be like me doing that entire last line that I just spurted out. It's not a script, so I'm going to try and get it right, but doing it like this. So one of the things that everybody misses, but is the most obvious thing, is also one of the most important, which is eye contact. Looks pretty weird, doesn't it? So this is one of those things that I actually teach now. I teach because it doesn't come as second nature. It comes as something that needs a bit of work for a lot of people, because the brain is hardwired to for us to look in people's eyes, and now the eyes are on a freaking computer screen. So, it's all very well for you to look at the person when they're talking to you, but notice, even if you're doing it, notice now that a lot of the people that you're talking to on video calls, you might get off this live stream and just jump on a video call just to test it out, aren't looking at you. They're looking at the picture of you on the computer screen. So that's number one that we're going to address. Number one, how to make sure that you're actually addressing the person that you're dealing with and looking into their eyes, when this is something that we've been trained to do our entire life from birth, but now we have to do it differently because the world is crazy. There's a couple of things that can help. Firstly, in this case, my camera is at an angle that I can look at it very, very easily without actually shifting my gaze too far from the computer screen. So in this case here, if you were the person that I was talking to on a video call, hi, how are you? I'm MPA, nice to meet you. I've got my coffee for the meeting. Do you have yours? I can see what's going on the screen. So I can see if you're nodding, shaking your head, smiling while I'm talking to you. But then when I actually go to look at you, the only thing I have to do is look there. So it's literally looking at you, looking at the face that's talking to me. It's a subtle shift, but I'm wondering how many, you guys are probably thinking I'm crazy, right? But it's true, trust me. Otherwise we wouldn't be doing this little session. And this is a short one, but it's a very important one. The impact that you have when suddenly you stop talking to the people on the screen or the visuals of the people on the screen and you actually start talking directly to the camera, that way you actually have eye contact with those people. And I guarantee you that it's going to make a difference. So that's number one, and it sounds like the most obvious, but it's amazing how many people miss it. It's like it comes up nearly on a daily basis for me when I'm training people or I'm coaching people in my other work. Okay, number two. Now that you've gone, okay, he's not crazy. That is a thing. Number two is it's kind of like a pet hate of mine. Please, please, please try and avoid, if you can, try and avoid the standard blurred background that Teams and Zoom and other video chat software platforms give you. It doesn't look professional. It makes your edges look all weird. So when people are talking to you and you're moving around, suddenly a bit of a glimpse of the background suddenly becomes active and they're now not paying attention to what you're saying. They're trying to work out what's behind you. The simple fix on this one is really, really easy. It's let them see what's behind you, people. So here I am. I'm currently in an Airbnb. I'm somewhere in the world. It doesn't matter where I am, but it's not my home. It's not my office. However, what do I do when it's a room like this and I have to actually nicely present it and have a clean background? The simple solution is your everyday lamp. In this case, it's a lamp that has two lamps in this case. They're both in the room already. And all I did was put a $3 really cheap smart bulb in each of them. And suddenly, my background is now boring again, but the only difference was that it was a bit bluer before. But these are everyday lamps, so all I've done is use an everyday piece of furniture to spice up the background behind me. And by spicing up, I mean make it not my color. Because generally speaking, especially if you're white and you've got a white wall behind you, there is no webcam that you're using that's gonna be able to deal with that. You need to make sure that regardless of what color skin you have, that the wall behind you isn't roughly the same color or even in the same shade group as you are. Otherwise, the tiny sensor in your camera is gonna have a really, really hard time. So let me do that again. Let me turn them both off. Yeah, this is actually a good camera, but it's like if you try that with a little standard built-in webcam, it's going to have a problem. Let me put it back on. I like blue much better. Okay. The next thing is lighting in front of you. Now, I understand that not everybody wants to purchase or can purchase professional video gear, but you don't need it. You just need another, preferably two, everyday lamps. And again, I spent $10 on these two bulbs. They needed to be a bit brighter. So all up, I've spent, I think, $35 on bulbs all up with shipping on Amazon to get me this look. So, and in this case here, let me just turn off one of these that I can get to. The other one I'm not going to be able to get to because it's way over there. So I'm just going to turn it off. Now my lighting's gone. There's another lamp way over there. But that's... So this makes a huge, huge difference. It really does. And it's a lamp with a shade. The biggest mistake you can make as far as lighting goes, especially if you're using lamps, is having just a clean bulb with no shade. You don't want sharp light. You want light that's filtered, preferably through a cheap cloth light shade, because it diffuses it and it's more complementary to your skin and the light and shade. It's not harsh. So we've got a bit of light behind us. We have a brighter light by about 20% in front of me. This is not a light that you can see is making me, glare. This is just a light that happens to be, it's like I can touch this one, but it makes a difference. Makes a huge difference because suddenly people can see you. The third and last trick, so you've got eye contact, you've got lighting. The third one is you want to make sure that other than not blurring your background, that you clean your background, but have at least one item behind you of small amount of interest. When I say small amount of interest, it's something that people can look at, glance at, understand exactly what it is straight away, and then go, it's that, and then they're back to you. It's all of us have that little 5-year-old in us that wants to know what's behind us. So the blurred background, we already talked about that. Please don't do that. The other part of it is, so as I said, clean background, people. In this case here, I have a keyboard. It's right here. It's just a keyboard. You could see it's a keyboard. You saw it was a keyboard, and then you stopped looking at it hours ago at the beginning of this talk, because you now know what it is. Your brain knows what it is. You don't need to see it. So one thing, maybe two, compromise, but make sure that your background's not busy. Organize that little space between your camera so that people can see you and not feel like there's clutter or blur behind you. So, and it's really simple to do. It's like literally just move out of the chair, but keep the camera on, and then set your stage behind you in exactly the same way you would if you were setting up a photo shoot or something like that. Create a nice clean background. And the lighting, those two little cheap blue lights, they help. They're just on the floor pointing upwards, but they make this white wall look a lot more interesting. This is a bonus. This is just my favorite USB microphone, but it happens to be blue because blue's my favorite color. So there you have it. 15 minutes, roughly. But there's some tips in there that I think will actually really make sure that your next video call or your next presentation where you're actually communicating with people via camera has a lot more impact. Set your stage, make sure that the eye contact is there, make sure that while you're talking to people, you're not looking at them on the screen. Because remember, if I spend all my time doing this while I'm talking to you, it doesn't have half of the impact as if I give some dramatic pauses. I'm Australian, we like drama. Some dramatic pauses and I actually talk straight to you. This is like keynote speaking. It's no different really, except you're in a room by yourself, which does suck. We all have to get used to this new little part of normal that I don't think is going to go away anytime soon. But this is one of those things that I train people to do because it doesn't come as naturally as it might sound. And it does take a bit of practice, and you do need to just prep that one little corner of your room by your office. The rest of your office or your space can be absolute chaos. Nobody's ever going to see it. It's just that little angle out there. You have no idea what's over here or over here in this Airbnb. It stinks. It's horrible. It's like there's boxes everywhere. There's a plate on top of the PC that's got a quarter of my sandwich left. But it's not in camera, so it doesn't matter. So anyway, so that's all from me. I'm going to close out this live stream now. My name is Michael Pearson Adams. I'm from Waves Audio. It's my job to make people's lives easier and help them communicate as well as make them sound better. And in this case, it's not directly connected to what we do at Waves, but it is going to help you. I hope you're happy. I hope you're healthy. I hope your family's healthy. Much love. MPA out.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Adam from Fiverr here, back to close out and recap day one. Really exciting stuff. I loved hearing all our speakers and their perspectives. We had interesting conversation with Jake, learning about his strategies for social and TikTok. I think it's really important for any musician in 2022 to be aware of all there is out there for options and how TikTok and social should be a part of your strategy. Cool to get a behind-the-scenes look with cheat codes and hear a bit more about their work and what they've been doing. Michael from Waves gave us some insight to improving our mixes. I think we all need a bit of that, so really helpful there. And Andrey spoke a bit about the role art plays in our music and how we can get better visuals for our projects. So a lot that I'm walking away with and improving on some things I'm working on, and I hope you guys also felt the same way. Believe it or not, we got even more planned for day two. T-Pain will be joining us for an AMA. We'll be doing a session with AOK, a talented producer with millions and millions of streams. And people from companies like YouTube Music and SoundCloud are going to be joining us to give us some more ins and outs and tips on success on their platforms and off of their platforms. So lots to look forward to and even more on day two. Before signing off, I also wanted to remind everyone that Fiverr and our community have joined together to donate funds to the Ukrainian Red Cross, which is providing vital aid to the people of Ukraine during this difficult time. So please join us in supporting this cause if you can. There's a banner on the page for the event. You shouldn't be able to miss it. It's up there at the top. So donate if you can. It's for a great cause. And yeah, on that note, I'll be signing off. I will see you guys tomorrow. Day two of Now Playing. Here we come. Have a great day.